All right, we should be in the building. Let me double check and make sure we're good. Y'all know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. And we are back. We are back for day 7. Oh my goodness, of this Keffe D trial. And it has been absolutely insane, y'all. This trial has been crazy, especially with what went down yesterday. If y'all missed day 6, whoo, you got to go back and watch it at some point, because the cross-examination of Mike Dorsey was crazy. He was going back and forth and giving Keffe D's attorney the business. No, it was a fun time. We enjoyed it, and we're going to get into more great court coverage today. So make sure y'all stay locked in. Shout out to everybody who's in the building. Good to see y'all in here. Do me a favor, like the video and the live stream on your way in. It's free, helps the channel continue to grow, lets the algorithm know you guys are enjoying the live stream, and it shares this live stream you're watching right now, what's going on the 99 Block channel and the Jury of Your Peers channel with more people. All right, so thank y'all for tuning in with us. How's everybody feeling, man? Let me see what y'all are saying in the chat. Thank you to everybody who's here. Shout out to, of course, Taco Tuesday is in the building. Shout out to Taco Tuesday. We got my beautiful, awesome, amazing Amy E is in here as well. Shout out to Amy E, and we're going to get into it. Now, this judge usually starts court right on time, so we should be starting here shortly. But actually, let me double check something real quick. Y'all give me a sec. All right, we should be good. We should be in there. All right, are y'all good? Can you see me in here? I had to double check and make sure we were all set up. Let me see what y'all are saying. I need to update this chat as well. And we actually, it looks like the judge is getting ready. We've got the seal up here and we should be ready to go soon. I'm kind of disappointed because I really wanted to get back into and review some of the court proceedings from yesterday, because guys, we're going to have some clips for you guys of what happened and what went down yesterday, but it was crazy. The cross-examination by with Mike Dorsey and Keffe D's attorney, Mr. Michael Sam. So if y'all missed that, make sure you stay locked in and tuned in for the clips that we're going to be posting on the channel throughout the afternoon and into tomorrow, because we got to replay that testimony. We got to replay that testimony. Oh, shout out to MGL. Thank you for being here. MGL says, and I'm switching over to the live video, but I'll be back in about an hour. Okay, thank you for being in here, MGL. We also got Kitty Cat is in the building. Good to see you. Kitty Cat says hello. What is up? What is up? All right, y'all, we're gonna get into it here shortly. So I want to go back and we can start looking at some of this testimony, because it was just so good, and maybe we can just watch it while we're waiting for the judge to get into court, because this cross-examination was crazy.
You know, they come up here.
I'm gonna see if I can find it, and I'll make sure we get y'all in there on time, because, oh man, Mike Dorsey was giving Michael Saft the business. But I want to know what you guys think about this. Do you feel like the defense is winning this case right now? And I'm actually going to put the poll in the chat, because there has been a lot of back and forth on both sides. And I've honestly been on a little bit of roller coaster myself, to be honest, about just who's winning right now. So let's go ahead and get into this, and I'll keep an eye on the seal for y'all so we can see when court actually starts. Let's go and get back into some of the court proceedings from yesterday. Here's the cross-examination in case you missed it.
Mr. Dorsey, are you a detective with Metropolitan Police Department?
Nope.
Should be.
And your testimony here today is really based upon your work for this, let me make sure I got the right book here. Murder Rap?
No, I had nothing to do with the writing of that book.
I don't care about the writing of the book, but you're here because of the Chronicles, the Death Row Chronicles thing that you did, right?
Let's make sure we're talking about the correct things. I did not write that book. I had nothing to do with it. I made the Murder Rap documentary that came a few years later that was based on that book. And then I was a consultant on Death Row Chronicles series that we've been playing debut from here.
Do you recall when the state asked you that you were first involved with this in 2012?
Yes.
In what way were you involved in this in 2012?
Yes, in late 2012, I came across an article about Greg Kading's murder rap book, and that's what first alerted me that the book even existed. And I reached out to Greg, asked if he wanted to make a documentary. He sent me a copy of the book and said, read it, and if I'm still interested, he's interested. And we went from there.
And your job really was, for the next couple of years, was to, what, do your own
I appreciate you,
independent research?
Gail.
Combination
Out
of
there in Texas?
doing my own independent research and also having Greg explain to me, a 3-4 year long investigation that he had conducted.
Your testimony to the jury was that you spent a couple of years doing that.
Correct.
And in terms of the books that you had mentioned that you used was Murder Rap, which is this book right here, right?
Yes, sir.
Written by Greg Kading.
Correct.
And then you also used Kathy Scott's book, right?
That's correct, yes.
This book right here?
Yes.
You know what version of her book that you used?
I'm not sure what version I used.
And then you used another book. And what was that final book?
There was one called Labyrinth by Randall Sullivan.
Did you say that before?
I said it just a minute ago, yes.
Okay. What other books besides that one?
I'm not sure.
Any other books?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, but there might have been some others.
Oh, the audio's off
how
on
about,
this. Hold on a second.
Welcome to Death Row by Lee Savage.
No, I've seen the docuseries that he produced, though.
How about this book here by Frank Alexander, who was present on the night of the shooting?
I've read excerpts from that.
Excerpts?
Yes, sir.
Not the whole thing?
No.
Okay.
Admitted in this case, there was a
How about
caveat
this
that there
book here?
would
I
be
think
certain
you've mentioned
things
this
that would.
before. Original Gangsters?
All right, actually, I gotta fix this, y'all, because for some reason, this source that we're looking at is the audio is off, so we might have to do this a different way. Let me see. I'm gonna go back to where cross-examination first starts. Here we go. I got it.
You've
I got
mentioned
it.
this before. Original Gangsters?
Yes, I've read that book.
That's the one you said before.
No, I don't think I've mentioned that one yet, but I have read that. I know the author.
And then how about this book here? Looks like it's an autobiography. Only God Can Judge Me by Jeff Cronin.
Yes, I've read that.
Here we go.
All right. Now, fair to say
Thank y'all
that
for
when
being here.
your job here and what you've done is talk to us a little bit about you or your work in the documentary, right? That's what you're doing here today. is your
Sure, and
testimony.
what I learned in the process of making a documentary, yes.
Right, and what you learned in the process of making a documentary. And I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. Documentaries really is a business, right?
Sure. It's not a very good business, but yeah.
Yeah. In fact, you could do
He
a lot
said we
better than
broke
sitting
out here.
today talking about or testifying about a murder that took place 30 years ago, right?
I could do better, what, business-wise?
Yeah,
Sure. If I was running a show for Discovery like I do in the past, yes, that pays very well.
sure. And with regards to what you do with the business, and I want to make sure the jury understands, there is a project, there is a sort of an idea that's out there that's formulated, and then at some point there is a discussion as to whether or not it's marketable now, right?
Correct.
And then maybe you go out and you farm it out for people to invest in the project and maybe provide money and funding.
Make it
for-
everybody who's in
Sometimes
here.
you do, and sometimes you just do it yourself.
Right. And the idea behind it at some point is because you want
What's
to
up, Pops?
be able to sell your product to the viewers, right?
That's part of the idea, but that's not the only reason I make it.
Sure.
That's
Now,
hot
in
out there,
this
Pops.
case, though,
Dang.
when you are looking through your documentary, you're doing a documentary here on the Death Row Chronicles, right? Death Row Chronicles meaning death row, or what was it?
No,
about?
I'm focused mainly on the murders of both Tupac and Biggie.
All right. And you team up with Greg Kading.
I do.
And Greg Kading, I would imagine in your work over the 2 years that you did the research, you were looking through all the details of what you could find on the Tupac murder.
Yes, but he also turned over his case files from the LAPD to me. So
Can
I
you
had all-
describe for us what those case files look like?
Absolutely. They were digitized case files. It was over 2,700 PDF reports going back to 97 or so. Probably over 100 hours of audio of interviews with witnesses and potential suspects.
What's up, Mozzie?
Photos, crime scene photos, mainly of the Biggie
Mozzie?
case.
Hopefully I said
That
that
kind
right.
of thing.
Anything else?
Off the top of my head, that's mainly it. You got, there was some video of from the Biggie shooting. There was some home video that was entered into as evidence.
I haven't seen any of that yet.
And when you were doing your research, the 2 years of research you did on this particular project, you interviewed detectives?
I did. I interviewed Greg Kading. I interviewed Kelly Cooper, who was one of the original detectives out of Wilshire Homicide on the Biggie case. I interviewed, well, those are the two main detectives I interviewed for the case.
All right, I just want to hear something to do with Las Vegas Metro. Did you interview any detectives from Las Vegas Metro?
I did not.
You do understand that the homicide of Tupac Shakur was the responsibility of Las Vegas Metro?
100%.
And as of right now, you're telling us you interviewed a guy, I interviewed Greg Kading, who's from California, and some girl from California as well.
No, Kelly Cooper's a man. But yes.
Oh, fine. Kelly Cooper's a man.
Yes.
But both of those people are in California.
Yes.
All right. Now, in addition to that, can you tell us, for instance, who the detectives were that were the lead detectives from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department that handled this investigation?
Sure.
Please don't interrupt.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, here's where the drama starts.
Sergeant Manning. There was I believe, a Detective Becker, a Detective Long.
Anybody else?
That's all I'm aware of off the top of my head.
Okay. Are you aware of a Detective Mogg?
Yes, the current or most recent detective, yes.
Now, when you finally put this project together, I'm assuming at some point you called Metro and said, hey, we got the guy who's confessed now to the crime, right?
I do once Death Row Chronicles airs.
I'm sorry, what?
After Death Row Chronicles airs, I reach out to Metro Police, yes.
Yes, you reach out to Metro Police. Who is it that you spoke to at Las Vegas Metro?
Well, first I got on their website and just emailed their general info@homicide email address. And a while later, Detective Mogg responded to me, and we started going from there.
So you know who Detective Mogg is?
I do, yes.
Now, in fact, you were given an interview at some point in the future by the Sun from England. You recall meeting with a reporter?
Yes.
James Desborough?
Desborough, yes.
Okay. And in that interview, you had told Mr. Desborough that you had sent out 100 emails to Metro.
Eventually, once we're going back and forth, yes.
Okay, and those emails were all concerning the Tupac case.
Yes, correct.
Now,
And that was over the course of several years.
fine.
Okay.
But once again, you had said, hey, we have information, please look at my documentary, right? Something along those lines.
No, that's not what I said. I said watch Death Row Chronicles.
Oh, I apologize.
And
So-
you keep conflating my documentary with the series Death Row Chronicles. I did not make Death Row Chronicles. I was just a consultant on it.
Okay.
But that's the one where Keffe first went public with his interview, which made it noteworthy enough for me to be like, you should look at this. This is new information for your case.
And when you sat down to actually start working on the project Death Row Chronicles,
Yes,
we are listening to audio of those two interviews that happened, right?
correct.
Now, up until that point, fair to say, Mr. Davis had never spoken about this publicly.
To my knowledge, he had never spoken publicly about this case. No, that's what made it significant.
Right. And you had been aware, of course, that according to your understanding of the proffer of 2008, if he didn't say anything to, like, say, a media source, then the proffer would still be protecting him.
That's how I understood it, yes.
So, in essence, when you were sitting down with Mr. Davis, you were pushing him to violate the proffer.
I'm not pushing him. I'm not even in the room with him.
I know. We're going to talk about that in a second.
Okay.
But in essence, you are on a little earbud or something along those lines in another room, and you're telling the interviewer to keep pressing on Mr. Davis.
I was not thinking at all about him violating his proffer. I honestly didn't think the proffer would ever be used. I didn't understand that's how that worked. I thought he's giving a public confession. That public confession can be used, absolutely.
Now, in addition to that, you are in another room, and you do not want to be seen by Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
In fact, Mr. Kading, Detective Kading, former Detective Kading, is also not present because he does not want to be seen by Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
And so, in essence, as you're sitting there listening to the conversation, you're telling the person information that's specific to the 2008 recording.
Yes, I'm going. I know when that he knows more to a question that he hasn't answered yet, or if there's another way to phrase a question that might help.
Now, in
But I
addition,
can tell you sorry to cut you off, but most of the questions were written in advance. I only offered up maybe a half dozen total across 2 interviews of additional questions.
yeah, so let's make sure we understand, because we're not in the room and there's no cameras. As we're listening to the recording, there's another voice that's on the recording, sometimes talking about getting a Diet Coke.
Shout out to Big Will
something
Wallace in the
like,
building.
this is great. Is that you?
No, there were a couple other. It depended on when people came and went from that office, and it was different people in there on different days. It was just employees of the production company or other contractors that were on that show.
And in addition to that, while you're sitting there, you're having these conversations about Mr. Davis.
All right, guys, it looks like we're going to have to take a break from that for a minute. We'll get back into it unless something crazier happens during the lunch break. But it looks like court is in session. Let me shout out a couple more people and we'll get into it. We got Big Will Wallace up in here sending in a super sticker. Thank you, Will Wallace, with the 2,500 jewels. Good Lord. Oh, we got to do. Will Wallace going crazy over there. He dropped the, what is that? What does it say? A beach dog? Oh, that's crazy. Shout out to Will. That's amazing. Thank you. We've got Amy over there also with the dog treat. Thank you, Amy. Sending in the 5 jewels. All right. Kitty Cat says he cooked this man so bad yesterday. I've watched a lot of trials. I have not seen an attorney get cooked like that in a while, especially by a witness. Good grease. I mean, it has to have been since Simone Hilton got cooked by Woody, but even that, I mean, that wasn't as bad as this guy. Sheesh. Let's go ahead and get into the court coverage. Looks like they're ready to start. Let's see what we're getting into today. Keffe D walking in with the funeral suit part 3. Jeez. He's over there doing his thing. Shout out to Keffe D. And attorney Michael Sands has the blue suit on today. I like that tie. I like the suit. And I need to ask y'all, let's get the poll in this chat going. Let me see. I got to find out who you guys think is winning right now. Now, obviously, the defense has not had an opportunity to present its case, but well, there's been some good points made by the defense, some good points made by the defense. We'll have to wait and see. So who is winning the trial? Now typing in all caps.
On record in State versus Davis, C377.
Here we go.
Anything we need to address before bringing in the jury? State?
Not from the state.
No.
That's okay, perfect. I think he's lining up the jury, so we'll bring them in as soon as they're ready.
I'm surprised Keffe didn't have anything to say. Like, they keep bringing up the fact that I snitched. They keep telling people I'm a snitch, and then it keeps affecting my personal life. Man, get out of here. Can't be called a snitch if you don't talk. Am I right? My mom's getting harassed at the grocery store because people are saying I snitched. I mean, come on, man. Yeah, thank you to Amy for reminding me. Y'all make sure you go check out the 99 Block Discord. Link is in the description. Or you can go to discord.gg/99blockjmsw. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, he got super cooked. Deep fried. Hibachi. Shout out to Will Wallace with the super sticker. Wow.
So the party stipulates the presence of the jury.
Yes, sure.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Always good to see you. We are still in the state's case in chief. So who is your next witness going to be?
Your Honor, it's going to be Malcolm Greenidge. I believe he's just cleared due.
Okay.
Who's Malcolm Greenridge?
We'll bring Mr. Greenidge in as soon as he makes it up the elevator.
I have a feeling this is somebody who does not want to be there to testify. We'll have to see.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name Malcolm, MALCOLM, GREENIDGE.
Here we go.
Last name.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Greenidge. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Greenidge.
Good morning.
Sir, is it fair to say that you were initially resistant to attending court?
That is fair.
There
In
we
fact,
go.
We had to get a compelling order to get you to come here. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so you're here because a court in California ordered you to come here.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur. Did you know Mr. Shakur?
I did.
How did you know him?
He was a childhood friend, a family member, big brother,
Dang.
mentor. The list
Rest in
goes
peace.
on and on.
Allegedly.
Is it also fair to say that you guys work professionally together?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
I had a dream to be a rapper. Mr. Shakur saw something in me, and he agreed to, help me make that dream come true. So I was in a group called Outlaws.
And is it fair to say that the Outlaws produced a number of CDs with Mr. Shakur and outside of Mr. Shakur as well?
We did release an album with Mr. Shakur.
I'm going to direct your attention to the weekend of September 1996, specifically September 7th of 1996. Did you come out here to Las Vegas?
Yes, we did.
Why?
It was a Mike Tyson fight out here that we were supposed to attend, and then there was a party performance afterwards.
What vehicle did you come here in?
We came here in the Lexus. It was Kadada Jones's car.
And who was Kadada Jones to Tupac Shakur at
She
that
was
time?
Tupac's fiance at the time.
Did Tupac drive in with you, or did he drive
He
separately?
did. He drove with us.
In the same vehicle?
Yes.
Where were you staying?
Where did we stay?
Yeah.
In Las Vegas?
Yeah.
We stayed at the Luxor.
And did any other members of your rap group, the Outlaws, come as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Who came?
Two more of my childhood friends, Raphael Fuller and Katari Cox.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
Why?
Well, during that day, Tupac was gambling, enjoying Vegas. He made some money when we got back to the hotel. He said, we're going to go change. I'm going to call y'all when I'm ready. And we're going to go to the fight. And we never got that phone call.
So you ended up staying at the Luxor.
No.
What did you end up doing?
We ended up trying to meet up with Mr. Shakur. We knew where the fight was at, obviously. So when we didn't get the phone call, we just left to go, get with him.
Now, there's a video, which I'm sure you're familiar with, of the incident between Mr. Shakur and other members of his group that were at the fight and somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you there during any of that?
No.
You sure about that?
Did you at some point leave the MGM and go back to the Luxor?
Yes. We never really made it into the MGM. As we were approaching the MGM, Tupac and Suge was coming out.
So, and then did you leave with Tupac and Suge and everybody that was leaving the MGM?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned a concert or performance that was supposed to happen later that night. Was that at Club 662?
Yes,
At some point, do you leave to go to Club 662?
we do.
What vehicle did you go to Club 662 in?
The same car I drove to Vegas in.
And that was that Lexus?
Correct.
Was Tupac in the car with you then?
No.
What car was Tupac in?
Tupac was riding in the car with Suge Knight.
And who was Suge Knight to you? How did you know who Suge was?
He was the CEO of the label that Tupac Shakur was signed to.
And was that Death Row Records?
Correct.
Was
There
there,
you
were you aware of there being more than 2 cars? Were there a number of cars headed towards Club 662?
There was a caravan of cars. How many? I don't know.
And position-wise, where were you relative to Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight's car?
Right behind them.
Now, I'm going to take you to the shooting. While you're stopped at the lights on Flamingo and Koval, does something happen?
Yes.
Do you notice a vehicle pull up next to Mr. Shakur or Mr. Knight's vehicle?
But yeah.
Can you tell us what you see?
We were at a light. Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight was talking to some young ladies. We couldn't hear what they was talking about. When those young ladies pulled off, another car pulled up and started shooting at Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a light-colored white Cadillac.
And do you recall, was it a 2-door or 4-door?
It was a 4-door.
And when you saw the shooting, did somebody get out of the car and start shooting, or were they shooting from inside the vehicle?
The shots came from inside the vehicle.
And was it from the front or back seat?
It was from the back seat.
And did you see the arm or the gun or anything like that?
The arm and the gun attached to that arm.
And were you able to make an assessment of whether the person whose arm was out was white, Asian, Hispanic, or African American in terms
From
of...
my vantage point, they appeared to be African American.
What's your reaction when you see the shots?
I'm horrified.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I asked this question. Who was in the Lexus with you at that point?
Security, Frank Alexander, Yafel Fula, and Katari Cox.
So 2 of the fellow members of the Outlaws, and then a security guard named Frank Alexander.
Right.
What do you guys do in the immediate aftermath of the shooting?
We started to get out of the car to go check on Tupac. And, yeah, that's what we did.
Do all of you make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car?
No.
Does anybody make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car? What happens?
Suge pulled off, made a U-turn.
Or do you guys follow them, or do you drive off someplace else?
No, we followed them.
And that's why do you guys have to make a U-turn to follow them? Does Mr. Knight's car stop ultimately at an intersection?
It does.
What happened? Are you following him to that intersection?
We were.
What happens when you stop at that intersection?
We get out of the car to go check on Tupac.
And are you able to make it to Tupac's vehicle?
No.
Why not?
When we approached the car, Mr. Shakur said to me, get on the ground, they're going to shoot you. And when I turned around, there was a shotgun in my face.
And who was holding the shotgun?
Police officer.
So what do you do?
I got on the ground.
Were you able to observe any of the injuries to Mr. Shakur at that time?
I could not see the injuries to Mr. Shakur.
Were you able to see any of the injuries to Mr. Knight?
His head appeared to be bleeding.
And how is it that you were able to see Mr. Knight's injuries?
Because he was out of the car asking for help for Tupac.
So then you're at basically the wrong end of a shotgun from a police officer and on the ground. How long are you in that situation for?
It seemed like forever.
Are you able to observe the events that are going around you?
I can hear.
And what do you see? Does medical ultimately arrive to help Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight? And are they transported away from the scene?
Correct.
And then at some point, are you asked by police officers to give a statement?
I am.
And do you give a statement?
I I do.
And do you, it's fair to say, or is it fair to say, that you weren't able to see the faces of the people in the Cadillac?
That's correct.
And so you couldn't identify who was there, who was in the car?
Silhouettes.
I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been previously admitted as grand jury exhibit number 150. Do you recognize any of the folks in this picture?
I recognize 2 of them.
Okay, and there's a mouse there right next to you. Don't click on it, but if you can drag it to the people you recognize and tell us who they are.
Naming names.
That's me. That's Katari Cox.
And Katari Cox was one of the other artists who was part of your...
Correct.
One thing that that's come up, you've obviously, in the 30 years of losing your friend and family member, Mr. Shakur, I'm sure you've been exposed to a lot of the rumors or innuendo associated with his passing. Is that fair to say?
I've heard it all.
Okay. One of the things is that Mr. Shakur was upset with the situation at death row. Have you heard that?
I have.
And was Mr. Shakur somebody that you had spent a lot of time with professionally and personally?
Correct.
Was he somebody that would tell you what his plans were and whether or not he was upset with his current situation or
We
not?
shared a lot.
Did he share with you what his plans were, professional plans were, proceeding from the release of the Machiavelli album?
He wanted to get his label started, Machiavelli Records. He wanted to put out the Outlaws album that we was working on. It was supposed to be distributed by Death Row Records. And he was in talks with Quincy Jones.
What's up, Ducky?
To do some business with Quincy.
So Mr. Shakur's plan was to imprint his own record company, but have it distributed by Death Row Records.
That's what he told us.
Seal passes.
Cross-examination, Mr.
Oh, that was quick.
Mr. Greenwich, thank you for being here today.
Did you see Keffe D?
Just
That's what it's
with
gonna.
regards to the last thing the state had asked you, the work that Mr. Shakur was going to do with Quincy Jones, that involve Death Row Records?
No.
So it was work that he was going to do on his own, like maybe movies and a few other things with Quincy Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that's only just for the record. Now, in terms of the Death Row label, do you know whatever happened with that label? The business itself?
I think it's still going to this day.
And in terms of the label, do you know who's currently on it?
Do I know who's currently on it?
Yes, sir.
I do.
At the time of when Tupac was killed, who was on the label at that particular point?
It was a lot of artists.
Well, give us the ones that you...
Snoop Dogg, The Dog Pound, Lady of Rage, Tupac, MC Hammer.
So,
They
for
were
instance,
doing
with
it.
Snoop Dogg, did he at some point, is he still currently on the label as far as you know?
Is he currently on the label?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what label Snoop Dogg is on.
Okay. And I'm sure MC Hammer hasn't made any albums lately, right?
That I cannot say yes or no to it either. I don't pay that much attention.
Now, so your testimony here today is that you drove into town with Tupac, Tupac's fiance, and somebody else in a Lexus. Is that a yes?
That's correct.
And that would have been, what day was that exactly? The day of the fight, the day before?
That was the day of the fight.
So, so you arrived into Las Vegas with the morning of Saturday? The fight's on Saturday?
It was late afternoon.
Okay. And the intention was that you all, including Mr. Shakur, would be staying at the Luxor.
That's correct.
Now, you're not at the fight, and at some point you're notified by somebody that you're going to get picked up by people to leave the Luxor. Is that how it worked?
No.
Okay, can you please explain that for me again, please?
We just left the hotel once we knew Mr. Shakur had left.
I see. And so you left the hotel, meaning you left in the Lexus?
No. We
Well, how
left
did
on
you-
foot.
You left on foot. Now, when you left on foot from the Luxor, was that after the fight?
I don't know if the fight was over or not. We don't know if the fight is over or not. We're just on our way
And
to
where?
meet with Mr. Shakur
Okay. And where did you go to meet with Mr. Shakur?
at the MGM where the fight was.
Okay. And did you arrive at the MGM at some point?
Yes, we did.
Did you meet up with Mr. Shakur at the MGM?
Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight were coming out as we were going in.
Okay. And when you say coming out, we're talking about coming out of the property itself.
Correct.
So, and when that happened, what did you do next?
We turned around and started going back the other way, back to the Luxor.
All right. So you all returned back to the Luxor.
Correct.
And was there a plan at that particular point to do anything?
Get dressed.
And what was the purpose of getting dressed?
Mr. Shakur had a performance to do that night.
I see. And do you know where the performance was?
It was at Club 662.
Okay. And do you know where the location of Club 662 is?
I do not.
All right. So everyone got dressed in their separate rooms? Yes?
Correct.
And then you came back down and you were picked up by somebody, or did you just drive your own vehicle?
We were in a Lexus that was belonged to Kadada Jones. Tupac Shakur and Suge was in Suge's car.
All right. And you said there was a caravan of vehicles. I think the question was asked, do you know how many vehicles was in that caravan that came through the Luxor?
I do not.
That's a good question.
All right. But in terms of where you were in relation to Suge's vehicle, how many vehicles back were you from Suge's vehicle?
We were directly behind him.
I see. And then when you leave the Luxor, where did you go next?
We went to go head to Club 662. That was what I was told where we were going.
Okay. But did you eventually end up over at Suge's residence? Suge's
Yeah.
residence? Okay. So even though you said, okay, we're going to go to Club 662, ultimately, you actually went to Suge's residence first.
Correct.
All right. And do you know what the reason was for that?
I don't.
Detour? But, and fair to say, since you've been to his residence, it's a gated community?
I don't remember how we got in. I don't remember if it was gated or not.
Okay. And when, but you were there at Suge's residence, and at some point the caravan leaves Suge's residence and then starts heading towards 662.
Correct.
All right. Now, on the moment of the shooting, your testimony is you saw what you believe to be a white, was it a white Cadillac?
Correct.
Now, do you recall giving a statement to police officers that same morning or so that you thought it was either going to be a white or cream-colored Cadillac? You didn't know for sure?
I don't remember what my statement was 30 years ago.
So would a review of your statement help refresh your recollection as to what you told the detective that night?
If you have that available.
Just one moment, please.
Of course.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
May I have leave to wander the courtroom freely?
Sure.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you this statement here. Just read it to yourself, just in that page right there. I'm just telling you when you're done. Okay. Does that help your refresh your recollections, what you told police officers that night?
Yeah, it's similar to what I just said earlier.
Yeah. And that is, you said it was a light-colored when the question was asked, what color was it? White, I would say light. I'm not even going to say white. I'm going to say a light colored Cadillac.
Correct.
But once again, it's something that obviously in that sort of scenario would come off as either white or light colored, right?
It's at night.
Yeah. In addition to that, when you observed the driving conduct of Suge in the BMW, he made a U-turn and went back onto Las Vegas Boulevard.
I don't know where he was going. That's where he ended up.
Okay. And so at some point you all stopped because he stops.
Right.
And you get out of your vehicle to render aid to Tupac.
No, it wasn't to render aid. It was to see how he was doing.
Okay. And so when you approach Tupac, at that particular point, he warns you and says, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're down, get on the ground, they're going to shoot you. Is that a yes?
Correct.
Dang.
And that would have been because right behind you were police officers with a shotgun.
Yeah, you hear that, Ducky?
Now, you're kept at the scene for some time, and we see a picture of you sitting on the ground, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many other of the caravan vehicles were present at the time that you had stopped at the final location where Tupac was at?
I do not.
Was it the same amount as what you had in the beginning when everyone was going to Shook's residence?
I could not tell you.
I have no further questions, John.
Okay, and then
Thank you.
redirect Mr. Paul.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are there any questions for this witness? Please raise your hand if you have any. All right, seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, we do have one, sorry. Jumped the gun on that. Can I have the parties approach?
All right, let's see what this question is from the jury. What are y'all thinking? No doubts who was driving and what they were driving. That's true. That's true. That's true. The back seat did it, and Keffe D had no knowledge. What? Yep. Do we even know if he was there? It's a good question.
All right, Mr. Greenwich, I have a question from one of our jurors for you. Were shots ever fired from your crew toward the attackers?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that state? Defense.
You know, just for clarification, sir, when we say crew, I'm going to ask you just in general, any of the vehicles in the caravan, do you know if any of those vehicles shot at the vehicle that was the light-colored or white?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, now you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Greenwich. All right. Steve, who's your next witness?
Jeff Scott.
Yeah, I don't know what he was stressing about.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jeffrey Scott, Jeffrey.
We got a police officer in here.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. DeJocono, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Man, they need some
Sir, how are
WD-40
you?
on that door.
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
What does that mean you do for a living?
I respond to crime scenes and I document them using notes and photography, recover and impound evidence, and write reports based on the notes and the photographs.
I direct your attention to July 17th of 2023. Did you respond to an address at 2204 Mapleshade Street in Henderson, Nevada?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of you responding there?
I was responding there to document a search warrant,
What shift were you working?
swing shift.
And so Were you the only CSA that worked that scene that night?
I was the only one there when I arrived, but then I was relieved later on by members of the grave shift.
You've since looked at, have you since looked at all the photographs that were taken that night?
Yes, I have.
And some of them are yours and some of them are theirs, correct?
Yes.
We're going to approach.
You can also wander the courtroom freely, Mr. DiGiacomo.
Thank you. First set I'm going to show you is state's proposed 193 through 107. Just flip through those and see if you can determine are any of those your photographs, or at least do they fairly accurately depict the location of the search warrant.
Mr. DiGiacomo, can you clarify for us which numbers you're introducing? You had said 193 to 107.
I'm having them just look at 193 to 107.
So 107 to 193.
No, I'm sorry, 93 to 107.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize
That part was
one.
very confused.
Most of these are clearly not mine, not the photographs that I took, but a couple of them might be. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, he's over there struggling, Ducky.
Let me ask you this. Is that what the front of the residence looked like?
Yes.
And so it accurately reflects what the front of the residence looks like.
Yes.
Move to admit 93, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Stamps?
No, you're not.
That'll be admitted.
And then the only really other question that I have for you as that relates to 95.
You're moving through them
do you
today.
know if that's yours or the CSA that followed after you?
That's hard to tell.
Okay.
I probably took a similar photograph.
Okay. And same as 94.
That one I'm pretty sure is not mine.
So I'm just going to move to admit 93 and 95. Well, 93 is in. Move 95 in.
Any objection to 95?
No, Your Honor, and just for the record, I won't object to the admission of the photographs that were taken at that particular scene by either forensic analyst, just to move the process along.
So then the others will be admitted via stipulation. So that would be 94 and then 96 through 107?
Correct.
Okay. Those will be admitted via stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Thank you.
Now within that garage, showing you 155, there was a Dodge Caravan, Dodge Charger.
Challenger.
Challenger.
Yes.
And does that accurately reflect that Dodge Challenger?
Yes.
Showing you 156, does that accurately reflect an item of evidence that you collected out of that?
Yes, it does.
And then 157 through 159. Take a look at those. Is that the 3 sheets of paper that you collected out of that?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'll move to admit, I know he doesn't object, but 155 through 159.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Okay. Those will be admitted.
I'm going to go through the photographs with someone else, but you did collect a single piece of evidence before you were relieved. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state's proposed exhibit number 138. Take a look at that.
Yes. This is the package in which I impounded those pieces of paper.
And then we've had some discussions of packaging, so I'm not going to go through all that, but that's your seal on the back?
I guess it is.
And with the exception of the slice that the defense, the clerk, and I put in this, it's in substantially the same or similar condition as when you impounded it.
There's an additional
Is it additional
date,
cutting?
and I think, yeah, it looks like somebody maybe cut the top and then resealed it.
And if I were to tell you that was on 4/23/26, does that look accurate to you?
Yes,
If you open this, you'd expect to find those 3 pieces of paper you photographed, right?
I would.
Showing you what's been marked as 138A. Are those 3 pieces of paper?
Yes.
Move to admit 138 and 138A.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Thank you. For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to show just those last set of pictures of the Dodge Charger in the garage. So let's start with 155. You tell me what we're looking at here.
That's a photograph from the right rear
That's interesting.
section of the Dodge Challenger.
Challenger, sorry, I keep calling it a Charger. Dodge Challenger. And that's parked in the garage area of the residence on Maple Shade.
Yes, it is.
156. That's the location of those 3 pieces of paper you collected.
Yes.
And then 157. And I'll zoom in here. Is that the front page?
Yes, it is.
Without going too much into it, this appears to be a description of an episodic series.
Yes.
158. Oops. Well, generally speaking, page 2 is a ledger that has costs and those type of things.
Yes, page 2 and 3 were was like a budget for the series.
And that's going to lead me just to 159. Appears the total budget was slightly under $1 million.
That's correct.
Dang.
Thank you, Judge. I have no more questions. I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination by you, Mr. Snack.
Thank you. Sir, just real quick, for the order, what's episodic? What does that mean?
Episodic?
Yeah.
To me, it means occurring occasionally or regularly.
And that's what you saw on that first piece of paper, right?
Yes.
And your testimony here today really is that you located that piece of paper and you captured it as part of your experience and training as a crime scene analyst.
The detectives executing the search warrant located it and then had me come photograph it, and then I impounded it.
Okay, and just for the jury so they understand what your role is typically in a search warrant is that you're summoned to the scene to conduct an investigation or at least a search of an area based upon what the detective or primary officer tells you is the intent of the search, but you also do your own search as well. Fair?
It depends on the type of call, how much direction that I'll be given, or I'll be doing it myself.
And with regard to this particular situation and this specific search, you were apprised prior to the search warrant being executed that this was going to happen on this particular day?
Yes.
And so the meeting that typically takes place where you arrive on a scene where a crime had just been committed, where everyone sort of gathers around, they have a conversation of what they're trying to look for. That meeting took place before the knock on the door and the execution of the search warrant.
Yes.
Now, in this regard, you understood that what you were going to do was walk in to look for certain things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
Make sure y'all like the
Tell
video.
jury what things you were looking for of evidentiary value.
I didn't have a list of items that we were looking for. I just knew that I was there to document whatever was recovered.
And the document that we just saw here, that was something that you did not locate, one of the detectives did in this case.
That's correct.
Now, do you recall who the primary detective was that was responsible for that search warrant?
Detective Mogg.
Cliff Mark?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Were there any other detectives on scene besides Cliff Mark?
There were several, but I don't remember their names.
Right.
Long
Now,
time ago.
With regards to what you do as a crime scene analyst, fair to say that you are operating under a search warrant.
Yes.
And a search warrant is a document that allows for law enforcement to go into someone's residence to look around.
That's correct.
And in this particular regard, though, as a crime scene analyst, you're not the one who actually applies for a search warrant, right?
I did not.
That would be something that would go through, in this case, the primary detective for this particular search.
Yes.
That would have been Detective Bond.
Yes.
Now, in regards to what you were doing in this case, you searched what parts of the house, if you can recall?
I photographed the entire house. I did not search. Again, I was there to document what the detectives found in their search.
Okay, and in your training and experience, do you have a Now, sir, your work on this case, when you say you photographed the house, that was prior to the search of each particular room and area, right?
It was after the officers had cleared the residence, and then I came in and I took all my photographs. And then the detectives executed the search warrant and they searched, and then I did follow-up photographs based on what they found.
You did follow photographs.
Yes.
Now, and once again, for the jury, since we weren't there, the photographs you take at the beginning is each room as you find it.
Yes.
And then the photographs that are taken after the search is each room as you find it as well.
I didn't photograph the entire house again. I photographed the items that the detectives located, wanted me to photograph, and then some items I impounded and some items I did not.
Gotcha. And in terms of your photography, was there another crime scene analyst that arrived on scene that took additional pictures outside of the ones that you did?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
There were three members from Graveyard. It was King, Fellabom, and she was Finn at the time, but she's West now.
Okay. And those are the crime scene analysts that would have taken pictures of how each room looked like after the search.
I'm not sure what they did.
Did you take any photographs of any bins of photographs found at the scene?
I don't recall taking photographs of the contents of bins.
Let me just show you here. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Get it together, Michael.
Your Honor, just for the record, it's already been admitted as evidence, and this is State's Exhibit, thank you for the State's Exhibit number 100. I could just publish that for the jury.
You may.
I'm sorry, we're going to start with 99 first. So this is State's Exhibit number 99. Do you recall taking this particular photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay, that would have been another crime scene analyst.
Probably.
All right, and then I'm not going to show you the next one. I'm assuming it's the same thing. Outside of the photographs that we mentioned here, what else did you do in the course and scope of your duties as a crime scene analyst on this particular night?
That was it. I photographed the scene. I took notes. I recovered the one item, which was the 3 pieces of paper, and that was it.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions of the witness, Your Honor.
All right, there you go.
Any redirect, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Not from the state.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay.
So we're going to get into the jury questions next. Thank you to everyone who's in here. In here strong, all 1,300 of y'all. Please like the video, guys. Likes are looking pretty good, though. Half of y'all like the video, so thank you so much to everybody who's done that. Here we go with the jury question.
All right, Mr. Scott, question from one of our jurors. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Could you repeat that?
I can't.
Good question.
What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Not sure I fully understand the question. I wasn't expecting to find anything. I was just there to respond and document and photograph what the detectives were interested in.
Okay.
And I don't really understand the second part of the question.
Mr. DiGiacomo, any follow-up?
No.
Mr. Sampson, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott. You are free to go.
Interesting.
State who's your next witness.
Stevie Phillip.
He said, I was just doing my job, man. Leave me alone. Good question. Now make sure your mics are muted.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Stevie, S-T-E-A-V-I-E. Last name is Felabom, F-E-L-A-B-O-M.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with LVMPD.
Okay.
We just heard from Jeff Scott. Do you have similar qualifications and backgrounds as Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Were you the relief crime scene analyst that responded to 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson?
Yes, sir.
And did you document with your own photographs, but also reviewed all of the photographs taken at that crime scene prior to your testimony here today?
Yes.
I'm going to go through some of those photographs here and start with 93. What are we looking at? Oop. Thank you, Jessica. So, not that you'll need it for this one, but that mouse up there can allow you to point. It just don't click it, okay? What is this?
I guess we'll find out what they were looking for at the house.
I guess we should go, I'll do 95 first. 95. What does this appear to be?
The northeast master bedroom.
And then 94 is a shot from the opposite direction.
Yes.
Sitting on top of that case over here, there appears to be a container for a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Yes.
96. What are we looking at?
That's going to be the dresser on the opposite side of the same bedroom.
And at the bottom here,
There were several books pulled out when I arrived.
one of them is Compton Street Legend, one of them is Murder Rap, the last one is The Confused Mind of a Drug Dealer.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
edition, 097. Was there a Vibe magazine?
Yes.
Did you wind up collecting the Compton Street Legend and the Vibe magazine?
Yes, sir.
Now in the garage, 098, there were 2 bins,
Yes.
and when those bins were opened, 100, oh, I bet you this is 99 first. Try 99. Looked like a number of personal effects that were kept in those.
Yes, sir.
And number 100. Bottom one also had a bunch of personal effects.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to those 2 containers at the scene?
The detectives recovered them.
So detectives took those 2 bins and left the scene with them.
Correct.
This is exhibit number 101. What are we looking at here?
That was a jacket in one of the closets.
And on the left, well, I guess we'll zoom in just a little bit. Okay. On the left side, it looks like it says Reg 64 trays, and on the right side it says Keffe D.
Yes.
Interesting. That's weird.
And then if we skip to 103, the back of it says Southside City of Compton.
Yes.
After you collect an item, do you photograph it either at the scene or back at the lab?
Yes.
Showing you 104.
That is a lot of photos.
What are you looking at?
That's the photograph that I took of the Compton Street Legend book once I had recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And then 105.
It's the back of the same book.
106.
That's the copy of the Vibe magazine after I recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And 107.
It's the date and barcode on the cover.
So it looks like the November 96 edition of the Vibe magazine.
Correct.
Oh, ma'am. Previously opened off keys, but let me show you. State's proposed exhibit number 148. Is that your evidence package from that night?
Yes.
And among what else you recovered, would you expect to find both the book and the Vibe magazine inside there had it still been sealed?
Yes.
Well, let me start first with the Vibe magazine. This is State's proposed exhibit number 140. And which is, you recognize the bag on the outside?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the identifying information that we put on interior packages to include the event number, my P number and initials, the date that it was recovered, and the item number.
And then I'm going to show you now 140A. What is that?
That looks like the Vibe magazine that I recovered.
So that's the actual Vibe magazine that you end up recovering out of that house.
If it came from that package, yes.
Move to admit 140A.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
I'm going to show you the outside of this. This is, 139. Do you recognize that?
Yes, same identifying information, listing it as my item number too.
And then if you pull that item out, what would you expect to find?
The Compton Street Legend book.
Showing it to you. 139A. Does that appear to be the book?
Yes.
And I want to show you, you took pictures of the front and the back.
Correct.
The back has no picture on it, right?
No photograph, no.
Okay, it just has some words.
Yes.
And then if you flip through this entire book, there's no interior pictures in this book. Does that seem accurate?
Yes, sir.
Because I moved in 148, correct?
Any objection?
Oh, I think I did move
They already moved in. Okay, thank you.
I think the rest of this, we've agreed we're not going to move in. So
Understood.
I would pass this.
You may cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have no objection to all of them. Yeah, I don't have an objection.
Miss,
You think that's why he changed it from Keffe D to Keffe D?
how long have you been a
Interesting.
crime scene analyst?
About 9 years.
And during that time period, these kinds of searches would be standard operating procedure for you.
Consistent with the detectives, yes.
Yeah. And once again, with regard to your training experience, when you are conducting this kind of investigation, you're looking for things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the evidentiary value part, though, is dependent upon what you learn at the scene from the primary officer or the detective that's conducting the search.
Correct.
And so whatever you're doing is within the parameters that they're asking for.
Yes.
Now, in this case, we've seen some pictures of some books and a jacket. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on scene, you were on scene for the later half or the latter half of the search.
Yes.
You weren't there for the beginning part of the search.
No, sir.
So the photographs you took are photographs that were of the areas and the rooms in the house after the search had been conducted.
Yes.
Fair to say, of course, is that each room was in disarray.
The search had already been started, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you don't know what they look like prior to you arriving on scene, but definitely after, there's things strewn around.
Yes, sir.
In your 9 years of experience as a crime scene analyst, when officers are conducting a search, they typically will be as thorough as they can be to look through everything in an area.
Yes.
Do they ever return those things back to how they found it before they entered into say, the room or the house?
I would say it depends on the level to which they've moved everything. If the entire closet's been empty, they don't typically put everything back.
They do not typically put everything back?
Not typically, no, sir.
Okay, so you don't have any photographs that you took after everything was over where the room was put back into place, how these police officers found it?
I have photos immediately before we left the residence after they'd finished searching, but not with everything placed as officers found it.
I see. And so what you were documenting basically was, for lack of a better word, the thoroughness of each police officer's search of each room.
The state that we left it in when we were clearing, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, some of the things that we were shown in this case, did you ever at any point find electronics or were asked to take pictures of electronics at the residence?
I believe the only electronic item I photoed was a laptop in the shed. All of the others were photoed by CSA Scott.
Okay. But as far as you know and what you recall, there were electronics found at the house, like say, I don't know, iPads and laptops, that kind of thing.
Laptops, definitely. I'm not sure what other types.
But you're not the crime scene analyst that would have captured that and put that into evidence?
I didn't recover the laptop itself, no, sir.
Okay. And as far as you know, do you know how many electronics were in the house when you were there?
I don't.
Do you know whose responsibility that would have been?
Whoever was in charge of the search warrant, they had it listed on the return.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, a return is a document that's left at the house or the area to notify the owner that certain items were taken as a result of the search.
Yes, sir.
So it's almost like a receipt.
Yes.
And your job really stops with regards to the actual search itself. You don't do anything further when you go back to your office with Metro or anything like that.
Aside from impounding whatever I recover, no, sir.
Okay.
What did they find?
And just for our edification, when something's impounded, the concern, of course, is to maintain what's called chain of custody, right? Meaning that if you find something on scene, you want to make
Here
sure
we go.
that
He's about to get the
that
police.
is exactly how it was as you found it at the scene and not molested or changed or anything like that.
Correct.
So sometimes, like in other investigations, you might have gloves on to protect you from transferring DNA or fingerprints onto the actual item of interest.
I'm usually always wearing gloves, but yes, different DNA considerations depending
So
on that.
when you're telling us that you went back to make sure that certain items were impounded, items that you had taken and put it into an evidence baggie?
Yes, sir.
You took that to the evidence vault.
I would have sealed it, and then we have a temporary hold that's locked, so I would have sealed it with all the identifying information and then placed it in that hold, and an evidence technician would have continued the chain of custody.
And in terms of sealing it, you have a certain tape, color of tape that you would put on the opening of the packaging to indicate that it's been sealed by you.
Yes, sir. Ours is red, and then I sign that with my initials and the date that I'm sealing it.
I see. And then do you put your initials on the actual tape itself or somewhere on the tape side of the...
Across the tape and the package, so if it's moved, it's evident.
Okay. And now, at some point in the future, if someone comes along, they can go into that evidence vault and remove your package out, right?
If they check it out, yes, sir.
And if they were to open it, they would have to open it from some other side of the packaging.
Typically, yes.
And then when they seal it, to return it back to the evidence vault, they would actually put a different type of tape on it to indicate that it came from somewhere else.
I've seen red and blue used, so depending on the circumstance, yes.
Okay. Now, the bins of photographs that we see in the pictures, and I think this is State's Exhibit number 199. Sorry.
Keffe D, Potato-y. He had a bunch of names.
Showing you what's been marked in already as State's Exhibit number 100. This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes.
Did you rifle through or look through those photographs to see what was in them?
I did not know.
That would have been somebody else's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
You're just there to take a picture of what was in it.
Yes, sir.
Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 99. Is this the other bin that was in the garage that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, these are bins that you are directed to by detectives to take pictures of.
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 98. Do you see over here on the top right, these are the two bins over here that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you see this bin over here?
Yes.
Did you ever take a picture of what was inside that bin?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So the what we have in terms of evidence in this case would have been the State's Exhibit number 99 and 100, but not Exhibit number 98.
I'm sorry, what's your question, sir?
Meaning that we have the open bins for, this would be 99 and 100, but not for this particular bin over here.
As far as items recovered, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you, if I may approach your honor,
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibits F through W, UU. If you could just look through those photographs real quick. And just kind of remember it.
Judge, I told Ms. Stamp I'd stick with the initial F through G.
Okay. Do you want to just have them admitted then at this time?
You might want to still review them.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the evidence I was wondering about. This is going to really help the prosecution with their case. So much uncertainty.
I believe these are a mixture of both mine and CSA Scott's photos
Okay.
from inside the residence, but they're consistent
All right.
with the residence.
And just with regards to the record, this has been admitted by stipulation between the state and the defense, and that would be Defense Exhibit F through Defense Exhibit UU.
They will now be admitted.
It will now be admitted?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honor. All right, and just for our edification, Sean, you just for a couple photographs here, this would be Defense Exhibit G. Sure you can see what we're talking about. This would have been a photograph taken after the search of the house.
I believe so, yes.
Defense Exhibit I, as in Isaac, is that another photograph taken after the search of the house?
That appears so, yes.
This is Defense Exhibit J, another photograph taken.
Yes.
Along with that, this is Defense Exhibit K, another photograph.
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit L,
Yes.
Defense Exhibit M.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Another
Anything further
witness
by the
down.
city?
I'm going through them quick.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, Ms. Feldbaum, you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us today. Say, who's your next witness?
Justine Gaddis.
All right. Before this witness testifies, you may hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a prior federal conviction, and gang affiliation. None of this is offered to show propensity to commit a crime, and you may not consider it for that purpose or any other purpose. It is only offered to establish credibility of statements made by defendant and motive and identity. All right, come on up.
And they asked for that yesterday. Jury instructions they asked about yesterday.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Justine, Justine, Gaddis, Gatus.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Duane.
And how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long you been with Metro?
Coming up on 20 years. I've been in homicide for over 8.
Thank you, Amy, for the super
Can you
sticker.
describe how homicide is set up at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
So we have 4 teams that work active calls. Each team has 6 detectives, and each of those 6, basically, we kind of rotate all throughout the entire bay of detectives for who gets the next call in order as it just kind of comes down the line.
Back in 2023, were you assigned to a particular squad?
Yes, I was.
And who was your sergeant?
Back then it was Igor DeCaro.
Is he still your sergeant today?
Yes, he is.
And on your squad, was there a person by the name of Cliff Mogg?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did you become aware that he was investigating the Tupac Shakur homicide?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2023. Were you present during the execution of the search warrant at the residence?
Yes, I was.
And while you were present for that search warrant, were there 2 bins located? I'm going to put up Stacy's Exhibit 98. Were there 2 bins located?
Yes, sir.
What happened to those 2 bins?
Those bins were collected and transported to Metro headquarters and ultimately impounded. Or, I'm sorry, the bins themselves were ultimately released back.
At Metro headquarters, those bins were searched,
Yes.
certain items were removed,
Yes.
and then those bins were returned.
Correct.
And then who impounded the items that were taken out of that bin?
Detective Mogg.
When did Detective Mogg officially retire from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I want to say it was August. I know it was August of 23, but I think maybe August 12th of 2023.
And sometime after August 12th of 23 and September of 23, did you become aware that this case was indicted by the Clark County Grand Jury?
Yes, sir.
Were you and Sergeant DeCaro assigned a role to assist now investigator Mogg if he needed a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go through just some of those things. But on April 23rd of 2026, did you go to the evidence hall?
Yes, I did.
Who was with you at the evidence hall?
You and Mr. Banu, Igor DeCaro,
Nice.
Mike Samph, his investigator, Aaron Stanton, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, his female assistant partner.
Megan?
Yes.
Okay. Was Cliff Mogg there too?
Yes, he was.
And what was the purpose of us all going down to the vault?
To review the evidence that has been impounded for this case.
And were you the peace officer, you and Mr. DeCaro, the peace officers, or Sergeant DeCaro, sorry, the peace officers that were present for purposes of touching the evidence, opening the evidence, reviewing the evidence with the defense and the state?
Yep, and then I resealed the evidence. That's correct.
Show you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 132. Is that the original impound from Detective Mogg that we wound up opening and going through everything in?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go through all these. This one I'm going to do last because there's a lot. Showing you state's proposed exhibit number 135. Was that an item that was in this impound package?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 135.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit 136. Is that an item that was in there?
Yes, sir.
Now, state's proposed 134 is a package. It's a proposed package. Just want you to look through there. Were 134A, B, C, and D all within that package?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit, I guess I should do 134 and A through D so we have the package to keep in there.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
That'll be 134A, B, C, and D.
And one of those items, 134D, is a magazine about Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
There were some miscellaneous items collected, but I think we are all putting in 133, but I don't have a cover for 133. Madam Clerk, is there a cover for 133, or do we just have them separate? Oh, the back. Perfect. Something to keep it in. 133, I think, is technically the bag, but there's a Lakers ticket that's marked.
Yes.
That was in there?
Yes, sir.
133A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and L were all within this package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 133 and 133A through L.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And then lastly, was there this
Photo book, yeah.
photo book 137,
Yes.
and then were there a number of items that were inside this photo book?
Yes, sir.
And the clerk and the defense and I have had these marked as 137A through think the last one is you. If you want to briefly flip through those. Is 136 admitted? I believe I offered it.
Jeff? It's not. It is not.
I think you acknowledged this was in there.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 136.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
All of those were within this, call it scrapbook for lack of a better term.
Yes, sir.
So I want to go through some of these items, and if you can put it on the overhead. Ooh, that's bad. All right. This item 136.
Actually, I think we should put them here, because otherwise it's just going to slide.
A lot of this is because the integrity of the investigation is being questioned, obviously.
136 is actually what appears to be, well, it says an affidavit and a search warrant
Correct.
from the Compton PD.
Yes, sir.
And it appears that it's dated May 27th of 1997.
Correct.
It appears that it's at 1524 South California Ave in Compton.
Yes, sir.
And on the back, there is a handwritten return.
Yes, sir.
One of the items that was recovered, it says number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh.
Let's go through the items that were in the scrapbook, and then I just messed up their entire order, so I guess it doesn't matter which order. Let me just show some of the newspaper articles. So, State's Exhibit number 137H.
I'm sorry. You said 137?
137H. Did we?
I don't have that listed as just.
Can I offer everything 137 and 137A through you?
You listed it, but did you?
Yes.
It'll be admitted at this time.
Thank you.
No objection. Okay, perfect. By stipulation.
This appears to be an article about Mr. Shakur's death.
Yes, sir.
G. Another one about the death of Mr. Shakur, and this one's actually dated September 19th of 96.
Yes, sir.
U. Is another article that was found in there talking about Mr. Knight being kept in jail.
Yes, sir.
.137 appears to be a newspaper article about a bad rap for new artists.
That's correct.
.137B an article about Mr. Shakur being in a fight with the MGM.
Yes, sir.
One 137C. An article about a death row exec didn't leave, and this is from September 14th of 1996.
Yes, sir.
This one. This is 137D. I don't want to peel it back, but I guess we can peel that back. It appears to be the community mourns, and there's a picture of his death is going to send a strong message to the rap community. It looks like an art industry.
Yes, sir.
And if we, I don't know if I can zoom this in. It appears to be discussing the death of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
Bob said you need a detective to verify a news article.
137E. Star rapper Tupac Shakur badly wounded is a newspaper article.
That's correct.
And are you aware that Tupac Shakur died on September 13th?
Yes, sir.
So this appears to be prior to September 13th.
Yes, sir.
On 137F. Let me back out just a little bit. There's an article about police raids targeting or sparked by Tupac Shakur's death.
Yes.
And this one actually has a handwritten date that says 9/3 of 96.
10/3/96.
Oh, sorry, 10/3 of 96.
Yes, sir.
One 137I. You can probably read it without me pulling it out. This one is rappers and Muslims gather for peace, and it's dated September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
Oh, 137J. There's been an article titled Night related to Suge Knight.
Yes, sir.
Hold up to see the whole thing. 137K. It's an article entitled 22 Held in Shootings Possible Shakur Payback.
Yes, sir.
As well as another piece
I don't know
of
what these have to do with Keffe D
an
being
article,
there.
Complex Life Comes to an End.
That's correct.
And it looks like it discusses the death of Mr. Shakur on the back.
Yes, sir.
137L. This appears to be an article about the death of Biggie Smalls.
Yes, sir.
One 37A, or sorry, 37M. This one says, man who fought with Shakur on videotape is released.
Correct.
If we zoom in, it discusses the arrest of Orlando Anderson for a different crime, as well as discussion of retaliation in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
One 137N. There's an article about
They said
gangster rapper
slain.
former Notorious B.I.G. being slain.
Yes, sir.
One 137O. An article about gang ties suspected in villains.
Yes, sir.
One 137P. An article from September 16th, 1996, obviously related to Tupac.
Yes, sir.
One 137Q. This is about a rap lawyer's contending detective lie.
Yes, sir.
And it starts off with, they seek dismissal of judge's ruling in probation case saying Las Vegas investigator committed perjury about Marion Suge Knight's alleged role in the assault before Tupac Shakur slaying.
Yes, sir.
One 137R. This appears to be sort of a combination of both Biggie and Tupac's murder, but bullet-riddled rap is how it's titled.
That's correct.
And then it says, is the rivalry escalating despite so-called truce?
That's correct.
This was originally folded. Just a couple more, detective. 137S. An article entitled Living Dangerously.
Yes, sir.
And it appears, if you look really close at the bottom, this is from People magazine in September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
One 137T, the last on this one. An article entitled on March 10th of 1997. No easy answers for violence and gangster rap.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to being the, let's call you impounding officer at the vault on April 23rd,
They have not mentioned Haitian Jack yet.
did there come a point in time when you went as a law enforcement officer to California to interview certain individuals?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the individuals you interviewed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me who they were?
We spoke with Yosef Yaw, Rashina Smith, Corey Edwards, Roger Williams. I believe there was one more. I can't remember.
Bob James?
Yes,
James McDonald?
yes, James McDonald. That's who it was.
In addition to that, did you become aware that in this proceeding, well, let me ask you this. As a homicide detective, do you know what a compelling order is?
Yes, I do.
What's a compelling order?
It's basically an order issued by, well, in this example, it's issued by the state of California, compelling witnesses who live there to appear in front of the court.
We have to ask our court to issue some documentation, and then we have to ask their court for a compelling order.
Correct.
Judge, I'd ask you to take judicial notice that you've issued compelling orders for Trayvon Lane, Roger Williams, James McDonald, Corey Edwards, and Fergie Brooks.
Let me make sure I have all those, actually. All right.
There might be a sixth one, actually. Oh, Malcolm Greenwich would be the sixth one.
All right. Corey Edwards, I'll take judicial notice of that one. Roger Williams, I'll take judicial notice of that one. James McDonald, I'll take judicial notice of that one.
They need to bring the Tupac lyrics into evidence. Yeah, I don't know that there's any Tupac lyrics
Block of them.
that mention this situation. Definitely don't think there's any that mention Keffe D.
Fergie Brooks and Trayvon Lane.
That'd be something though, wouldn't it?
Trayvon Brooks, I'll take judicial notice of that.
Fergie Brooks.
Sorry, Trayvon Lane, I'll take
Okay, Trayvon
judicial
Lane.
notice of that. And, all right, Fergie Brooks.
And then recently Malcolm Greenwich.
Recently, Malcolm Greenwich. Michael Payne.
What?
Michael Payne.
Malcolm Payne was a transporter.
Okay. Malcolm Greenwich. All right. I'll take judicial notice of that.
Of all six.
Yes. So,
Did you become aware that certain of those six individuals weren't cooperating even though they had been served papers by California?
Yes, sir.
And so did you coordinate with anyone to assist California authorities in locating these individuals?
I did.
Oh, and let me back up. There was also someone in New York that there's a compelling order for, correct?
I'm not sure if the order was served or issued, but yes, I know the individual in New York.
Did you locate someone by the name of Anthony Gomez in New York?
Yes, sir.
and he is currently on probation.
Correct.
And there's an effort to locate what jurisdiction he was in order to get a compelling.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Interesting.
What did you do with the people who weren't cooperative despite the California?
This lady looks familiar.
ordering them to come to Nevada?
We went up on their phones, which means we received orders to where we can ping their phone location to try to identify where they were specifically at.
And for those people, well, how many pens do you think you did?
I think about 5.
And do you remember which 5 you had to do pens on?
Corey Edwards, Fergie Brooks, Roger Williams,
Was there Malcolm Greeley, John?
yes, Malcolm was, yes.
Take your time.
And I can't remember the last one. I know we've already spoke about him though.
Well, no. How about Devontae Lee? Did you have to get one?
Yes,
Now, Devontae Lee was local, so we didn't need a compelling order.
correct.
Last Friday, did you coordinate with our local authorities as well as authorities in California in order to effectuate an arrest warrant in California for anyone?
Yes,
And who did you try to effectuate an arrest warrant on?
Corey Edwards.
And was he located at his residence?
No,
Was there any other person associated with Corey that was missing from his residence?
yes, there was.
And who is that?
His mother.
And is your understanding that she is 95 years old and an invalid?
She's in poor health, yes.
On Monday, was there an effort at another location in Compton to effectuate an arrest warrant for Mr. Edwards?
Yes, there was.
And was that successful?
No, sir.
Thank you, Detective. I pass the witness.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Stamps.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing, Detective Gaddis?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Thank you for appearing here today.
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony is
He didn't
based
say
on
anything
your
like that to the
work
other
with
witnesses.
Clifford Mogg from 2023 on.
Well, I've worked with retired Detective Mogg since 2018.
Okay, so in 2018 to 2023, what did you do in furtherance of this case?
I personally did not do a extensive amount of anything. It was primarily was being investigated by Detective Mogg.
Right. And so from 2018 to 2023, you didn't do anything of real note. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a detective with Metro, obviously you have to qualify to become a detective in the homicide division of Metro.
We have a testing process.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where just because I asked to be on the homicide team doesn't mean I'm going to get on the homicide team unless I demonstrate qualifications to get there.
More or less, yes.
Yeah. Now, in terms of your training experience, though, fair to say it starts in the police academy as you're really as a cadet before you become a full-fledged officer?
It's a police recruit, but yes.
Okay. And while you're in the academy, you learn skills that would help you become a successful police officer in our community. One of those things that you learn, of course, is how to write reports.
Yes, sir.
Officers' reports are a crucial tool that you would use in furtherance of your job as a police officer in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
With regards to police officers' reports, sometimes you don't have to write a report. I would assume, like, for instance, if you pull someone for a traffic ticket and on the citation, you could write some notes or something along those lines. That wouldn't require you to do a police report
That's correct.
or officer's report.
Yes.
All right, but in terms of when you're conducting an investigation, fair to say that typically a officer's report would be written?
Typically, yes.
Yes. Now, can you explain to the jury why an officer's report would be important in the furtherance of an investigation?
The officer's report primarily is for our own reflection to recall really all the steps that we took throughout the entirety of an investigation. So it's a document that we can refer back to without going to each and every document specifically.
Now, fair to say, though, that the officer's report also helps in the event that, say, for instance, you get promoted to become a sergeant, and someone else takes over your caseload because you're no longer the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
They would look at that officer's report to help them get up to speed as to what your investigation was at the time you get promoted to become sergeant.
Correct.
Or lieutenant.
Yeah.
Or captain.
I'll never see that, but yes.
Well, I'm just hopeful.
Yeah.
Be hopeful. But with regards to your officer's report, for instance,
Get a room, bro. He's flirting
when
hard.
you are about ready to move on in the next phase of your career, for instance, those officer reports typically are prepared and completed upon your departure to whatever it is you're going to do next.
Most of the time, they try to get those done. Sometimes they're not.
Sure. Now, in terms of sometimes or not, can you tell us when is there an exception to the rule of when you do your officer's report after, say, for instance, when you retire?
Haven't retired yet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But fair to say, of course, if that in the event of an actual complete departure from the department, meaning you move on in your life doing something else, that those officers' reports should be completed prior to departing the department.
I know the department would like them completed, but again, sometimes they're just not.
Yeah.
I've seen many cases where there's still open officers' reports with people who are no longer on.
Sure. And so with regard to those open officers' reports, fair enough, they get created at some point in the future. How about like 1 year after they retire?
I don't know. Are you asking like would they or could they?
Well, have you ever seen an officer's report being filed a year after an officer retires from the department?
Authored by the original investigator? No. It's a lot of times like there'll be either one of the guys from Cold Case that will kind of pick up a case
Right.
and finish that up, and so then that will be completed after the originating officer retired.
Okay, well, what about 2 years after the main officer or detective in this case retires? Have you seen anyone actually, finish up his officer's report 2 years after he retires?
And submit it still as an officer? No.
No. 3 years?
No.
And it's fair to say that there's common sense reasons for that, right? You want to make sure that your report is accurate, right?
Yes.
Because accuracy is important in what you do as a police officer.
Correct.
You want to make sure that your report is written in such a way, like we said before, someone could take that report and continue on with the investigation, who is still a detective.
Yes.
Okay. And also that report, in essence, becomes sort of a documentation of all the effort that that detective puts into the file, right?
Generally most of it, yes.
Yeah.
It might not have everything in it, but there's the vast majority typically goes in the officer's report.
Right now, you work for the Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, I do.
Do you work for the District Attorney's Office?
No, I didn't.
And the reason why you don't work for them is because they're two separate agencies, right?
They are.
They have two different purposes, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a police officer with Metro is to investigate and determine facts, fair?
Yes.
Now, at some point in the future, the District Attorney's Office, their job is to determine if they want to prosecute a case and actually litigate it like in front of this jury, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not your role. Your role is just to find the facts.
And present it to them, yes.
Present it to the District Attorney's Office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, they do have investigators that work for them,
Yes, sir.
right? But fair to say those investigators are not doing what you're doing, right? Which is looking for facts.
Well, I object to looking for facts. And one calls for speculation.
What's your response?
I'm just asking for her experience as a detective as to how investigators fit into the overall picture of what we're talking about here. I don't believe it's speculation.
And he wants to ask her for her number.
Rephrase it, 'cause I forgot
He's
to-
feeling them.
So with regards
feeling
to
her.
your role and the experience you've had as a police officer, have you ever seen a Clark County District Attorney investigator be the primary person to put on an investigation?
Like as the lead investigator, no.
Yes, that's correct. So no, the answer is no.
Correct. Not in my experience.
And not in your experience. Now, in terms of what you're doing here. Your testimony here was specifically about the search warrant and what happened when you located, whatever it is you located during the course of the search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the search warrant itself, did you apply for that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Now, typically, as a detective, when you're applying for a search warrant, you fill out an affidavit,
Yes, sir.
and at the end, you sign it, attesting it to be true and correct to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
And you detail in that search or that application for a search warrant the location and what you intend on finding as a result of going into somebody's house.
Yes.
Okay. That would be the purview of whoever the lead detective is at that particular time.
Yeah, or who was just writing the search. There's a lot of times people write search warrants and they're not lead detectives, but yes, I agree with what you're saying for the most part.
And in this case, Detective Mogg was the responsible detective to petition for that search warrant.
Yes, he was.
And he was the one who signed that affidavit.
Yes, he was.
Now, you were on scene as a detective to help him with that, with the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
And it isn't just you and Detective Mogg, there's other people from Metro that's present as well.
Yes, sir.
Other detectives as well.
Yes, sir.
As well as the crime scene analysts that we have on scene.
Yes.
And they're all looking for information.
Correct.
Now, the information that you're looking for is based upon my client's residence, right, Mr. Davis' residence.
For that search warrant, yes.
And you are looking for evidence that would take you back 30 years to whether or not that person was involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Okay. So the information that we've received here today is the fruits of your labor from that search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, there were numerous different electronic devices that were taken from the scene.
Yes.
Now, are you aware that one of the intents or one of the focuses of the search was to look for evidence or facts specifically about the writing of a book?
Yes.
Okay, meaning the book that you had shown to the jury, that particular book, there was a search or at least an intent to look for evidence that would help support whether Mr. Davis had a manuscript.
I don't think I reviewed a book up here when I was being shown the evidence. I know the book that you're referring to.
Right, and I'm just showing you, once again, if I could have
Show my versions, I might.
I have it. I'm part of this. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 104, this document or this book right here.
Yes.
Okay, so this book was the one of the focuses of the search.
Yes.
And in the application for the search warrant, fair to say that as a detective, you would read the parameters in which Mr. or Detective Mogg at the time had requested in terms of the purpose of the search.
He would have documented that in there, yes.
Yeah, and for instance, would a review of the application and affidavit of search warrant help refresh your recollection as to what Detective Mogg had requested from a court to allow him to search for?
I actually have not read the full document before. I
Interesting.
can review it if you'd like. But yeah, I up to this point have not read the full document.
Okay. So you're saying though that the person that could best tell this jury what he applied for would be Detective Mogg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to that, looking at the State's Exhibit number 104, the name that's on top over here, did this name have any significance to you in participating in the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
What significance does this name have to you?
We knew that was Duane Davis's nickname or street name.
Is that correctly spelled?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then with regards to this person right here, do you know who this person was?
Yes, I do know.
Who is that person?
Yosef Yal.
Now, with regards to Yosef Yal, can you tell the jury a little bit about who he is?
He was the to my understanding, he's the co-author of the book.
Okay.
And what's
Now,
the significance?
You had a chance at some point to speak with Mr. Yal.
Yes, sir.
And just for my recollection, do you recall when you spoke to him?
It was on about Memorial Day of this year.
So 2026?
Yes, sir.
Memorial Day. Do you recall when the grand jury occurred with regards to this case?
In 2023.
Uh-oh.
So explain a little bit to the jury what a grand jury is.
It's a jury that have been assimilated here at the Clark County Regional Justice Center. They hear cases, then they determine if there is sufficient cause to issue an indictment on the accused.
And typically that would be something, if you were the primary detective, you would have been involved in this particular one, but you were.
It depends.
That's correct.
Okay. That
Not
would be
always.
something Detective Mogg would be responsible for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, with regards to Yusuf, we had read off a bunch of names the state had, and I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was his name read off as one of the names that they had issued some type of warrant or something for in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you interviewed Yusuf about May of this year. He's on the book cover, but you don't ask the court for a warrant for his arrest in California,
No, I did not.
or some type of notice in California, hey, you need to show up to court.
No, we did not.
Okay.
Why not?
And did you ever at any point go down after your meeting with Yusuf to knock on his door again and say, hey, Yusuf, can you please come to Nevada based upon our interview or discussion?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to that, when you went down to speak to Yusuf, at that particular time, you're with Clifford Mogg, right?
That's correct.
Now, at that particular point, Clifford Mogg is not a detective at Metro.
Correct.
He had been retired at that point how many years?
2.5, maybe?
Okay. And so you accompanied him down to California to do that interview with Yusuf?
With several people, yes.
Okay. But you're going down as a police officer with the Metropolitan Police Department at that particular point?
Yes.
But not Clifford Mogg. He's not a police officer at that point.
Correct, he was not.
He is an investigator with the Clark County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, sir.
Now, based upon that particular interview, did you conduct that interview?
No, primarily Detective Mogg did, or Investigator Mogg did.
Sure. And after that interview, did you draft an officer's report documenting what you learned in the course of that interview?
No, I did not.
That would be something that Detective Mogg or Mr. Mogg would have done?
Sometimes we don't write an officer's report just for like an interview synopsis. We'll typically get those transcribed.
Okay. Now, in this case, for instance, the officer's report are pretty important, right?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about going to the evidence locker, and we were all present at the evidence locker, right?
Yes, sir.
It's my assistant, the guilty looking one over there with glasses, myself, and my investigator as well as Mr. Giacomo, Mr. Renew, Clifford Mogg, and yourself.
And my sergeant, Igor DeCaro.
Yeah. Now, after that particular incident, you wrote an officer's report, right?
That one I did, yes.
Right. Once again, it's important to document what happens on a given event.
Correct.
Okay.
Why would he point
Now,
over there
in
and say
this
anything about
regard,
guilty?
did
Jesus.
you at any point of your participation
Michael.
in this case and that submission of that report ever view a officer's report from Clifford Mogg?
No, I have not reviewed an officer's report from him.
Are you aware that Clifford Mogg began his responsibilities as the main detective on this case in either 2017 or 18?
My understanding, yes, that's correct.
And he had been the investigator from that time period, and we'll just give him the benefit of the doubt, 2018, all the way up to 2023 when he retired.
Correct.
But as of right now, as you sit here, you've never read an officer's report from Detective Mogg in between that time period?
Pertaining to this investigation, no.
No. Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion about people. Was there ever a compelling order or a warrant issued for Suge Knight in this case?
Not to my knowledge, or if there was, I didn't have a role in that.
Right, and fair to say you know exactly where Suge Knight is today.
Yes.
He's actually in custody.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever at any point issue a compelling order or a warrant for Foxy Brown?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who she is?
I don't.
Okay. That would have been something that maybe Mr. Mogg would know of.
Yes.
Okay. How about for an individual named Big Meech from Detroit?
I don't know who that is.
Once
I-
again,
Shout to Big
I have
Meech.
not issued a, yes.
So
And the
that-
same answer that Detective Mogg would be,
You don't know who Big Meech
he
is?
would have more knowledge on that.
Now, the articles
Dang.
that we took a look at here that the jury was introduced to, do you know any reason, besides the fact that they were taken from my client's house, do you know who put those articles together?
I do not.
Do you know the purpose of those articles?
I do not.
Okay. Now, fair to say, in the course and scope of your investigation as a detective now, one of the things that you would look for if you were looking at a suspect would be through their phone.
In today's age, yes.
Yeah. And one of the things you look for either on their phone or on their computers would be maybe search history.
Yes.
And what you're looking for is if a person is Googling an address and Googling up a shooting that took place on the corner of Charleston and, I don't know, Wallaby, and they're doing it over and over again, that would lend some issue as to why you're looking up the details of a shooting that, say, nobody knows, right?
Yes.
And that would help you determine whether that person has knowledge of a shooting that pretty much nobody else would know.
I can't say nobody else would know, but it would show that they do have knowledge of the incident occurring.
Right. Now, in terms of those articles, though, can you say that that's what that was for?
I cannot.
Now, in addition to that, in your experience, we had spoken a little bit about this folder here. I'm going to show you again for the jury. This is State's Exhibit 37. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. 137. Do you remember this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm not colorblind, but is this blue?
No, sir.
Yeah. There looks like there might be like a candy cane on top of it,
That's correct.
and something else that's there. It looks like a little snowman or something like that. Do you know what the purpose of this folder was?
No, other than it being just like a scrapbook type.
But nothing else besides that?
I don't know any other relevance to that.
Okay, and just for the record, it's got green in here as well. It looks like a pretty festive notebook or
Yes.
folder.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your one of the things that you had shared with us as well is the search warrant in this case that was found on scene. This would have been this would be State's Exhibit 136. You recall looking at this particular document here?
Yes, I do.
In terms of this document, this is a document that looks like this occurred back in May of 1997.
Correct.
And this obviously was in a different state. This is California.
Yes, sir.
And this was a search warrant of what looks like to be a house that would have been attributed to my client.
I'm not sure who it is, who resided there then. I know the address is there, the California.
Yeah, it would be the California address that's on the next page, right? I just don't want to bullshit it. But let's turn to the last page here. One of the things that was made mention by the state, and just pointing the jury to the receipt of property taken, that's like our property return,
Yes.
or search warrant return. Okay.
That's correct.
And in it, it identifies various different things that was taken from that particular residence.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that's in here, for instance, is this line number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that?
No, I do not.
Was there any copy of that in the house that you searched in 2023?
Not that we found.
And with regards to that particular description there, can you tell us, for instance, just by the description alone, when that money due bill was dated?
I don't know from that description. We just know when the search warrant was issued, so I would assume previous to that
Right.
issue date.
Right, but we don't know an exact date.
Correct.
And the other things that are on here, for instance, the 9 miscellaneous photographs, all these things are things that another detective wrote down in the course and scope of their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you were in Mr. Davis's home, you had identified, or there were various different electronic devices that were seized.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to those electronic devices, there were quite a few.
Yes.
Those electronic devices, and I just want to make sure I'm clear here, you had taken a Dell Inspiron 1764 laptop computer.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever at any point cause that computer to be reviewed for information that would help you lead to whether or not Mr. Davis wrote that book or helped to write that book?
I did not.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, let's make sure we're clear. When you're reviewing an electronic device like that, you are looking for files, search history, things that would help you see whether or not Mr. Davis used that particular machine to help write the book, for instance, in this case.
In theory, yes, somebody would do that.
Right. And you also took from the residence a Toshiba laptop computer.
Yes.
Oh
Did you
no.
find any information that would help you
Dang it,
know
that's sad.
or learn whether or not Mr. Davis actually wrote Compton Street Legend or anything like that?
I did not write a search warrant to get into the digital items, so I've never reviewed anything from the electronics.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. That would have been Clifford Mog's job, not your job.
Yes,
Because at the time, he was the detective responsible for this investigation.
correct.
Now, there's...
Looks like Officer Moggs didn't do his job.
The
That's
other
what they're
items
saying.
that were seized at that point that you were at least part of the seizure would have been a Toshiba satellite laptop computer. So that's 3 computers. Another laptop computer, 8 HP G171 laptop computer, an HP touchscreen desktop computer, an iPad, another iPad, and a Sky device tablet. Those were the things that were taken from the residence, right?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And just stop me if you think I'm wrong, if you need to look at something, all right?
Okay.
In addition to that, it looks like there was some drives that were taken as well, a Toshiba external drive, a USB drive, and an iPad with a broken screen, and an iPhone in a black case.
Yes.
Okay. And those were all the fruits of your search of Mr. Davis's residence when you went there.
Yes, sir.
And once again, whatever was found inside of those objects would be something that would be Detective Mog's responsibility to tell this jury, not you.
Yes, yes, sir.
Mrs. Detective Gaddis, I'm done with my cross-examination of you.
Okay.
I appreciate your answers today.
Thank you.
Man, he was feeling the detective.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
hilarious.
Sam. Mr. Jack will redraft.
Oh my gosh.
Detective Gaddis, Mr. Sam said we're 2 separate agencies. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often, let me ask you this, do you work very closely with the DA's office?
Yes, sir. You do.
What is the soonest you've called the
My guy's
DA
trying to get
after
those
you've
digits.
shown up to a crime scene?
Oh, within an hour. Absolutely.
And are we, as the prosecutors, involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yes, sir.
Or were you aware that prior to the search warrant, or are you aware if prior to the search warrant, Mr. Palal and I were already involved in this investigation?
Yes, you were.
And were you aware the determination or the decision that was made as it relates to Mr. Detective Mogg, remaining the investigator on this case?
I don't know how those decisions were made.
Let me ask it this way. Are you aware that that decision was made the day he retired?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And your role and Sergeant DeCaro's role is if we needed a Metro police officer, you were supposed to assist.
Correct.
And do you have any active cases where the reports are not done?
Yes, sir.
And Usually, the report is done when all of the work is done.
Correct.
And so that's completed when you're done investigating.
Correct.
Mr. Samft also mentioned something about the fact that your job is to find the facts. Do you remember him saying something like that?
Yes.
Is your job and our job any different than that we're here to uncover facts?
We have the same mission. Do it in different ways, but yes, the same mission.
And are you aware that my investigators oftentimes interview witnesses?
Yes.
And that's not something that's unusual.
No.
Is there anything that you feel was improper with the idea of Detective Mogg becoming my contract investigator on this particular case?
Objection, Your Honor, is the opinion. I'm not quite clear what the relevance of that question is.
Well, his entire cross was, hey, this is really odd, this is really unusual, there's something wrong here by Detective Mogg becoming Mr. Mogg and continuing the investigation. So I'm asking her, in her experience, is there anything inappropriate about that?
I don't know how her experience is relevant. Yep.
He opened the door by asking her those questions.
Sidebar.
I would say Detective Mogg would have been the best fit to do it because he had the most intelligence and knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Samft?
Yes, Your Honor. Since we walked through this door, so with regards to Detective Mogg in this case, he was the best fit for this investigation?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
He had the most knowledge of it because he did not write an officer's report. Fair?
Objection.
What?
Fact, not in evidence.
Can you approach?
I knew that was coming. Hey, shout out to y'all. Oh boy, here we go. You can't ask a question like that. You can't take shots at Officer Mogg while asking a passive aggressive question about whether he did a report or not. Nice try, Michael, though. We got to give him some credit. He needs to rephrase the question, I'm sure. But we'll get into it. Thank you to everyone that's in here, by the way. Look at y'all in there, man. Shout out to the gang. All 1,300 of y'all strong. And rest in peace to Dolly Parton, too. That's sad, man. Jeez. It's crazy. All right, let's get back into it. Let me see here. Here we go.
And I just forgot the question, so let me back it up real quick here. So you're telling us, though, that he was the best for the job?
Yes.
Okay. And that at the time of his retirement in 2023, he was the best for the job?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
Yes, and he had the most knowledge of it because he was the primary detective on the case?
For the preceding several years, yes.
Yes. And when he retired, he did not have an officer's report?
I don't know if he did or didn't.
Well,
I'm surprised he didn't object to that question.
You're saying you don't know?
Yeah, and I've never actually read it. I don't know if he did.
So you don't know if he had an officer's report?
Correct.
And you say he was the best for the case, even though technically there were other detectives on your unit that could have taken over that case?
There are additional detectives, absolutely, yes.
And are you saying that somehow Detective Mogg had something different compared to all the other detectives that could have taken over that case from the homicide division?
Well, I say that about Detective Mogg because he had those 4 or 5 years of experience already invested into the case. So for him to kind of finish it out and to see it through, to me that made the most sense, in my opinion.
But without capturing it, putting it down on an officer's report?
Well, objection. She just said she doesn't know if there is one.
Let me ask you this question.
He's trying so hard to get that point in there.
As you sit
That's
here right
hilarious.
now, there was a cold case unit, right?
Yes, we do. We have a cold case.
The cold case unit would investigate crimes that occurred, like say, for instance, in this case, 30 years ago?
Yes, they do.
And they could have very easily taken this file as well, right?
So from my understanding, when Detective Mogg obtained this case, we did not have a cold case unit in our section at that time. That didn't come into play until maybe 2020 that we were able to fulfill a cold case detectives.
Okay. And so, in terms of the way you're describing it, are you saying that Detective Mott was operating a cold case?
No, he was on an active squad for the entirety of his time in the homicide section. But when he received this case from the preceding detectives, we didn't have a cold case unit for them to have investigated it. So basically, any of the cold cases came down to the next person in line, more or less, and that happened to be Detective Mogg.
All right. And in terms of the Detective Mott situation, are you telling us, though, that he was hired by Metro as an investigator doing cold cases?
No, he was a detective with Metro, employed as a commissioned officer. He wasn't hired by Metro separately to do cold cases.
And I apologize for that. Let me just back up here. So, are you aware of a retired officer by the name of Dean O'Kelly?
Yes, sir.
And he, at some point, worked on cold cases.
Yes, he did.
And he worked on cold cases after he retired.
Correct.
And prior to that, he was actually a homicide detective.
Yes, sir.
So, and I apologize, maybe I wasn't clear on my question, but are you telling us that that's what Detective Mogg did in this case? That after he retired, he became an investigator, just like Dean O'Kelly, on cold cases?
Detective Mogg did not do that with Metro.
And once again, as you're sitting here right now, you don't know of any officer's report up until the time he retires.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other reports that he wrote after he retired in this case?
No, sir.
Are you, and once again, any reports at all that would be put in the file to help the next detective with the investigation, anything like that?
I'm not aware of them.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness?
Where's Officer
Seeing no
Mogg
hands,
at,
thank you,
man?
Detective Gaddis, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Does it make sense to break for lunch at this time?
We have one short witness, but maybe we could do a restroom break and then break for lunch.
Just do it
Does
after
anyone
lunch.
in the jury have to use the restroom? Yes? Okay. All right. So we will take a break. During the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject
There we
connected
go.
to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any recorded or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or from which express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11:40. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. We'll be in recess.
Oh, dang. She didn't even ask if they had anything. All right, y'all. Shout out to everybody that's in here. We've just got, let me see what y'all are saying. We've just got a few minutes before we get back into it. We got about a 10-minute break here, so I might let y'all take a quick break. Thank you to everyone who's in the building. Y'all are showing so much love, commenting, making great comments. Got Amy in there dropping the super sticker as well. Thank you, Amy, for the super sticker. And if you want your voice to be heard again, y'all can send in a super sticker or a super chat as well, and I'll be highlighting those on the screen. How are y'all feeling? Let me look at this. Let me look at this poll and see what y'all said about who's winning so far. Ooh, this is interesting. All right, so I asked a question in the chat, and I said, who is winning the trial up to this point? So it looks like 22% of you say the defense is winning. 33% of you say it's too early to tell. And then 44% of you say the prosecution. Oh, man, I don't know. That's tough. That's a tough one for me. I personally think, obviously, as we know, covering these trials, the prosecution has the burden of proof. And that means they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person who is on the other side of the defense is guilty of the thing that they're saying they're guilty of. Now, in this case, have they been able so far to do that? Have they been able to show that Keffe D is beyond a reasonable doubt involved in this? It's tough on this one because I just know so much about what happened in the situation. So it's tough for me to tell. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be the next question that I'll ask y'all is if the prosecution has proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I wanted to show y'all some more of this testimony from yesterday. So we might get back into that while we take this little lunch break real quick. Well, it's not a lunch break yet. While we take this break, let's go ahead and get back into the testimony from, what's today, Tuesday? From yesterday, because it got crazy.
And you are, is it typing? Because I'm hearing like little knocks on something. Is that you texting?
That's me texting, yes.
And so you're texting the individual that's listening?
I'm texting Maria Diaz, yes, sir.
Now, as you're doing that, of course, Mr. Davis does not know that you're doing that.
Correct.
And you are working at that particular point for which company?
I was a contractor for Entertainment One / Creature Films, the production company.
So you are not an employee, you're an independent contractor?
Correct.
All right. Technically working for yourself?
Sure.
All right. And the contract that was between Mr. Davis and whoever on the show would have been who? You?
No, it would have been with the production company.
All right. So the production company meaning who?
Again, Entertainment One or Creature Films. I'm not sure who he dealt with.
Okay. So Mr. Davis has a contract with regards to the production, and during the time period that we are listening to your recording, fair to say though that you have basically taken your phone and placed it by the speaker.
Yes, that's correct.
And you're basically recording the entire conversation.
That's right.
Including the parts that technically was never ever either produced in a BET production or anything like that.
There were some extra bits in there, sure.
Sure. And once again, you didn't have the permission of either BET to do that, right?
Again, I didn't have to seek their permission to do it.
You're an independent contractor. You don't have a contract with Mr. Davis. So tell me how you believe you could record that without Mr. Davis's permission.
Absolutely. I'm a technical.
Calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking for his contract, Your Honor.
Overruled. I think he can answer the question as asked.
A couple of things. First of all, contract does not outline every single duty that that a crew member is going to do on a shoot. It's not like you have to constantly keep getting permission to do stuff in order to do your job. My job there was primarily centered on his interview. So once I realized that when he showed up that first day and was kind of giving them the runaround, and he was dressed in shorts and a t-shirt and was acting like he didn't know why he was supposed to be there and that the interview wasn't supposed to be that day, I sat in that office for quite a while before they got started. And then when we've learned that basically, look, we're going to have to interview this guy twice. We're going to try to get him in now and get something, but he's going to have to come back later. I thought, okay, well, then I'm going to record it so that in between these interviews, I don't know how long it's going to be before we get him back again, I have a record of what he said so that when we come back for round two, I know proper questions that should be in there, what has already been answered thoroughly, and what we need to ask him again. That is why I made that recording. Never in a million years did I think that recording was going to be playing in court.
And of course, you turned over that recording to BET because, once again, it's part of their work, right?
No, of course not.
You kept that recording?
Yes.
And you do understand, though, that in the state of California, if you are recording someone without their permission, that is a crime.
This calls for a legal conclusion again.
I'm asking for his understanding of the laws, Your Honor.
Calls for a legal
Sustained.
conclusion.
Sure, I'll
It's sustained. Hang on. You can, if you want to rephrase without asking him about a specific California law.
That's all right. He's ready to it. Let me ask you this question, though, sir. When you are recording this conversation,
yes.
Did you, at that particular point, turn it over to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I did not.
You kept that recording,
yes,
and then you created your project with that, right?
No. I've never used that recording for anything. What project are you talking about?
Let me ask you this, though, sir. In terms of who's responsible here to solve the Tupac murder, that's not your responsibility, right?
It can be anybody's responsibility.
Okay. You're saying that it's not Metro's?
It could be theirs as well. Of course it is. Any citizen can investigate a crime if they want to.
Right. And we're going to get into that a little bit, but in terms of how you go about doing your job, fair to say that a detective would be the one that would handle that investigation.
Sure.
Right?
At some point, sure.
Right. And it's not like, say, the FBI. It's not LAPD, right? Compton PD. In this case, the Tupac murder was the responsibility of Metro.
To some extent, except that I know LAPD made the argument that if the crime was planned in the city of Los Angeles, that they could also take ownership of the case. And you can ask Greg Kading about that if he comes up here.
I don't even know what you just said. I'm just asking you this question. Let me just ask you this question, sir. So you send over notice to Metro and you say, hey, we solved this thing. You send over 100 emails to Metro. And they didn't do anything about it, did they?
No, because they were...
No, that's a yes or no answer. They didn't do anything about it.
What didn't do anything about it, define didn't do anything. They were working the case as far as I was concerned. They were responding to me. I was sending them because he kept talking. He started doing YouTube interviews. So every time he would do an interview, I'd send it to him. Be like, hey, here's a new interview. Hey, this clip, he says this for the first time publicly. He says this. And there was back and forth going on with me and Detective Mogg. So I got the sense that he was absolutely working that case. And it's detective work 101. If your suspect is talking, you let him talk. And he was talking, so every interview he did was additional evidence to use against him.
Okay. So what was he talking in?
What was he talking in?
Sure. What was the information that he was talking in? Are you talking about your documentary at this particular point?
No. I'm talking about he's going on YouTube. He's going on Vlad TV. He went on, I think he ended up doing a total of 9 interviews on YouTube over a 4-year period.
Did you verify any of the information that he gave you?
What do you mean?
Well, the information that you learned in this case, right?
That who gave me?
Well, the information that you learned from either the listing of the 2008 proper or in the interview with Mr. Davis. Did you go out and conduct your own investigation to verify the information?
Sure. I went through, well, again, I had unfettered access to the case files, and there's lots of corroborating evidence in those case files.
Now, when you say the case files, and I want to make sure I'm clear here.
Sure.
You're talking about Greg Kading.
Yes.
And you're talking about Greg Kading, who's former LAPD.
Well, I'm not just talking about Greg Kading. I'm talking about every detective that came before
Answer my
him.
question, please.
I am. You're trying to phrase it in a certain way. Not just Greg Kading. It's not just his files. In fact, the majority of them are from detectives that came before him, including Las Vegas police files.
All right. What detectives are you talking about before Greg Kading?
Sure. A lot of the biggie detectives had gathered evidence. Don't shake your head. A lot of biggie detectives gathered evidence. Jeez, man. A lot of biggie detectives that gathered evidence that pertained to the Tupac case because the two cases it became known or believed were connected. So they had informants coming forward to them on the biggie case that were saying, hey, these two things are connected.
Okay. So once again, evidence or information that would have gone to the detective, right?
Eventually to Greg Kading and his team of detectives, yes.
Once again, you got to understand, Greg Kading was not responsible for the investigation of the Tupac murder.
Correct.
He was part of the task force specifically for the Biggie Smalls murder.
That's correct.
And you are aware at some point he's removed from that task force, right?
Yes.
And one of the things he does is he steals the Tupac file.
I object to the word steals.
I'm sorry, he borrowed it.
I don't mean in like a legal sense I object to it. This is a person I object to it. I'm not raising an objection. I take issue with the word steal.
Okay.
Any detective can take case files with them when they leave the department. It happens all the time. It's extremely common. In fact, I just did a series on Ted Bundy last year based on the same exact thing. One of their lead detectives on the Bundy case in the 70s took a box of files with him, and we were able to obtain those files, and we made a show about Ted Bundy based on his files.
Are you a detective, sir?
No.
So you can't sit here and tell us what a detective can and cannot do. Fair? You're not a detective.
Like legally, I can't say that. I can say based on my experience as a true crime producer for the past 20 years, it's very common in my line of work to come across files that detectives have taken home with them.
That's fair.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. You're telling us that Detective Kading took a file that he wasn't even part of the investigation on? You're saying that that's what happened here?
Well, Judge, I assume the fact, not the evidence.
No, I think he mentioned that, Judge.
What do you mean? He took a file that was not a case he didn't work?
Yes.
As soon as Keffe confessed to the Tupac's murder, they took ownership of that case. And again, you're going to have to ask him that question because I was not there for that.
So, once again, that's something you're saying that Greg Kading should come here and testify to.
If he wants to, sure.
And once again, based upon your research of this file for the 2 years prior to the documentary or the project that you were working on.
Yes.
Projects for that.
Murder rap, yes.
You learned, of course, that Greg Kading was basically had issues with credibility.
Objection, Judge. Reproach.
Yep. All right, we're going to take a recess at this time. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 3:30. Please rise for the jury.
All right, y'all, we are officially back in court. Let's go ahead and get back into it, and we'll save some more of that crazy testimony for a little bit later. All right, the judge is back in there ready to go. And we've got, looks like one more witness before we get to lunchtime. All right, here we go. I need to change this too. Y'all didn't tell me the banner wasn't updated. Dang. Let's see. Let's get this fixed. There we go. Keffe D's back in there looking like the Toy Story teddy bear.
On that issue.
There we go.
Anything we need to discuss outside the presence? All right, we'll get the jurors lined up. And who is the witness that we're going to do next? Mark Hatt.
Yeah, he's a firearms person,
Okay.
so he should be short.
Ooh, we got firearms. This is going to be good.
All right, then as soon as we get the jury in, we'll proceed with that one short witness, and then we'll take our lunch break. You had said there were 6 witnesses you wanted to get on, and we've done 5?
And then one in the afternoon.
So the 6th is in the afternoon.
Yes.
Understood. Okay.
Ooh, that must be a...
Take most, if not all, of that.
Okay, no worries.
It's going to be a long witness. I wonder who it is. Man, that's going to be a serious witness. It's going to be in there all day. Sheesh. All right, y'all get ready. Buckle up, everybody.
Yeah, jury.
Uh-oh.
So the parties stipulate to the witness of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may be seated. All right, state you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Steve calls Mark Hatton.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
There we go.
You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Mark Hatton, M-A-R-K-H-A-T-T-E-N.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, make it
Mr.
quick,
Hatton,
Mark.
how are you employed?
I'm currently a police officer with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I was hired in 2007. I also worked as an IBIN technician within the firearms unit of the forensic laboratory at the Metro Forensic Lab for 7 years, from 2018 until 2025.
Can you tell us what NIBIN is?
Yes, NIBIN stands for the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's a program that's overseen by the federal agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, otherwise known as the ATF. And this is a technology that contains hardware and software that takes high-resolution 2D and 3D images of a cartridge case that has been fired, or a cartridge, excuse me, that has been fired out of the firearm. It looks specifically at the head stamp area, and I also brought a model with me of a cartridge if the court will allow me to use this, and I could also pass this around to the jury so you can get a closer look and see exactly and understand what NIBIN is looking at.
Mr. Hatton, you're getting a little ahead of me, but let's go. No, it's fine. I was going to ask you, what is a cartridge case?
Cartridge case.
He's been here before.
What this is called is a cartridge, and once it's fired, the bullet gets projected out of the barrel, and the cartridge case gets ejected from the firearm. And basically, it contains all the components of a cartridge, including the bullet, the cartridge case. Can I use
Yes,
them?
and so it appears you brought a demonstrative. Your Honor made the witness use the demonstrative for the purposes of explaining it to the jury.
Is it the tube? Yeah. Okay. Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so during the firing process, when somebody pulls the trigger, this bullet will project out of the barrel, and this is the cartridge case. This is the head stamp area. It can be stamped with the manufacturer, of the ammunition as well as the caliber. And this is the what NIBIN looks at, specifically the primer area, which contains a small explosive that ignites the gunpowder within the cartridge case.
And then on the back of the cartridge, you had mentioned that, or the cartridge case, you had mentioned that the strike that causes the explosion to expunge the bullet, is that strike unique or something that you look at in determining whether or not a cartridge has been fired from a similar, the same gun?
Yes, it's unique because during the manufacturing process of the firearm, it has tooling marks and it's hardened steel. This metal is soft, so this comes out at very high velocity. So when that slams into the firearm, it imparts its unique markings from that tooling process directly onto the cartridge case.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to case number 960907-2063, where you asked to do some work on that case.
Yes, I was.
And is it fair to say that, and the jury's already heard this and they've been received in evidence, that 7 cartridge cases with a head stamp of 140 SNW were recovered from that scene?
That's correct.
And then initially, when this case first occurred in 1996, they were run through the database that existed in 1996. Is that fair to say?
Not in 1996, it was in 2003 because NIBIN was not created. It was a program called DrugFire, and NIBIN actually was implemented in 1997, but of course it takes time to build up the database, so it really wasn't really, the database wasn't built up until about the early 2000s. So that's when they actually initially entered this cartridge case into the NIBIN system.
So in 1996, it was DrugFire, and then in 2003, it was re-entered into NIBIN. Is that fair to say?
I don't have any knowledge if this was entered into DrugFire.
So we'll focus on 2003, the NIBIN entry. Did the cartridges used in this particular cartridge cases collected in this case match any other cartridge cases that were entered into NIBIN back in 2003?
They did not.
Did they match any other firearm that was recovered by 2003?
They did not.
Now, in 2023, were you asked to re-enter these cartridge cases or re-examine them within the NIBIN system?
Yes, I was.
And that request, I think, was made by Mark DiGiacomo.
Yes, it was.
And had technology changed between 2003 and 2023?
Yes, so that 20-year period, yes, the cameras and the resolution has definitely improved over the 20-year time frame.
And is it also fair to say that probably in the intervening 20 years, more cartridge cases and more firearms have been entered into the NIBIN system?
Yes, it's the gold standard of that type of ballistics. So everybody uses it now, and yes, there's millions of images in the database.
And did you actually conduct that? Did you actually look into NIBIN to see whether or not this cartridge case matched any other cartridge case that was entered into NIBIN?
Yes, I entered it into NIBIN myself, and we did a nationwide search, and it looked throughout the entire country, and then the NIBIN results had no associations other to the original entry from 2003.
So what you learned from NIBIN is when you entered the cartridge in 2003, it matched the cartridge you entered in 2023.
That's correct.
But nationwide, it did not match any other cartridge case that had been previously entered into NIBIN.
No, it did not.
Anything, sorry, cross-examination, Mr. Smith?
Sir, did you actually look at the actual cartridge casings themselves?
Yes, I looked all 7 side by side, and I screened them and then grouped them into one grouping, which represents one firearm.
All right. And as far as you recall or understand that the cartridge casings were located at one scene, not multiple scenes?
I didn't look into the case notes. That's try to keep our distance. We don't do any investigative work at the lab, so we don't want to bias our mind to what was. So I did not review any of the crime scene photos, any of the diagrams. I do not know. All I know is I have 7 cartridge cases. How do they group, and which ones to enter?
Okay, and so out of the 7, all of them look like they were fired from the same firearm.
Yes, they had similar visual characteristics, and I entered one, which I assigned as lab item 1.
I see. So no one of them was different, like indicating maybe another gun was used. All of them were from the same gun.
That's correct.
Right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from our jurors? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hatton. You are free to go. You are
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused.
There it is. Look at Keffe D. He said that's it.
This before the lunch break?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sounds good. So at this time, we are going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I'll have you guys back here at 1 p.m. for further testimony. Please rise for the jury.
At 1 p.m. Let's see. So that is going to be 4 o'clock our time. All right. There we go, y'all. So we did it. We made it to another lunch break. So we will get into this lunch break, and we'll actually have, let me double check and see. We might not actually be done because they might have something to say during this break. So once the jury leaves. So let's go over here first real quick before we go to lunch. Am I back in the old studio? No, I just finally set up the background.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. So we're going to have Robert Ladd testify at whenever we come back in.
Okay, you can have a seat.
And there was this outstanding issue during our gang motion about the term shot caller. Now, in the interim, we found that Mr. Davis refers to himself as the shot caller in the book. I don't know that that was pointed out. I had not realized that at the time of that motion, so I certainly failed to point that out. But at this point, the state's going to be asking that we allow Mr. Ladd to use that term. When I pre-trialed him last night, I told him he is not allowed to use it unless the court gives a go-ahead, so he's aware of that prohibition. But I think
Was the idea that he was going to be the one to lay the foundation, that he was the shot caller, that
Yes.
allegedly Keffe D
Yes.
was the shot caller?
Yes.
So we can use that term and attempt to lay the foundation, and then I guess we can just, at some point, you can approach and say, has that been conclusively established or something?
Okay, so I just want to know the mechanism. So I'm not going to have him say it at all, and then I will try and lay the general gang foundation, and then I'll lay the foundation for Mr. Davis's role within the gang, and at that point I'll probably just ask to approach out of an abundance of caution, and then see if the foundation's with
Does that work for you, Mr. Sanford?
It does, Your Honor. I do have one for the housekeeping matter for the shot caller issue.
Yes.
Okay.
The other issue is that we're asking the court to see if we could just exclude putting on the record or publishing to everybody the addresses of my clients in terms of where his family still lives today in Compton. So if we're going to talk about a location, that we just use maybe the street name, something like that, to differentiate between the two.
I think that's appropriate, for the, not to give the exact address.
So can we?
You can say like the
without giving
3600 block,
Can
maybe?
we? I think it's a little complicated because there's a 1405 and a Fort. There's two houses on the same block, and so I think if Mr. Sam doesn't object to us just saying that on the search warrants it's listed as Mr. Davis's house without giving the actual address, or Mr. Anderson's or Miss Anderson's house without giving the actual address, I'm happy to do that. Like, I'm not trying to cause any problems. It's just that I don't want the vagary used against us.
Sure. Would that compromise work for your purposes?
Yes, Your Honor, because I think that's all we're asking, is just to just refer to who the house is.
The exhibits themselves that will be admitted list the actual address, but we won't display those portions of the exhibits publicly, if that helps.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Sounds good. Okay. Anything else on that thing, Mr. Sanford?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we need to address in general? Hearing nothing, we'll be in recess. Thanks, guys.
When are we coming back to
1 o'clock.
All right, there we go. So we will be back, guys, and we'll have some content to play for y'all while we're on the break. Make sure if you haven't yet, y'all like the video. I want to see what some of y'all are saying. It's lunchtime. Likes are free. Thank you, Bombay. That is true. I replayed this part so many times. I object. What was he thinking? He's like, well, Your Honor, I didn't mean it like that. Like, I'm not an attorney, but you know what I mean? I don't like it. that was the funniest part. I think when he said, I object to that. I wish we could have seen the judge's face when he said that. Let me double check and make sure we've got enough testimony to get us through lunchtime. Let's see, because this testimony was so good. Let's see. That'll get us close to there. Because he was there through the end of the day. All right, let me see. I'll find a good spot for y'all. And we'll go into our lunch break. Again, thank you to everyone that's in here. There are still 1,300 of y'all in the building. Let's look at our poll and see what this says. So I asked you all, who is winning the trial up to this point? 44% of you said the prosecution's got this in the bag. 22% of you said the defense, and 33% of you said it's too early to tell. Thank you to everyone who answered the poll. I'll have a new one up there for y'all after lunch. All right, let's go ahead and get to this lunch break, and we will be back shortly. Let me make sure we're good. All right. Yep, we're good to go. I'll see y'all in a few.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C377407. Mr. Sampt has some more material for tomorrow, but may still go into his cross-examination in the morning. We've checked. This witness is available to come back tomorrow if necessary, so we'll just go from there. So anything else we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury and Mr. Dorsey back in?
No need to stay.
Okay, let's bring him in. All right, welcome back, Mr. Dorsey. Can the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir.
You may all be seated. Mr. Dorsey, you're still under oath. Mr. Stamps, you're still on cross-examination. You may proceed.
Referring you back to your previous testimony with regard to Kathy Scott, just for the jury's edification, Kathy Scott is not a detective.
Correct.
She is a reporter.
She's a journalist, yes.
She's a journalist, all right. And she wrote a book with regards to her information she had gathered as that journalist, right?
Correct.
Not her own investigation, but what she had heard on the street.
And from detectives that she talked to, yes.
Right. And so when she first published her book, fair to say what I'm holding up for you, and I want to make sure I'm accurate for the jury, this is the 3rd edition, right?
Okay.
Are you aware that Kathy Scott's first edition that was published was actually in 1997, a year after?
Something like that. It was very fast after the crime. I remember that.
And then there was an update and another update, and what I have right here is the 3rd edition.
Okay.
But with regard to that first edition, it came out a year after the shooting of Tupac.
Sounds about right.
All right. Now, your testimony has been around your research, and you had testified that you had listened to the recording of 2008.
Yes.
That recording was given to you by Greg Cady.
Correct.
Did you ever compare the 2008 recording to the 2009 recording in this case?
I did not have the 2009 recording.
Right, because Mr. Cady did not give you a 2009 recording.
That's correct.
And that was not information that was public, right?
Correct.
Now, with regards to your 2008 recording, did you compare that against the 1998 recording in this case?
Was that like a federal investment? No, I did not.
And once again, Greg Cady did not give that to you because he did not have that information.
I don't know if he had it or not, but he didn't give it to me.
Okay. So the proffer that you have, or at least the 2008, is a interview in which Mr. Cady is in the room.
Correct.
Along with Mr. Dupree, or Detective Dupree from the LAPD.
Yes.
As well as an FBI agent.
I believe so, yes.
As well as a United States Attorney.
I believe so.
And as well as maybe somebody from the DEA.
I don't know.
Okay.
And his attorney.
And his attorney, yes. Fine. In terms of those other individuals who are there, do you have any reports that you can share with the jury about what any of those other agencies did after the 2008 proffer?
Not that I can recall now.
All right. And once again, that wasn't in the information that Mr. Cady had given to you.
Again, it might have been, but I don't recall.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this next question. You had gone through and said that you had done some research on this case. Are you aware that there was a lawsuit by the Tupac estate against Death Row Records?
I'm not sure.
A civil lawsuit for breach of contract for royalties?
I mean, there's lots of lawsuits like that. I don't know. I can't recall.
All right. So you don't have that information for us?
Again, I don't know. I might.
That's fair. Are you aware of a lawsuit by Orlando Anderson against the Tupac estate for injuries caused in Las Vegas?
I am.
All right. Are you aware that there was a settlement in that case?
No. There was a counter lawsuit for wrongful death filed by the estate of Tupac against him, and I thought that all went away when he was killed.
No. Well, and that's what you think, right? Did you?
That's what I believe, yeah.
But you don't have research for that?
I don't think so, no.
You didn't go to the courthouse in LA County and look up the case or do anything like that?
No.
Now, fair to say, though, of course, that with a civil lawsuit, there would have been what's called discovery propounded during the course of that case, right? Meaning information.
Again, I wouldn't know.
All right. You never looked into depositions taken of Mr. Orlando Anderson or anybody else for that matter. Now, in addition to that, were you aware, based upon your research, that Tupac was actually leaving death row prior to his death?
That is.
Objection assumes the fact, not evidence.
What's your response?
Based upon his research, Your Honor. He testified about his research for this case.
I think what Mr. DeJock was saying is that's not true.
No, I'm
You're
saying
assuming a
the
fact.
predicate of his question is assumes the fact that has yet to be established. He's asking the witness.
So in other words, it's not true, the thing he's asking?
I don't know if it's true or
Okay.
not, but he is assuming a fact, not evidence.
Can you lay more foundation?
Sure. In your research of your project in this case, did you ever look into the relationship between Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight?
Yes.
And during the time that you looked through that relationship, did you learn that Tupac was not happy with Suge Knight?
I did not. There's conflicting accounts about what was going on at that time, whether or not Tupac was going to leave death row because he was unhappy, or whether the idea was that he was going to set up his own label that would then be distributed through death row, and that is what Suge Knight wanted his big superstar artists to do, was to branch out, start their own companies, but with death row continuing to be the central company that it all flows through.
And that information you're providing to us, is that in some document somewhere?
I don't remember where I got that from.
And regarding Tupac's position here, he had finalized his 3-album in terms of his obligations to death row.
As I understand it, yes.
And he had also at some point started to create his own label, Machiavelli.
Correct, I just said that.
And, thank you. And with regards to that label, he actually had a book of music that he was going to take with him into that label, right?
I'm not aware of that.
And with regards to the information here, it looks like not only did Tupac fire death row, but safe to say that he also
Objection
fired.
assumes a fact, not an evidence.
You guys approach. All right, Mr. Sant, you may proceed.
Okay. Last question I asked you was, are you aware that Tupac had fired David Kenner?
Objection.
Are you aware if?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up here. Are you aware if Tupac had fired David Kenner?
I've heard that claimed. I don't know that for a fact.
And just for the jury's edification, David Kenner was death row's lawyer.
Correct.
Are you aware if Tupac had requested an audit of death row's books to see what money they may have taken from him?
Again, I've heard rumors of that. I've never seen any evidence of it. A lot of the questions you're asking me right now, I know are based off conspiracy theories out there about alternate theories of this. And I just would wonder if you have any evidence of that you would base your question on.
Mr.
Or if you're
Garcia,
just using questioning
you
of
can't
me.
ask him questions. He asks you questions.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm just wondering.
Let's
It
just
does-
do it by the book.
Sure, understood.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson, ask a question. He's going to give an answer, I think.
Well, let me ask you this as well, sir. Are you aware if Reggie Wright was the security company or had a security company in charge of protecting Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. Can I just finish my question, please, sir? I know you're getting a little eager here, but at the night of the fight at the MGM, that Reggie Wright Jr. had a company that was supposed to protect Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Are you aware if on that particular night, Reggie Wright had 20 to 25 either retired or off-duty police officers in a club called 666 on the night of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
It's Club 662, and I'm not aware of the number.
You don't know?
No.
Are you aware if on the night of the shooting there was only one individual that was with Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur by the name of Frank Alexander?
Well, one that was official security named Frank Alexander, yes.
Okay, one person.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, are you aware, sir, that in the time period in which Frank...
I understand, but I object. If.
Then I was not supposed to use it. Let me ask you this.
Rephrase, thank you.
Yes. Do you have any information at all as to whether or not Frank Alexander had a walkie-talkie or Nextel radio?
I don't know.
In addition to that, let me just go through here. You had mentioned that you had read this book. I'm showing you again.
Yes.
This is my, kind of just, you're very eager. But this is my copy of the Compton Street Legend, okay? You read this book?
Yes.
All right. Let me just go through the book here real quick. Do you know who rapper Foxy Brown is?
Yes.
Foxy Brown is not dead.
No, she's not.
And in the book, Mr. Davis refers to Foxy Brown in the book.
Yes.
In fact, he refers to her as somebody that was in the car with Zip before Zip had asked her to get out of the car so he could have a conversation with Mr. Davis.
Correct.
And that conversation took place in the valet area of the MGM Grand.
Or was it valet or the parking area?
Well, do you want to look at the book to make sure that we're clear?
Well, I'm not sure between the book or the 2008 proffer, but it was parking lot or the valet area. I don't remember specifically where he said it was. Just outside the MGM.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Are you refreshing recollection? or
I
are
am
you
refreshing
impeaching?
his recollection, Your Honor. I don't want him to read it, but just read
He
it.
didn't say he didn't remember. Oh, he did say he didn't recall which of the two accounts. Okay.
Yeah, he says, while we were waiting at the...
Hold on, no, there's no question pending yet, sir. You're so eager. You're so eager.
You can keep calling me that, but just trying to answer your questions.
I'm going to keep your elbow. So with regards to the question is, this conversation or at least event occurred at the MGM at the valet area.
That actually is ambiguous in that book. It says while they were waiting for their cars at the valet, Zip called them over to his car. Does not state where his car is parked.
Right, so Zip could be anywhere on property.
Correct.
Wait until I'm done with my question. Including, it's a multi-level parking structure, right? You're saying that's big.
Yeah, I don't know if it was in a parking structure. I'm just saying it could have been anywhere in the parking area of the MGM Grand.
Did you verify that Foxy Brown was actually in Las Vegas on the night of the fight of September 7th, 1996?
I did not.
There's an account in here about Orlando Anderson. Do you recall reading in the book about Orlando Anderson and when he arrived in Las Vegas?
I don't recall what the book says specifically.
All right. So if you would to turn with me, I think, to that book right there, to page 96, we're looking at page 96 of the book that you read, refresh your recollection.
The page numbers might be different here because this is the Kindle version, but let me see.
Can you just wait until I'm done with my question, sir?
Can you stop saying that to me, man? Jeez, dude. Just having a normal conversation with you. You don't have to keep cutting me off and making me sound like I'm eager.
The page numbers are going to be significantly different between the Kindle and the book, so he's going to have to just approach them with the book to show him what it's fine, because the Kindle completely repeats.
Nobody else has a copy of this book? Keffe, you didn't bring one? No? Just kidding. Sorry. Sorry, I think we have another copy.
I'll bring another copy. May I approach her?
Yes. Whose phone?
Okay, page 96?
Yes. Are you aware, or to refresh recollection, are you aware that in the book, when Baby Lane, meaning Orlando Anderson, arrives in Las Vegas, he purchases a tuxedo?
Let me see, hold on. Yes, I see that here.
And the reason why he purchased a tuxedo is because he said he saw former Major League Baseball player Barry Bonds with a badass brown Versace tuxedo, so Baby Lane decided he wanted to buy the same tuxedo, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of the whereabouts of Barry Bonds on the night of, or the day of, September 7th, 1996?
I'm not.
You didn't look into that?
No.
Now, in addition to that, on that same page, sir, are you aware that in the book, Mr. Davis says he rents 3 rooms on the same floor at the Caesar's Palace?
Yes.
Did you ever verify whether or not he had actually rented any rooms at all at the Caesar's Palace on September 7th, 1996?
There would be no way to verify that.
That's a yes or no answer?
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, he mentions his purchase. We'll keep it on the same page. You're fine.
I got it.
Page 96. Mr. Davis says that he goes to the Versace store, and while he's there, he purchases himself a $3,000 blue suit with white pinstripes and some additional Crocs, I guess, or shoes from the Gucci store, and a white shirt. Call that?
Yes.
Did you at any point ever determine whether or not Mr. Davis actually owned a $3,000 blue suit with white pinstripes?
No.
Now, page 97. Mr. Davis says he sat on the second row of the fight, not far from some of the celebrities. Do you have any proof at all in your research or your investigation as a citizen in this case indicating that Mr. Davis sat on any row in the fight?
No.
Turn with me, if you could, page 92. There are 2 pictures that are there. You see those pictures?
Yes, sir.
The picture to the left there, underneath the caption reads, "Me and my sister at the fight." Do you know who it is that's standing next to what proposes to be Mr. Davis?
I don't.
Do you know when that picture was taken?
I don't.
And do you know where that picture was taken?
I don't.
All right. Now over to the right, you have another picture underneath that says, "Me and my nephew, Baby Lane." You see that picture? Do you know when that picture was taken?
No.
All right. And with regard to that picture, fair to say the 2 individuals that are standing there look like they're wearing some type of overcoat. Is that right?
Yes.
And hats.
Yes.
And informal wear with suits and ties.
Yes.
In your review of what Mr. Caden had sent to you, did you ever review any of the surveillance video from MGM?
Yes.
Did you at any point see any individuals that were dressed exactly like these 2 individuals in your review of the MGM surveillance?
Not that I can recall.
All right. And fair to say that once again, based upon your research, that September in Las Vegas would be a relatively hot month.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, you had...
But can I say that this is not, he does not claim that this is a picture of him at the fight on September 7th, does he?
So you're the one that's, you've got the review there.
It says, "Me and my nephew, Baby Lane."
Correct. And just to make sure we're clear, the jury can look at that photograph later. So
Okay, sure.
You're fine.
Okay.
And once again, you just didn't do any research on that at all, did you?
I did. This is not how Baby Lane is dressed in the video at the MGM Grand, so that's clearly not from that night.
All right. Now, in addition to that, you had also reviewed this idea that they were waiting at Club 662, and at some point they decided that they were going to leave and go back to where they were supposed to come from, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Or not? Is that back to the Caesar's Palace?
They were going back to the Strip.
They were going back to the Strip?
Yes.
And they were going back to have fun?
Correct.
Now, they stopped, right, to get liquor, and it seems like Mr. Davis is very specific about his liquor. He wants to buy some Dom Perignon, some Dom Perignon Rosé, and Cristal. Do you know those particular alcoholic beverages?
I'm familiar, yes.
All right. Now, let me ask you this. Where does he go to buy the liquor?
Are you talking about, do you want me to quote what's in the book?
So it's on page 103.
Okay.
Review of the page 103 helps refresh your recollection as to where he bought the liquor.
That's the worry about it is what he said in the book, yes. Liquor barn.
Okay. Can you tell us where in Las Vegas in 1996 there was a liquor barn?
Actually, I did do the research on this, and there was a liquor barn at Flamingo and I'm trying to remember it's the exact place, but it was off of Flamingo, and I can't remember the exact street, but I actually did do the research on that.
Are you from Las Vegas?
I'm not.
Have you ever lived in Las Vegas at any given moment?
No, sir.
And when you said you did the research, what research did you do to verify? Wait, let me finish, sir. It's all right. You're eager. I get it. What did you?
Can you please stop badgering me, man? Like,
Okay.
it's ridiculous.
It's up to him to object. I understand
Okay.
that you are the one, you feel
Yeah.
upset that it's up to
I
Mr.
object
DiGiacomo.
To the commentary, first of all. Second of all, it sounded like to me he had finished his question, and then as soon as Mr. Dorsey goes to answer, he then cuts him off and says, well, let me finish. Mr. Sam should ask a question, allow him to answer, and we can knock off with the
We're going to
last
strike the
commentary.
We're going to strike the commentary. You may proceed with asking
Thank
questions.
you. I'm trying to be very respectful to you, sir, and I would really appreciate
Okay,
it if you would be
there's no question
There's no
pending
question
for you.
pending.
Hey, I got it.
Okay.
No question pending. You ask questions, you answer. Thank you, guys.
What research did you do to verify that there was a liquor bar in Las Vegas?
I can't remember now, but I think...
Once again, I'm not done with my question, sir.
I'm sorry, you just asked it. You're repeating the question. I apologize. Go ahead. Finish.
All right. What information did you pull or research did you conduct to indicate that in 1996 in September there was a liquor barn in Las Vegas?
As I recall, I think I looked up old news articles and looked for advertisements, and I maybe even found one that was like currently at that location that showed that it was still there, that it had been there up until very recently. And it lined up with where he said it was.
Did you ever conduct a investigation of the Secretary of State website to indicate whether or not there was ever a liquor barn in Nevada?
No.
Did you ever look up licensing in Clark County with regards to whether or not there was ever a liquor barn in Nevada in 1996?
No.
Just the newspaper articles?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion here in the book, once again on page 103, about certain individuals that were in the van that Mr. Davis says that he was in at some point and then transfers over to the vehicle. You remember that?
Wait, say again?
There's information about individuals that were in a van that followed what is the vehicle that Mr. Davis was in. Do you recall who was in that vehicle, in the van?
I'm reading from the book here. Yeah, he wrote C. Ray, who was Corey Edwards, who he lists as one of his top salesmen. His cousin Trey, and BMF's Big Meech out of Detroit.
Are you aware that BMF's Big Meech out of Detroit is still residing in Detroit?
I'm not familiar with where he's located.
Did you at any point do any type of research or private investigation on your own to interview Mr. Meech, Big Meech out of Detroit to see if this was true?
No.
Now, fair to say that in this book, Mr. Davis talks a little bit about his exploits in Compton, right?
Yes.
And he talks about his work that he was doing as a drug dealer.
Yes.
Now, during the time period of your research, are you aware that shortly after the shooting of Tupac Shakur in September of 1996,
that there were search warrants executed throughout Compton of different houses in Compton.
Yes.
And those houses included Mr. Davis's house, right?
Yes.
And it's his family house as well as another house that he resided in as well, right?
I believe there were two houses next door to each other, yes.
There was a third house on California Street. Are you aware of that house?
I'm not aware of the entire list of addresses that they raided.
Okay, but once again, we're just relying on your research here. Now, in terms of your research, fair to say that in the searches of those houses, we don't ever find a .40 caliber gun, right?
I actually don't know that for a fact.
Okay. And in terms of the searches of those houses, we don't find any information that would say that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas on the night of September 7th, 1996.
I'm not aware.
That would be something for another detective, right?
Sure.
Do you know who the detective would be that would testify to that?
I don't, one of the Compton police detectives, but I'm not sure.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Davis says at some point that he was moving about 300 kilos a month of cocaine out of Compton?
Yes.
In your research at all about the search warrants that were executed in Compton, was there any indication at all of money found in Mr. Davis's home or any of the houses that he was associated with?
I can't recall that.
You can't recall it because you don't know?
I don't know.
Now, in addition to that, I want to make sure I'm clear here. There's a picture here that's on page 30. It looks like a Pop Warner picture, maybe something like that. Football picture?
Yes.
Okay. Is this true?
Is this true that it's a Pop Warner football picture?
Well, is it a picture of Suge Knight and Mr. Davis?
I believe so. I used to be able to find Suge on here, but I'm not sure if I could now.
Okay, well, what about my client?
Again, I don't know.
Now, in addition to that, are you aware at all about the photograph that's taken on page 12 of the book?
Only in that it's in the book.
Okay. Now, page 11, once again, he tells the reader of the book that he's running a multi-million-dollar nationwide drug empire. That's at the bottom of 11. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any proof of that?
Actually, yes. I've interviewed 3 former Compton gang unit detectives, and across the board, they told me that Keffe D was a high-level drug trafficker, and that basically by the 90s, they rarely saw him on the streets anymore because he was effectively too big for them. They were only running into his soldiers at that point.
Okay, so you're telling us something that somebody else said. Who are the detectives?
I interviewed Bobby Ladd and Reggie Wright Sr. and Ray Richardson.
Are you aware that Reggie Wright Sr. was a member of the Compton Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that in 2000 the Compton Police Department was dissolved because it was corrupt?
Objection. That assumes the fact not evident.
Can you rephrase? Are you aware that they were dissolved?
Well, yes, Your Honor. Let me ask you this way then. With regards to the Compton Police Department, are they currently Compton Police Department as of today?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, there's conflicting accounts of why it was shut down. And I believe it may have been 2002. I don't know if it was 2000. But the city said that it was corrupt and they were shutting it down for corrupt reasons. Of course, if you talk to the police that were there, it was their contention that City Hall was corrupt and they didn't want the police department investigating them. And then once they shut down, the Las Vegas Sheriff's Department took over policing for the city of Compton. They took over the contract, and I know that many of those Compton police officers were just immediately hired by the LA Sheriff's Department and continued to work in Compton.
Now, in terms of your evidence here today, or the things that you have, fair to say that what you're telling us is basically based upon what other people have told you?
Sure.
Do you have any physical evidence that we can look at to help us determine whether or not Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas on the night of the fight?
Physical evidence? No, I don't.
And with regards to the raids in this case, and I want to make sure I did not miss this point, were there any indication at all of very expensive $6,000 suits in any of his homes?
So I can't recall because the search warrant and the return on the search warrant is literally dozens and dozens of pages long, just lists after lists after lists of guns, ammunition, jewelry that were seized from these. I mean, it was something like 30-some addresses, I think. Like 2/3 of them, I think, were actually Piru blood addresses. The other third were Crips. I can't recall from memory. I don't have a photographic memory of every single item that was recovered, so I can't answer that question.
All right, but fair enough. Your research is targeting towards Mr. Davis, but in terms of your recollection, you don't recall what was actually in his homes.
Off the top of my head, I don't recall that, no.
And that information would be better served by a member of Compton Police Department?
Sure, they could probably do that. But again, it was 30 years ago. They would probably need to be given a heads up so they can look it up before they come here and testify.
And just one final point, and then I'll just let you go. Your testimony here is that let me pick up here and make sure I'm clear. In your review of the Death Row Chronicles book, is there anything at all in your reading of the book, and once again, you tell me, you read every page of that book, right?
Death Row Chronicles book?
Yeah. The one by Greg Keating?
Murder Rap. Murder Rap book.
I'm sorry, Murder Rap. Yeah, there you go. Did you read this book?
Yes, sir.
Cover to cover?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything at all in the book that says that, you know what, I don't know for sure if anything in this book is true or not, take it for, like a buyer beware or reader beware in this book?
I don't recall. It's been many years since I read it.
Now, what about the Captain Scott book and any of its editions? Did you ever recall anything in here that says buyer beware, reader beware of what's in this book?
Same answer. It's been years since I read it. I don't know.
Okay. How about the Compton Street Legend book? Do you have anything at all in here that would indicate to the reader that, hey, we can't verify the information that's in this book?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you turn with me inside this book to the table of contents, you see that? And on the left-hand side, there is a portion that's in there, correct?
Yes.
And in that portion, does it say that even though the authors and publishers have made every effort to ensure the accuracy and completeness of the information contained in this book, we assume no responsibilities for errors, inaccuracies, omissions, or any inconsistency herein?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't read that in any of those other books, right?
Again, I don't recall. It's just typical legalese disclaimer.
Do you know how much Mr. Davis was paid for his interviews with the project that you were on?
Death Row Chronicles?
Yes.
No, sir.
And fair to say that would have been a contract between himself and the company that you were working for as an independent contractor?
It could have been a contract between him and BET. Typically, talent contracts are with the channel, not necessarily the production company, so I don't know.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Redirect Mr. Tadakma.
Just briefly, Mr. Sanft started out talking about you providing your recordings to us. Did somebody have to authorize that for you to release those to us?
Yes.
And who had to authorize it?
So a attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET Network, authorized it. And then the head of Creature Films, which is the production company, also authorized it, both to me in writing and in email.
Now, Mr. Sanft asked you a bunch of questions about the liquor barn at Maryland and Flamingo, or you said Flamingo, you couldn't remember the street. Were you aware if Lee's Liquor used to call itself Lee's Liquor Barn before they got a trademark infringement?
I'm not sure.
How would he be aware?
I'm just wondering. Mr. Sample's allowed to ask every question on earth. Just add an if. Were you
I can't remember if that's how I discovered that or not.
Are you aware that even today, if there's a liquor locker at Flamingo in Maryland?
Yes, I think that's how I first tipped onto the fact that there was a liquor store in the region or the area where Keffe had described.
Now, Mr. Samt asked you if you had ever tried to confirm that Foxy Brown was in Vegas.
Right.
Are you aware if Foxy Brown's real name is Inga Marchand?
Yes.
Are you aware if Inga Marchand was even present at Biggie Smalls' murder?
She was, yes.
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor, and leading?
What's your response, Mr. DiGiacomo?
I don't think it was. I said, are you aware if? So of course it's not leading by definition.
Okay, so it's not leading. What about the relevance?
Well, I'm about to ask him a relevant question about Inga Marchand.
I'll overrule. I'll give you a little bit of leeway to establish your relevance. Go ahead.
Have you ever tried to interview Inga Marchand?
I have not.
Are you aware of how many detectives have ever tried to interview Inga Marchand?
I am not aware. At least for the Tupac case, I know that they tried to reach her for the Biggie case.
In the book in there, Mr. Davis, does he discuss his proffer that took place in 2008?
In the book?
Yes.
I can't remember offhand.
Go to the second to last chapter here. I can do it in Exhibit 127. Sorry, I gotta get to the page. Does he have a chapter entitled We Know? And on this exhibit, it is page 120 out of 145.
Yes.
And if you briefly review, I don't know, maybe the first 4 or 5 paragraphs.
Yes, sir.
Have you got to the part yet where he talks about the decision to go down and speak with the police about this event?
Not quite yet. 1 second. Yeah, it's a few pages in, it looks like.
Yeah, you can keep reading, but that paragraph is talking about that subject matter. Is that fair?
Yes.
Or that chapter, I should say.
Correct, yes. The task force and how they got him.
There were questions about what you could and couldn't confirm from Mr. Davis's story with the file that you had. Do you remember those questions?
Say again?
There were questions asked by Mr. Stampt about did you confirm this or did you confirm things from the 2008?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. Were many of the things he said in his proffer confirmed by the Biggie Smalls case file?
Yes.
In fact, had Corey Edwards in 2006 given a statement to police?
Correct. He gave a statement to Detectives Greg Kading and Tim Brennan.
Finally, going back to that 2008 statement, I just want to make sure we're clear that as far as you know, the first time the word sea breeze or sea bring the girls in the car, the actual model of the car came from Mr. Davis, public.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Say yes or no. Overruled.
In the 2008 proffer?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Recross.
Sir, just based upon your investigation as a civil investigator in this case, did you ever speak with Suge Knight?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay. All right, thank you for being with us for these 2 days. Mr. Dorsey, you are excused.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Will he be subject to recall, or is he released from the subpoena?
No, let's keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anybody else to present today, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Judge.
All right, so then we are going to recess for the evening. At this time, you're admonished you are not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please rise for the jury.
right, guys, we are back in the building. We should be good to go. Hopefully I didn't scare y'all by popping back on the screen. We should be in here. Let me see what y'all are saying. We're about to get back into the court proceeding. We'll get our next witness up there. So yes, we are at lunch. Yep. We're at lunch until 4. Nope. So they just started back. Y'all are sitting there waiting. Yeah, Amy, let y'all know court will resume shortly. Yep. No. They're back at 4. So yep, we are actually back in here now. We're about, I think, 45 seconds behind. So we're going to go ahead and get right into it. If y'all could, make sure you like the video if you haven't yet. Likes are free, helps us out a lot. And subscribe, you know, if you want to as well. You don't have a choice. I mean, subscribe. Might as well. All right, let's go ahead and get back into it. I'll pull up the screen. And we are not on lunch break, so I need to fix this as well. How was everybody's lunch break? What are y'all into? What's everybody up to here? And let me know what you think of the trial. I got to put that new poll in there and ask y'all, has the prosecution proven their case so far? This is going to be an interesting one. Let's see. Case. And I'm typing in all caps. For some reason, sound's not coming through.
Talk about it and let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Let me rewind it a little bit.
Once I have them recess after this witness. Okay, perfect.
There we go.
And just so I'm aware, 1 o'clock tomorrow is the plan?
Yes. 1 o'clock tomorrow. I think this is our last witness for today. I don't know how long it's going to take, but
Okay.
witness for today.
So we're starting
once
an
I
hour
have them
late
recess after
tomorrow.
this witness, we'll tell them to come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
And are we still starting noon on Thursday?
That's the idea. If you guys are ready at that time. So you guys can talk about it and let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
All right, we're gonna get back into it. Let me see what MGL is saying. Shout out to MGL hanging out over there on the Jury of Your Peers channel. Oh man, I can't read. I thought I was gonna be able to read that one. It's even harder to see. MGL says, been on the mob tour in Vegas 3 times because it's really good with 3 friends. They always stop at the intersection where he was shot and get out. It's covered in graffiti. Interesting. The city cleaned the light pole several times and gave up and left it there. Wow. That's interesting. Oh yeah, Dolly Parton passed. Rest in peace to Dolly. One of the goats of country. For sure. Sad.
So the party stipulated to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may all be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you liked lunch. We are
I gotta
State
fix that.
Case Chief. Mr. Kalal, you're standing up, so I assume you're calling your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
State calls Robert Ladd.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth.
All right, here's
the
our
whole
next
truth,
witness.
And nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Robert Ladd, Robert,
You may proceed, Mr. Blah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ladd.
How you doing, sir?
Sir, can you tell us a little bit about your employment?
Yes, I'm retired now, but I was a police officer for 32 years.
Where did you start your career?
I started in 1983 when I was hired by the city of Compton.
And what was your initial position with the city of Compton?
A patrol officer.
And then did you change positions at some point?
Yes, when I was a patrol officer for several years, and that really was my beginning introduction into the world of the Crips and Bloods, because most of the radio calls that we got in Compton revolved around gang activity. So I got to learn there, you know, the way they dressed, their territories, how to read graffiti. And then in 1988, I was promoted to the gang.
Interesting.
And for our edification, how big is Compton?
Compton's a 10 square mile city. It had a population of 100,000 people, and we had 55 active gangs in this little 10 square mile city.
Dang, that's a lot of gangs.
Fair to
Good
say
Lord.
that most of the gangs were affiliated either with the Crips or Blood or Mob and various subsets of those types of groups?
Yes, it was basically Crips, Pyrus, and Hispanic gangs.
Mr. Palal, you've reminded me that this may be a good time to read the Tavares instruction.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, federal convictions, as well as gang affiliation. These are not offered to show the defendant's propensity to commit crime or any other improper purpose, and you may not consider it for those purposes. It is only offered to establish the credibility of his prior statement, the statements made by defendant, motive, and identity. You may proceed, Mr. Palal.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and then tell us a little bit about your career in terms of, you said in 1983 you became a patrol officer and you were patrolling Compton, which had you responding to a lot of gang-related calls. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And then you ultimately go to the gang unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you assigned a partner?
Yes, my partner was Tim Brennan.
And then who was the lieutenant in charge of the gang unit at that time?
Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr.
During your time as a gang detective, did you also respond to a lot of gang activity in Compton?
Yes, when I got into the gang unit in 1988, Compton was a very violent city. We were averaging 70 to 80 homicides a year and hundreds of shootings.
Dang.
So my responsibilities now were to investigate all gang-related crimes, gather intelligence, and photograph and identify gang members. And I also went out on a daily basis and tried to contact gang members and talk to them when I arrested them. And also I tried to talk to them out in the field so I could kind of build a rapport with these gang members out there.
Okay, so, I mean, you'll have to forgive me, but when I think of a officer, detective, rolling through Compton and trying to start up a conversation with a gang member, it seems weird to me that the gang member would want to interact with you at all. Like, how did you develop that rapport?
Well, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes several years. You just gotta treat them fair, and you have to talk to them like you'd want to be talked to. And we didn't sweat them on the small stuff. We let patrol kind of do that. For instance, if they were out there just drinking some beer or smoking some marijuana or whatever, we'd come up and we'd talk to them and say, man, we're not going to sweat you on that stuff. And so over time they say, all right, this guy's pretty cool, we'll talk to him.
And then your partner, Tim Brennan, he ultimately was given a nickname Blondie, is that right?
Yes, DJ Quick wrote an underground song about it, and it was called Blondie. So everybody in the Compton knew my partner as Blondie. He kind of became famous over it.
Can you tell me a little bit about any type of gang training that you've given as somebody who has dealt with Bloods and Crips in Compton specifically?
Yes, it was from 2001 to about 2010 that my partner Tim and I, we taught at many national seminars right here in Vegas and in California also. And this is where thousands of police officers come from all over the country as well as around the world to learn about the Crips and Bloods. And so we taught them about that.
You had mentioned that in a city as small as 100,000 people, you would have somewhere between 50 to 60 or more homicides a year, and then additional hundreds of shootings. Can you tell us a little bit about that, about the volume of these types of cases? Were they mostly gang-related shootings and homicides?
Most of them were, yes. And in 1993, I was promoted to gang homicide detective and started handling all the gang homicides too. And I did this till the year 2000. And so I spent 12 straight years in the gang unit. And during that time, I handled hundreds of homicide cases and thousands of shootings. And I actually talked to thousands of gang members, and I got to know really the way they talk, the way they think, the way they act, basically their overall mentality about gang life in general.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the difficulties associated with investigating gang cases. As somebody who did hundreds of investigations and homicides and thousands of shootings, did gang cases in particular present investigatory problems?
Absolutely. Gang cases, they're the hardest to solve, especially in Compton, because there's a code out in the street where you're not supposed to talk to the police, you're not supposed to go to court, or you get labeled a snitch. And the other problems that we have is that the good citizens that actually see what happened and want to come forward, they're afraid to. They get intimidated by these gangsters, and so they're really hard. We really don't have any witnesses, so we kind of rely on a lot of informants to get our information out there in the streets.
And then you mentioned relying on informants, but is it fair to say that if somebody wants to, if a case needs to be prosecuted or brought to court, somebody can't remain a confidential, reliable informant? They actually have to reveal who they are.
That's true.
And as part of your investigating homicides and shootings, was that a problem to get people to come forward and testify as opposed to giving you information on background?
Yes, it's very difficult because when they come to court, if you can get them to come to court, they don't want to get involved. They don't want to say anything, so they're not cooperating.
And you said being labeled a snitch was something that was frowned upon. In your training and experience, were there any other types of consequences for people who are labeled snitches in Compton, California, in the gang life?
Absolutely. These guys take the code very seriously, and if you get labeled a snitch, it's probably the worst thing that can happen to you as a gang member. You're probably going to have to leave the state if you want to get, if you don't want to get severely beaten down all the way up to getting murdered. So they take it very seriously.
Now, I'm going to ask you now about a gang in particular. I'm going to ask you about, I'm going to ask you about the Southside Compton Crips. During your time in Compton, California, were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us a little bit about the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, the Southside Crips, they're located in the southeast portion of our city, and they're one of our larger gangs. It's probably a half mile in every direction. There was an excess of 100 documented active gang members at the time, and they identified themselves by wearing the color blue. So when you contacted a Southside Crip member, he's going to have something blue on, a blue shoestrings, a blue rag, anything blue identifies him with being a Crip gang member. And also the Southside Crip members adopted the Seattle Mariners baseball cap. It's a blue cap, it had an S on it, and to them the S stood for Southside Crips.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the mid-90s, 1995, 1996. Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Duane Davis?
Yes.
Were you aware, was he somebody that was a high-ranking person in that gang or a low-ranking person in that gang?
Well, as high as you can get, yeah.
Now, what are the different levels of gangsters in Southside, or just general gangs? Are there different levels?
Yes, there's definitely a hierarchy within the black gangs in Compton. There's really 3 phases that these guys go through. The first phase is the BG, or baby gangster phase. And this is the time when they're just joining a gang.
I've never heard of
Usually,
BG stage.
most of the time, not all the time, they get jumped in. And by getting jumped in, you have to show how tough you are. So it's probably lasts about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, where 5, 6, 7 gang members are going to try to beat this guy up, and he's got to fight with them to show how tough he is. And if he passes, he gets to join the gang. And these
Sounds
are the
like
ages
fun.
between 12, 13 to 15 and 16. And this is the beginning stages, so they're out there doing low-level crime, such as graffiti, selling drugs for the older gang members, and being lookouts.
And then is there a level above that?
Yeah, the next level we call the gangster phase, and that's from the ages from 15 to 16 to about 25 or 26. Now this is a stage where these guys do the most violence. They're the ones out there that are committing the drive-by shootings and murders and robberies and carjacking. What they're trying to do is they're trying to earn their stripes for the gang so they can get kind of respect within the gang. So this is the most violent time for these gangsters.
And then is there another level in the hierarchy?
Yes, the last level is ages 25 to 26 on up. And these are the guys that, a lot of them went to prison during their gangster phase, and a lot of them are getting older now, and they put in the work. They call it earning their stripes within the gang. They're getting their respect now. They're the
Heard
older
about that.
gangsters.
Yeah.
And
The
these
OGs.
guys become the leaders or shot callers of the gang. And they tell the younger officers what to do. And again, they take this very seriously. If the older OGs tell younger gangsters what to do, they do it without hesitation. If they don't, there's going to be severe consequences. I've seen all the way from severe beatdowns all the way up to murder.
Right. Now, in that hierarchy, so we have baby gangsters, just what was the middle one called? Just gangsters?
Just gangsters.
Gangsters, and then like OGs. Did you happen to know in the mid-90s where Duane Davis stood in that hierarchy?
Yes, he was a shot caller.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
He was a baller. I guess I shouldn't sing on here. Sorry, guys. I can't help it. All right, let's see. Let's see what the issue is here.
Younger gangsters.
Here we go.
Well, he could tell the younger gangsters what to do, and if they don't listen, like I just said, there's going to be severe consequences. The younger gang members are supposed to do what they're told without hesitation.
Now, were you aware of whether or not Mr. Davis was a narcotics trafficker?
Yes, he was definitely a high-level narcotics dealer. Compton, we were a small city, and we didn't have the manpower or the resources to go after a major narcotics dealer like Mr. Davis. But during my time in the gang unit, we were approached by 2 different agencies, the FBI task force, really, the DEA and FBI task force, and they would come to us because they wanted information on Mr. Davis's fellow gang members who he hung around with. And basically they would tell us that he's trafficking narcotics across the United States all the way to the East Coast.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about Mr. Davis. Would you see him sometimes in Compton?
Yes, many, many times I've seen Mr. Davis.
And can you, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yeah, he's male black sitting at the end of the table wearing it's either gray or black suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant in this case.
Why did he look at his suit? He forgot what he put on.
All right, and how would Mr. Davis dress in normal, like, gangster attire, like you were talking about before, or would he dress differently?
No, in his later years after he became a leader, whenever I'd see him, he'd be nicely dressed. Have the brim hat on, and he wouldn't have anything gangster-like on. He was always well dressed.
I'm going to ask you now about somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you familiar with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was very familiar with Mr. Anderson. I had many, many contacts with him.
Okay, and
Rest in peace.
can you tell us how you first became aware of Mr. Anderson's involvement in gang activity, if such activity existed?
Yes, I guess you could say I was there for his initiation into the gang. My partner Tim Brennan and I, we were at a fast food restaurant getting something to eat, and we're in the drive-thru. And this particular restaurant was right adjacent to the Southside Crip territory. And there's an alley that runs just adjacent to it. So as we got our food, and we were driving out of the fast food restaurant, and all of a sudden we heard a barrage of shots. We can hear them hitting our car. Then we heard about 5 or 6 shots, right? So after the shots stopped, we looked at each other, jumped out of the car, made sure we were all right, and we ran to where the shots were coming from. And witnesses were pointing down the street, and I saw 3 male blacks running down towards a known gang hangout. So these guys ran in there. We called the troops. We subsequently arrested Orlando Anderson and 2 other people, and during their interviews they said that was part of their initiation. They didn't have to be jumped in if they tried to kill me and my partner.
Wow.
So they were automatically in the gang, and Orlando Anderson wasn't the shooter during this incident.
Was not.
Was not.
Yeah. Now, were you
crazy.
familiar? Well, did Orlando Anderson, to your knowledge, have any relation to Duane Davis?
Yes, we found out that it was Orlando Anderson was Keffe's nephew. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And Keffe is what Mr. Davis went by?
Yeah, Keffe D.
Yeah, Keffe D. Is that kind of how you're used to referring to Mr.
Yes,
Davis?
I kind of know by their nicknames, really.
Okay. And then, were you also familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Bubble Up Brown?
Yes.
What?
Many contacts with Mr. Brown.
What kind of name is that? Shout out
He
to
was
Bubble
kind of
Up.
an older gangster, call him a wobbler. I still considered him in the gangster phase, but he kind of was a little older too.
And I guess in the mid '90s, what phase
What's
or
his
what
name,
level
Bubble
would you
Gut?
say Orlando Anderson was?
Definitely gangster phase.
And then, did he go by any nicknames that you're aware of? Orlando Anderson.
Yes, Baby Lane.
And then, were you familiar with somebody by the name of DeAndre Smith?
Yes, DeAndre Smith, many contacts with him. Again, admitted to me, he's a Southside Crip member. His nickname was Big Dre.
Why was he called Big Dre?
Because he was a big man, and he was like 6'4", probably 300 pounds. He was a big guy.
That's a big dude.
Were you also familiar with a gang called Mob Piru?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Mob Piru?
Yes, they're a gang in the city of Compton, and they're located in the northeast portion of our city.
In the city.
Their gang used to be called the Looters Park Piru. That was their territory. In about 1975 or 76, a group of kids over there wanted to start their own gang and have their own territory, so they started at Mob Piru, which stands for Members of Bloods. Now their area is probably a quarter mile in each direction, and there's probably 45 to 50 active gang members in this gang also.
Wow.
And they identify themselves by wearing the color red. So, and just like the Crips wore anything blue, the Pirus or Bloods wear everything red.
Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the flare up between Mob Piru and Southside Crips. But even before any of the music or any of the particular 1990s issues that we're here to discuss, would it be fair to say that Mob Piru and Southside Crips were natural rivals?
Yes, the Bloods and Crips never got along since they originated way back in the early 70s. They're kind of like just natural enemies because one wears red and one wears blue.
Were you familiar with whether or not Mob Piru associated with any particular record label in the mid-90s?
Yes, Death Row Records.
And do you know who ran Death Row Records at the time?
Yes, Suge Knight.
And were you familiar with Suge Knight prior to his ascension in Death Row Records?
Yeah, we had contact with him before, but not many because he really wasn't a gang member. He didn't really hang out, but he grew up in that neighborhood.
I'm going to ask you about some of the people that you would associate with the Mob Piru. Earlier, I think now it's last week, we met with somebody named James McDonald. Are you familiar with James McDonald?
Yes, very.
Mob
Do you
James.
recall what his nickname was?
Yes, Mob James.
Now, would you go to the McDonald house in Mob Piru territory?
Yes, Mob James's house was kind of like the main hangout for the Mob Piru, Looters Park Piru. He had two younger brothers, Buntry and Timmy Rue. So this was the main hangout for the Mob Pirus, and we would go there. If you wanted to find a Mob Piru, that's the first place you'd look. So we had many run-ins at this Mob James house.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane?
Yes.
And actually published States Exhibit 60. Do you recognize the person depicted in States Exhibit 60?
Yes, that's Trayvon Lane. His nickname's Trey, and he's a member of the Mob Piru.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Roger Williams?
Yes, I am. His nickname is Neckbone, and he's also a member of the Mob Piru.
Actually, I think I skipped something with Trayvon Lane. You had talked about the 3 levels of being a gangster. What level would you say Trayvon Lane was in the mid-90s?
Gangster.
Okay, so like the middle, most violent level.
Yes.
And then with in the mid-90s, what level was Roger Williams?
Definitely gangster.
In the mid-90s, what level was Mob James McDonald?
I would consider him an OG.
And then you'd mentioned Buntry. Is that Alton McDonald?
Yes, it is.
And in the mid-90s, what level would you describe him?
Gangster.
And then are you... now, in that neighborhood, same neighborhood, there was a person that lived there or grew up there named Reggie Wright Jr. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Very, yes.
And when you say very, how are you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Oh, he used to work at the Compton Police Department. He was a jailer, and then he went to be a full-time police officer, I think, in around 1988. He was only there for like 5 years because he got injured and had to retire.
Now, I'm going to ask you something, I guess, culturally about gang life. How important is one's reputation in the gang world?
Very. It's these guys live for respect. That's how they live their lives.
And then, if somebody felt as though they were disrespected, what would you expect them to do?
Handle it.
They have to retaliate. If a gang member is disrespected, they have to retaliate, or they're considered a punk out in the streets. And if you get considered a punk out in the streets, you kind of lose your respect and credibility.
What's the consequence of losing your respect and credibility in the streets?
Well, I mean, no, you're going to be nothing in that gang, really.
And then we talked about the hundreds of murders that you've investigated and the thousands of shootings you've investigated. Was retaliation, in your experience, ever a motive for those shootings or murders?
Yes. I've investigated like 1,000 crimes, and I would say 90% of them are because of disrespect. And so when you get disrespected as a gang member, you can expect some sort of retaliation.
Now, you had heard gathering intelligence about this Lakewood Mall incident. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you weren't there, were you?
No.
And just so we're all clear, Lakewood Mall, is that in Compton?
No, it's several miles out of Compton.
And so that wouldn't be something for you to investigate?
No.
But as a gang expert and a gang investigator, what to you is the significance of somebody trying to rip off a gang member's chain?
Well, it's definitely disrespect, especially the chain that they were trying to take at the Lakewood Mall. It was a highly prized medallion, and these guys wore it like a badge of honor. So them to try to steal this chain and beat up this subject, it would be a major display of disrespect. So now this guy's got to go back to the Mob Piru and Death Row Records and tell them what happened. So the next time they see each other, it's going to be on site. As soon as they see each other, some confrontation is going to happen.
And you had said that we're talking about the chain, we're talking about that Death Row chain, is that right?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that they were wearing it with great pride. By they, who are you talking about?
The entourage of Suge Knight, that's Trayvon Lane. Well, back in '95, Suge Knight gave these out as Christmas presents to his entourage, Trayvon, Neckbone, Buntry. They gave one to Reggie Wright Jr. So not too many people had him at this time. So it was a prized possession to these guys.
Now, I'm going to take you forward to September 7th of 1996. You become aware of a shooting that occurs out here in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you become aware of the shooting that occurred here on September 7th, 1996?
Well, I was at home, and I get a call from my boss, who's Reggie Wright Sr., and he tells me that, hey, Suge Knight and Tupac were just shot. Tupac's in critical condition, and get ready because it's coming back to Compton. He told me that they thought the Southside Crips were responsible for the shooting.
And so when he's telling you this, do you now have to have a response to this? Or why is he telling you specifically to get ready?
Because when you disrespect and shoot the biggest rap mogul on the planet and the biggest rap star on the planet, and he surrounds himself with the Mob Piru, then there's going to be some sort of retaliation. And all these guys were from Compton. So when they got back to Compton, we expected a war.
And was there a war?
There definitely was a war.
Can you tell us about that? So in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting, did you notice an uptick in violence in Compton?
Yes, 2 days after Tupac was shot was our first shooting. One of the OGs was at a store on Alondra Boulevard in Compton, and he was shot in the back several times, and a 10-year-old little girl got caught in a crossfire, and she was dead, and she was in critical condition. And the guy that was shot was a Southside Crip member, and again, he was a shot caller for the Southside Crips. His name was Darnell Brim.
Okay, and we've heard Darnell Brim's name before here, but was Darnell Brim part of the same subgroup of the Southside Crips as Duane Davis?
No, he was a Southside Crip gang member like they all were, but there was two factions of it. There was a group called the Burst Crew, which Mr. Davis ran, and then there was a Glencoe crew that Darnell Brim ran.
And is it fair to say that at some point there was a conflict between the two groups that caused the factionalization?
Yes, they used to be one big happy family, but there was a disagreement over drugs, or some drugs were stolen from one of the Burst Crew members, and that's when they split apart. They start fighting with each other, and they split apart into two different factions.
Now, in your understanding of gang culture, would Mob Piru, if they're seeking retaliation, would they be discerning about which crew or which part of the Southside Compton Crips they were shooting at, or would it just be you find a Southside Crip and then you start shooting?
Yeah, they don't care. When they go hunting for somebody, they don't care which faction he's from. If he's a Southside Crip member, or they're going to go after him.
Now, certainly that wasn't the only shooting that occurred in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had 3 murders and 10 attempted murder drive-by shootings that happened within a 10-day period in Compton.
And is that when, and were those shootings going back and forth related to Mob Piru and Southside Crips?
Yes.
So, I mean, you had mentioned earlier, there's 53 or 50 plus gangs in this 10 square mile radius. But during this particular heightened sense of violence, what was happening was the shooting back and forth between Mob Piru and Southside Crips.
Yes, but basically what it told me as a gang investigator right after the first shooting of Darnell Brim, to me there was no doubt in my mind that the Southside Crips were responsible, because the Mob Piru had to retaliate, and they had 54 other gangs to choose from, but they went right after the Southside Crips. So there's no doubt in my mind who was responsible for shooting Tupac and Suge Knight.
Now, as a result of this, in October, do you and your partner Tim Brennan put together a multi-house search warrant?
That is correct.
And what was the purpose of this search warrant?
Well, we had 2 purposes, really. One, there was a war in the city of Compton, and innocent people were getting shot as well as gang members, and so we wanted to put a stop to that. So by hitting houses on both sides, both the Pirus and the Crips, and we wanted to quell the violence and try to stop it. The other reason was we wanted to try to help Las Vegas PD with their investigation of the shooting of Tupac and Suge.
And when you said you wanted to help the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in their investigation of who shot Tupac and Suge, can you elaborate more on how you believed this search warrant might help Metro in its investigation?
Yes, the way we handle gang-related homicides is when we did these search warrants, we'd find a reason, hopefully, to arrest them. We'd find guns or narcotics in their house, and then we'd bring them down to the station. So you would have all the players that were involved, like that we heard about, that was involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So we rounded them all up, and hopefully Las Vegas PD would come down and try to interview them, try to get one of them to cop out, or to try to put them in Las Vegas, whatever they want to do on their investigation of the murder. We rounded up all the people for them, so that's how we helped them.
So the search warrant served 2 purposes. You have an active war going on, and you're trying to slow the violence in Compton, but you're also thinking, well, maybe we can get some of the folks who we think might be involved in the Tupac shooting to start talking as well.
Correct.
Did Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department send detectives out here for that purpose, or out there for that purpose?
Yes, they sent 2 detectives.
Now, with regards to the search warrant itself, were a number of firearms recovered as well?
Yes.
And was part of the goal that maybe not only just take the guns off the street for the Compton war, but was there a hope that maybe the firearm for the Tupac Shakur murder might be recovered as well?
That's correct also.
It's fair to say that that did not happen.
That's correct.
You know, I'm actually going to approach with State's proposed exhibit number 161.
You may.
I'm showing you what's proposed State's exhibit number 161.
I gotta get my glasses on.
No problem.
Okay.
Do you recognize what state's proposed exhibit 161 is?
Yes, it's a search warrant.
And can you open it up and look through it? Do you recognize the search warrant?
Yes, I do. It was a search warrant that we prepared, well, Tim wrote after the Tupac shooting.
And was it, did you assist him in the investigation that led up to the search warrant?
Yes,
And did you assist him in giving him the information in order to get the probable cause?
definitely, yes.
And then did you also assist in executing that search warrant?
Yes.
Now, state's going to move state's proposed exhibit 161 as evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Stamps?
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, there's been some allegation that the Compton Police Department was only focused on the Southside Crips when it came to trying to stop this war and stop this violence. Is it fair to say that among the houses that were searched included a large number of Mob Piru houses along with Southside Crips houses?
Yes, definitely. We hit many houses on both sides.
And is it fair to say that is a total of 38 residences that were looked into?
Yes.
And to include members of Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Now, permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 162 and 163. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
What are they?
These are evidence that we collected at the scene.
Okay. And without going into the addresses, is it fair to say that these were evidence that were collected from Duane Davis's house and Duane Davis's family's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to move State's Exhibits 162 and 163 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Okay, I'm going to first turn your attention to State's Exhibit 162. Can you finish that?
Yeah, you just want me to avoid the address, though, right? Sorry. We have to avoid the address, so maybe take it off me. Jessica, maybe take it off me while it comes up, so we can avoid the address itself. What page do you want, Mr.
The fourth page, please. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Can you do the second page first?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so this is the first address we're going to talk about here. And again, we're not going to go into what the actual address is, but do you recognize the people that are listed that were located at the address?
Yes.
And fair to say they were members of Mr. Davis's family?
Yes.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the next page. And under on line number 5, do you see what's listed there as the receipt?
Yes.
And line number 5 is one hotel's receipt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then line number 6 is one Compton Municipal Court subpoena. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 163, if we can take it off us for a second.
Give me half a second here. Sorry, can we approach? I think you just have to show it to him, Mr. Wall. I don't think we can put it up.
Okay.
This is what it says.
So I'm showing you page 3 of States Exhibit 163. Can you tell us what this document actually is?
Yeah, it's a receipt for property taken.
And then it actually mentions who is taking some of the property here, doesn't it?
Yes,
And who's that?
myself.
Okay. And then one is a letter from the Excalibur Casino, is that correct?
Yes,
And then the other is an envelope addressed to Orlando Anderson, is that correct?
yes,
And then the third is miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson as well, is that correct?
yes.
And all of these 3 items were collected by you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So from Mr. Davis's home, and well, we'll start with 163. We have from Mr. Anderson's home, we have a receipt from the Excalibur. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then is part of the reason why you're collecting that receipt is because it's relevant to the investigation as to who shot Mr. Shakur?
Yes, we thought it might be significant that it showed that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting.
I guess in this one's Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yeah.
And then from Mr. Davis's house, there's also a receipt, a hotel receipt that was collected. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to approach. I'm going to show you states 160. And we're not going to talk about the addresses specifically, but the 2 addresses attributed to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Davis. One is at the top, and then one is at the bottom with a red dot. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that they are very close to each other.
Yes.
I'm going to move 160 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
So Mr. Anderson, was he one of the people that was caught up during the search warrants, this 38 house search warrant?
Yes.
And was Mr. Davis around during the 38 house search warrant?
No, we couldn't locate him.
So you were able to locate Mr. Anderson, but Mr. Davis was just not around.
Correct.
And you don't know why or how that is.
That's correct.
But with regards to Mr. Anderson, it's fair to say Mr. Anderson at that point is a person of interest, at least, in the shooting of Mr. Shakur.
Definitely, yes.
And then at that point, do you make him available for questioning with Detective Becker from LVMPD?
Yes.
And does Mr. Becker make an attempt to question Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
And did any useful or relevant information come out during the course of that questioning?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, let's fast forward a little bit. You were aware that 6 months later, Christopher Wallace, also known as the notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, he was killed in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that in the Compton area?
No.
And so, were you responsible for the investigation to Christopher Wallace?
No.
But did you end up assisting the LAPD in trying to execute search warrants in an attempt to gather information on the murder of Christopher Wallace?
Yes.
And why were you the person, or you and Mr. Brennan the person that LAPD would ask for assistance?
Because we knew who all the players were, and we told them at the time that they had a little internal feud going with each other, and we were getting ready to do search warrants on them.
So you were getting
So
ready.
they told him to chill.
They were having an internal
crazy.
feud. Is it fair to say that the 1997 search warrant served a dual purpose in a similar way that the 1996 search warrant served?
Yes.
So, like in 1996, you have a war between Mob Piru and Southside Crips, and you're also trying to see if you can get any information related to the Tupac Shakur murder. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes.
And then in 1997, you had mentioned that there was an internal feud that had gotten violent. Is it fair to say that the Burris Street crew and the Glencoe Street crew on the Southside Compton Crips, that they had started engaged in their own violent feud?
Yes, definitely.
And as a result, and at that same time, there was some question as to whether or not members of the Southside Crips may be involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace.
Correct.
And so, were those two goals, or those two functions, part of the reason or the basis for executing the search warrants?
Yes.
Now,
Shout out to Mary for the super
I'm
chat.
going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's
Thank you,
Exhibit
Mary.
136?
Yes. This is the search warrant we did on.
And we're not going to talk about addresses by agreement, but it's a search you did on a different house from the houses that you did in 1996. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a different residence that was associated with Mr. Davis. Is that fair?
Yes.
Page 4 of 136.
I thought actually 136, but it is. Just give me a second.
In court's indulgence, Your Honor, we're just pulling that up.
Sure.
Jessica, you can pull it on me.
And Mr. DiGiacomo, do you mind zooming in a little bit?
Yeah, if I can figure out how to make the Zoom work on this. That didn't work. Let's see if the Zoom tool's not working.
Mr. Ladd, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. It's going to be up
Okay.
there, but I want to show you page 4 of 136. It's still up there on the screen as well. On page 4, we have another receipt of property taken. Is that right?
Yes.
And on line 4, what do we have?
Thank you for the super sticker, Kitty Cat. Appreciate you.
A money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
All right, how do you explain this one?
To this search warrant as well as the other search warrant, really you can only take property that would be related to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
So like if I couldn't take just any random property just because I have a search warrant, can I?
No.
You have to take things that are related to the actual search warrant.
Correct.
Now I am going to ask you, did you spend, you said you had worked at Compton till about, how long, actually, let me rephrase. How long did you work at the city of Compton for?
From 1983 to 2001.
Long time.
Sorry, 2000.
Okay. Is it fair to say that at some point the Compton Police Department got swallowed up by the LA Sheriff's Office?
He said, what?
And did you stay with? Did you sign on to the LA Sheriff's Office after that?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many of the Compton police officers stayed with the LA Sheriff's Office? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead if you want.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't want it to be like yesterday where we keep on interrupting each other. Do you recall how many of the Compton police officers were hired on by the LA Sheriff's Office when LA Sheriff's Office took over Compton Police Department?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact number. I think there was like 103 of us, and I think all but 2 were hired by the Sheriff's Department.
Now, you ultimately left the LA Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then where did you go to work after that?
I lateraled over to agency Garden Grove PD in Orange County.
Probably a little bit safer than the Compton Police Department.
You could say that, yes. It was still a busy city, but it wasn't nothing like Compton.
And then during that time period is when you started giving talks with Detective Brennan regarding your experience working blood and Crip gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that Detective Brennan is no longer with us?
Yes, he passed away of cancer several years ago.
Ah, dang. That's tough. Rest in peace.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'd forgotten about one of the murders I wanted to talk, or one of the shootings I wanted to talk to you about during the war that escalated immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So I'm going back a little bit, and I apologize for that.
No problem.
One of the people that was shot was a man by the name of Bobby Finch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Bobby Finch was actually killed on September 11th. Is that fair?
Yes.
Where did Bobby Finch live in relation to Corey Edwards?
Next door.
Was Bobby Finch a gang member?
No.
Was Corey Edwards a gang member?
Yes.
And what gang did he belong to?
Southside Crips.
And do Bobby Finch and Corey Edwards look alike?
Yes, they did.
Oh, come on. You can't say that about black folks.
Does anyone need to use the restroom before we get into cross? Seeing no hands, Mr. Sampt. Oh. We're good?
He said they look alike. You can't say that about
Okay,
black
perfect.
people.
All right. During this recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial.
What is going
until the
on
case
here?
is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at, let's say, 2:15. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. We'll be in recess.
So I guess we got a couple of minutes here. How's everybody feeling in there? Let me see what y'all are saying about this poll. How are y'all feeling? So when it comes to the question we asked, has the prosecution proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt? It looks like so far, 20% of you are saying yes. 20% of you are saying it's too early. And 60% of you are saying, what do you think? No, y'all are saying no way, no how, not happening. All right, let's actually see. We were a little bit behind, so we'll have a little bit of a break here, and I actually need to update this so we can give y'all a break real quick. So we will take a brief break. It should be about, let me see if I could find this. About 20 minutes. No, not 20 minutes. Maybe 5 minutes real quick. So we should be good. I need to read some super chats actually. So by the time I get done with these super chats, we might be good. Let me see what y'all are saying. We've got Mary in here. Shout out to Mary. Drop the super chat, the 10 bomb. She is the sponsor of today's show. She says, shout out to the MVPs, Classy and Amy E, for amazing coverage as always. I'll be in the replay crew. but forever grateful replay crew. I appreciate you, Marion. Thank you for being on the replay gang. Gang is so valuable. Y'all help out the channel a lot by showing up, leaving comments on the replay, interacting while the replay is going on. So thank y'all for the love. Make sure that y'all like the replay as well. So if you're watching this on the replay right now, y'all show some love, show some support, like the video. It's that easy. Thank you, Mary, for being here. I appreciate you. Amy also sent in some love over there as well. I think she sent another super sticker. We had Kitty Cat sent in the gold coins. Thank you, Kitty Cat, for the love as well. Oh man, Amy, who are you talking about? She says, I don't know why, but I want to brush her hair. Oh, you're talking about the judge? I think her hair looks cool. Shout out to Judge, what is her name? I can never remember her last name. I always get it wrong. All right, we'll give y'all a little bit. Let me see if I can find this. We'll give y'all a brief, very, very brief break. And then let me see if this updated. It didn't. I did it the wrong way. And then we'll get right back into the court proceeding. Hold on. I got to make sure I get this updated so you guys have what you need over here. Because that doesn't even look right. Let me see. Here we go. Nope, that's not right either. I'm going to fix it for y'all and just make sure that we're good. Let's see. There we go. All right, y'all. We will be right back. All right, y'all. It looks like we are back and ready to go. Again, big shout out to the sponsor of today's show, We've got Mary in there showing major love. Let me see what else y'all are saying. Amy's in here. Also sent another one. She sent in the 6. She sent in the 6-7. You gonna make me do it. She said +2. Oh my God. If you get it, do the math. Oh, I get it. I get it, and you get it too. You feel me? Let's go ahead and get back into the court coverage. The judge is ready to do this thing. So let me see. Let me make sure we got sound. Here we go. Appreciate you, MGL. Shout out to MGL watching on the TV. She's watching us on the television over there.
Did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Here we go.
All right, we're on cross.
I like
whenever
this.
you're ready, Mr. Stamp, you may proceed.
I really, really, really like this testimony. We might be getting done early if we're going to cross-examination too.
Thank you.
Now, during your time in Compton, seems like it was a pretty colorful time where you were there.
Very active, yes.
There's a movie called, I think, End of Watch. Have you ever watched that movie?
No.
Okay. Have you ever watched any movies at all from that time period? Like, say, I don't know what there was out there. Any of the LAPD movies during that time period? Have you ever watched any of those?
You have to be more specific.
I know. I'm trying to figure out there's another one out there besides End of Watch.
Move on, Mike.
But you share basically your experience working as a Compton police officer to the time you started working as a detective for gangs in a book that you wrote.
Yes.
And that book is called and entitled Once Upon a Time in Compton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do write this book in addition to Timothy Brennan, your partner.
Yes.
Now, in the book, I've read the book, and when you guys are working together as a team, it's Tim and Bob, right, in the book. You guys, Tim and Bob, we did this, Tim and Bob, we did that, right?
Yes.
Now, the book itself, as you created the book, fair to say that that was a book that I would think that you would be proud of, the work that you put into the book.
Yes.
And in terms of the book itself, you could sit here basically as you're talking with us and this jury today, that the book is accurate in terms of what you recall during that time period, right?
Yes.
And you would have taken great pains to make sure that that book was accurate before it was published.
Yes.
Meaning, for instance, if you read something in the book that wasn't accurate and it wasn't published yet, you would make a note to either tell Tim or this other lady, I think her name is Lolita, that, hey, this isn't quite right, I don't remember that, and there would be some discussion, maybe changing or something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in order for you to write the book, and I think you published this book in 2017?
Correct.
That was, and you started working for Compton in what year?
1983.
So, and you start off in the book from 1983 on in terms of your experience working as a police officer in Compton, as well as Tim's experience working as a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Did you, I would imagine you would have used notes and that kind of thing to help refresh your recollection and help remind you of certain events, certain cases, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Yeah, because in the book, for instance, there's a lot of different people you run into. There's a lot of different scenarios you run into as well, right?
Yes. Most of it was based off our memories, but
yeah,
like for the search warrant or whatever, we could go back to a search warrant and look at that to refresh our memories.
Right.
Most of the stories are just from my memory.
Yeah, and fair to say, of course, it's also Tim's memory as well. So something that you would remember, he would remember, and vice versa, and you go, oh yeah, I remember this now, and you would say, oh yeah, I remember that now, right?
Yes.
So part of the book, in essence, really is it's teamwork between you and Tim and Lolita writing the book for you.
It's a collaboration. Yes.
Collaboration. Okay. Now, did you write any of the book yourself?
Basically we got Lolita Files to write the book, and we told the story to her.
Right, and so
she actually wrote it, but it's our story.
Right, and Lolita, meaning that this was an experienced writer that you recall, right, before she wrote the book?
Absolutely.
And when she wrote the book, can you tell us a little bit about Lolita, who she was as a writer?
Yeah, she had several books that were published prior to that, and she was very up on the hip hop scene. So when we got together, and we kind of just clicked, and we collaborated to write the book.
And in terms of her background and so forth, did she go to school for that?
I'm not sure.
All right. And was she working as a journalist or a writer prior to you meeting her to write this book?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, throughout the course of the book, you do put pictures in here, and pictures of you with darker hair and less of a goatee and more of a, looks like actually one without a picture of no much facial expression whatsoever. It's a picture of you as a young police officer. Now, the purpose for these pictures in your book is really to help establish some of the things that were happening during that time period, so the reader could see visually what was going on, right?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, in the book, you had put as well, and the book, the picture, Leslie, the picture that I was looking at is this picture right here. You recall this picture?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and once again, it's just to show your experience while you were being a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, though, you do put in the back of your book some documents that were documents that you used in furtherance of your job as a detective at some point, right?
I don't really understand that question.
Meaning, for instance, in the back of your book, you do put in here a map of the Compton area gangs, for instance.
Yes.
You also put in here, and the Compton area gangs for the jury, we're talking just to highlight how compact of an area the city of Compton was and how many different areas was claimed by different types of gangs. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. In addition to that, you also had included in here the affidavit, the search warrant that we just talked about before, right? This 40 area search warrant.
Yes.
You put that in the book as well.
Yes.
And just for the jury's edification here, for instance, none of the information in here is redacted, meaning it's not taken out by a black mark or anything like that, right?
Correct.
All right. And I'm not trying to get anybody in position here to be in trouble, but in essence, the book and the information that's in here was readily available for anyone who wanted to buy and read it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, did you have a publisher on this?
At the beginning, we did, yes.
Okay. And what do you mean at the beginning?
Well, it was a publishing company, and we kind of had a little conflict with them, so we decided to leave them and self-publish.
I see. And so with Lolita's help, once the book was finalized and you and Tim both felt good about the finished product with Lolita, then you just published it yourself.
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, you just go to Amazon Books, and it kind of just runs you through it. It's kind of a complex system that you have to do certain things. I mean, I didn't really do it, so I can't really tell you the exact steps because I'm not very good on the computer. I know how to turn them off and I know how to turn them on.
Well, let me ask you this in terms of what was happening with Amazon. Once you submitted it to Amazon, Amazon becomes a platform that sells the book.
Yes.
And so if someone's interested in the book, they just look it up and they click and they buy the book.
Correct.
Now, at some point, though, as they're buying the book, you receive a record as to how many people have purchased the book, right?
Yes.
And how much money
What's
you
up, Greg?
and Lolita would potentially be making for the sale of each book.
Correct.
Now, in this case, for instance, with the sale of each book, I would imagine Amazon would have taken a pretty big chunk of the
Thanks for the super sticker, Greg.
proceeds from the sale of each book.
Yes. You don't make much money.
Yeah. And so even though you're selling, and with regards to Once Upon a Time in Compton, can you tell us how many of these books that you sold?
No.
Okay. I'm assuming at some point you did receive a check.
Yeah.
Okay. But not something that you could retire on.
Oh, definitely not.
Okay. And in terms of your books, do you remember how much they cost, how much you were selling them for?
I thought it was $15.99, but I'm not positive on that.
Okay. Right. Now, one of the things that's in your book as well is you had, there was a part of the book where you had identified a MGM Grand ticket to the Tyson Seldon fight. Do you recall that particular image in your book?
I think it was, yeah, we covered that out of Suge Knight's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with regard to that, if I show you, let me just do this real quick here. Your Honor, if I could approach and ask the clerk to mark this as proposed exhibit next in order.
Okay. What is the next order, Jess? D.
DD.
She'll put it on there. Is it B? B?
DD.
Okay, got it. It'll be admitted.
Thank you.
Oh, was there any objection? I apologize.
So you say it first.
Oh.
No objection.
So admitted.
Mayor Patron.
You may.
Do you recall this particular image in your book, so showing you what's been marked as BB?
Yeah, it looks like it, yes.
Okay, and that was a ticket stub, it looks like, to the Seldon Tyson fight
Yes.
On September 7th, 1996.
Yes.
Man,
That
Keefe,
ticket stub was
get that man a
located
cough
in
drop.
Suge Knight's house.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Just publishing for the jury here so they can see. Do you recall when Suge Knight's house was searched?
The day that I think it was October 2nd, the day we served all 38 search warrants.
I see. And so his house was one of the houses that you were searching to basically try to quell any potential violence in Compton as well as gather information.
Yes.
Now, with regard to this particular ticket though, because it was captured, there was an understanding between all the police officers conducting all the searches at the same time that you were looking for information leading to the murder of Tupac that had occurred in September.
Yes.
So with regard to this ticket, for instance, because it was the Seldon Tyson fight on the night of Tupac's murder, this ticket was obtained by you or kept in evidence as part of your investigation.
It wasn't part of our investigation, though. It was for Las Vegas PD.
Right, so let's get a little bit into that. So, and I want to make sure that the jury understands. So in terms of the actual murder investigation itself, that was the jurisdiction of Las Vegas Metro.
Yes.
And so, which I guess is difficult here, right? Because potentially everyone that's a potential suspect in the Las Vegas murder potentially would have been residing in Compton, right?
Not necessarily, but most of them did.
Yeah. And so on this particular day, when you're out executing the search warrant with all the different locations, you had invited the detectives that were assigned to the Metro homicide investigation here to come out to Compton to be present so that they can interview people if they wanted to.
Correct.
All right. And so this particular piece of information would have been something that they would have been interested in, I would assume.
Yes.
All right. Now, we talked a little bit about what was also found, and you had indicated that there were some receipts, some hotel receipts that were located. Where did I put that? Oh. I think the state had already presented this to the jury. What was the last exhibit you guys put up for that?
It's 161 and 162. It's just, that's the entire return for all locations.
Yeah.
The two are up there.
Okay. Sir, what you were showing earlier in terms of the affidavits in this case, thank you. Fair to say that the size of the affidavits that were shown to you, and once again, this is for the state, or for the jury's edification, State's Exhibit 161. This particular affidavit was actually a lot bigger, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, Meaning, for instance, that you were targeting some 38 houses, which means that each house had its own paperwork attached to it, which would have made this document a lot bigger than what this document is right now.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And then with regards to the document, we're targeting or focusing on the first item here looks like was a, let's see here. In State's Exhibit number 162, there was a reference here to a hotel receipt. Right?
Yes.
Now, the property report here that we're looking at on 162, which I will show, this is the property report that we referred to earlier, right?
Yes.
And the hotel.
Yeah, I want to hear about
that's
this
on
receipt.
there is one of the items that was taken from this particular property, right?
Yes.
Do you have that receipt?
No.
So unlike the, for instance.
Yeah, he's got it in his
Suge Knight
pocket.
Ticket indicating that there was a fight and so forth in, Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. This indicates that there was something taken, and that would have been that hotel's receipt, but you don't have it here.
Correct.
Do you have it? Do you know where its location is at all?
No.
Ooh.
Now, in addition to that, you also, in one of the other homes, had indicated that there was some. There was a letter from the Excalibur Casino, and so forth. I'm going to show you this document here. This is State's Exhibit 163. And just for the jury's edification here. So it looks like here on number 1, this would have been the receipt of property taken, correct?
Correct.
And underneath it here, number 1 would show a letter from Excalibur Casino addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the date of this particular document?
It would have to be the same day of the search warrant.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the letter itself.
Oh, no.
Okay. And do you have a copy of that letter?
I do not know.
All right. Do you know where that letter is?
No.
All right. The next part here looks like there's an envelope addressed to, once again, Orlando Anderson. And with regards to this particular document, do you have any indication of where that document is?
No, it's booked into property. So.
Right.
Dang.
And that's the same thing with number 3 on miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
None of these documents are addressed directly to Mr. Duane Davis, correct?
Yes.
And once again, when you are searching and finding something like, for instance, the Suge Knight ticket, that document is carefully taken from the scene and put into evidence in a way that would preserve the chain of custody of something like the ticket.
Correct.
Now, in this case, when you searched either the 2 residences in this case, did you find any indication at all? Any MGM grand ticket of being on the second row of the fight? Anything at all that would indicate that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the second search warrant. And the second search warrant, thank you, is this one here, State's Exhibit 136. Okay. Now, when a search warrant is executed in California, at the time it's executed, is it confidential? In this particular case, with this particular search warrant, was this search warrant sealed?
Yes.
And was it sealed up until the time that the search had been conducted?
Yes.
Okay. When did this particular search warrant become unsealed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that if someone's charged in a crime based upon search warrants that are sealed, that search warrant would then be available for the defense to look at,
Yes,
and it would be unsealed at that point.
yes,
And that would be the same, of course, with the search warrant that occurred at the beginning of October the year before, right?
correct.
So in this case, with this particular search warrant here, this is dated as of May 27th, 1997. On this particular one here, you had indicated the following. This is on page 4 of this document. The information that I think we're most interested in is line 4 of that document, right?
Yes,
Meaning that, once again, these are items that were taken from this home, and those items were put into your property or evidence log.
correct.
And number 4 is a money due bill from the Monte Carlo Casino. Right? Can you tell us the date of what this money due bill was for?
No,
All right, and once again, your search in this particular regard was actually May of 1997, right? Quite a few months after the September 7th, 1996 shooting.
correct.
In addition to that, in terms of that money due, can you tell us, for instance, who that money due bill was addressed to?
No,
Okay.
Not looking great.
Now, there were some questions by the state on that issue about the fact that this was actually a search warrant investigating into the murder of Biggie Smalls. Remember that line of questioning from the
Yes.
state? But fair to say, of course, that even then, as you're conducting this kind of investigation, you are still thinking about the Tupac case, right?
for sure.
Yeah, you weren't just at that particular point forgetting that the Tupac murder even occurred. You're still thinking during that time period, if you run across something you think is relevant, you would have identified it, right?
Correct.
In addition to that, though, you would have identified it, you would have called Metro to say, hey, by the way, we got something there that will help you with the Tupac murder investigation. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. There's no reason why you wouldn't have done that?
Not that I know of, no.
Now, we talked a little bit about the size of some of the people that were involved here, and I think, was it DeAndre Smith you said was a pretty big guy?
Yes,
All right. And you said he was like, what, 6'2", 6'3", and about 300 pounds, something like that, big guy?
about 6'4", 300 pounds.
Okay. Did he play any sports or anything as far as you know?
I think he did, I'm not positive
Okay.
what sport.
Now, are you aware of an individual by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes,
And was Terrence Brown one of the individuals that was potentially a suspect in the Tupac murder?
yes.
All right. Now, with regards to Terrence Brown, can you describe for us how, like, his size as well?
Yeah, he's approximately a little shorter than you, and just medium built.
So a good-looking guy?
Dark complected.
I'm sorry?
I don't know about that, but
He tried
So
it.
it's a little bit shorter than me and about my size.
right.
Okay. Let's just put it down as
That's a way.
I'm 6'2", so that's like, I'm just kidding, 5'8" and something else. And then in terms of the
This guy's
at the
funny.
time with Terrence Brown, you are aware that Terrence Brown actually dies in, what, 2015?
Yes,
Right. And when he dies, do you know how he dies?
yes.
How did he die?
He was at a marijuana dispensary in Compton, and a robbery occurred, and he got killed during the robbery.
So, based upon the way he was murdered in that case, no indication that that was some type of retaliation for the murder of Tupac in 1996 or 7?
No.
Okay. In addition to that, in 1996, I apologize. With regards to DeAndre Smith, do you know when he passed?
2004, and he died of medical complications.
Right. And as far as you know, nothing that would have been associated with any type of retribution or revenge for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
Now, Orlando is the one who passes away relatively quickly after the shooting.
Yes, approximately a year and a half.
Right, and in terms of how he passes, he was shot and killed?
Yes, you want me to tell you what happened?
Please.
Orlando Anderson was with his best friend Michael DeRoe, and they were at a burger stand in Compton. And across the street from the burger stand, there was a car wash. Orlando Anderson recognized the people at the car wash. There was 3 people sitting in the car, and he recognized one of them that owed him money for some narcotics that he didn't pay him for. So Orlando Anderson took it upon himself, and he initiated the confrontation. He drove up to the car and he exited with a gun. However, one of the persons in the other car, they had a gun too, so they had a shootout at the car wash. And then when the smoke cleared, Orlando Anderson was killed during the shootout, as well as 2 other people in the other car were killed.
And in terms of the 2 other people in the other vehicle, were they both Crips?
Yes.
So it wasn't a blood on Crip sort of shootout?
No.
It was just over money and drugs?
Yes.
Now, we've had some discussion here about Darnell Brim. And you're familiar with Darnell Brim?
Yes.
And the way I'm understanding this is that within the Southside
Who
Crips,
looks sad,
you had 2
BTA?
different factions.
Correct.
You had the Glen Cove faction with Darnell Brim,
Yes.
and then you had the Burr Street faction.
Correct.
Now, in terms of the 2 different factions that we have here, the Burr Street faction was a faction that was dealing with the drugs, mostly?
I'm
Is that how
sorry,
it
can
is?
you repeat that?
In terms of the Burr Street faction, that they deal in drugs?
That was one of the things that they were involved in, yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the other faction, we talked a little bit about Darnell Brim. He was a shot caller.
Correct.
And he was a violent person.
He had the potential of being a violent person, yes.
Well, you recall in your book describing him as a very violent person?
I don't recall that, but if it's in there, it's what I said.
Okay. And once again, it would have been something that if it wasn't true in your book, you would have corrected it.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't a violent person.
Yeah.
He definitely had the potential to be a violent person.
And isn't it fair to say, though, like even in your book, that you describe him as being someone that was implicated in some attempt murders, that kind of thing as well?
Absolutely.
Darnell Brim.
Yes.
Now, Darnell Brim is shot in the back how many days after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
2.
And with regards to the shooting in the back, do you know who shot him in the back?
No.
Okay.
We were told it was Pyrus, though.
Right. And would that fall more into the idea of what you're saying about retaliation in this case?
Yes.
Now, there are other people that potentially were considered, I think including the initial investigation here, as being part of
that's
the
a fact, Pops.
Tupac murder. Do you recall a person by the name of Noel Spank Johnson?
Yes.
All right. And he is also a Southside Crip member, part of the Glen Cove crew.
Correct.
All right. Do you recall a person by the name of Jerry Monk Bond?
Yes.
All right. Once again, part of the Glen Cove crew.
Correct.
And then also Orlando Anderson.
Correct.
Okay. So those individuals at some point were considered to be potentially involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Another
Now,
weird
in
question.
addition to that, when you had conducted the searches on Mr. Davis's home and the locations that we're at, did you ever find money?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No vast sums of money for somebody making 20% of $4 million a month?
No.
How about expensive clothes, like stuff that was worth, suits worth $6,000, anything like that?
I don't recall the clothing that was inside.
Yeah, but in terms of, just information about the individual's living conditions, for instance, did you find any expensive cars that he owned or anything like that? Besides the lowriders and stuff that people put a lot of work into?
Well, them are expensive cars to me, so
Yeah.
yes, we did.
And when you say lowriders, we're talking about, are we talking about lowriders here or BMWs?
Monte Carlos, you know,
Caprice.
hydraulics, all that kind of stuff.
Sure. And in terms of the Monte Carlos and the hydraulics, Mr. Davis was actually part of a, what they call a lowrider club in Compton?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. You're not aware of, let me ask this next question. But in terms of the vehicles we're talking about, they were not for, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, nothing like that. They were just modified cars.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, does your, going back to your book, do you have anything in here, like a disclaimer that says that, hey, we can't verify the truthfulness of the book at all?
I'm not sure.
All right. If you were just to review the book real quick, just to tell me if there is anything like that, would that help your
Yeah,
recollection?
honestly, I wouldn't even know where to look.
It should be in the front because it'll be a big warning. You want to check it out?
No, there's nothing in there to that effect then.
And would it be... Have you ever read a guy by the name of Greg Kading's book, Murder Rap?
Some of it, yes.
Can you tell us who Greg Kading was?
He was a LAPD sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with him?
No.
Did he share in any investigation that you were involved in?
No.
Did your partner have any work with him?
Yes.
And the work that we're talking about is in the task force that was assigned to investigate the murder of Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
And he was part of, Tim Brennan was part of that along with Mr. Kading.
Correct.
All right. Now, we had shared a little bit about the swallowing up of Compton PD by the LA Sheriff's Department.
You call it swallowing up. I call it absorbed or whatever.
Right. Why was that?
What is going on?
Well, it would take, I could tell you in a couple of minutes, but it's really a 6-month long thing that happened.
Process.
I can explain it to you if you want.
Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of moving parts, right?
Yes.
The absorption or dismantling of a police department is a very unusual thing, right?
Yes.
And so in order for that to happen, if I can just cut right to the chase with you, was there corruption going on within the department that caused the absorption of the department back to the sheriff's department?
No.
Okay, then what was it that caused it?
Talking about absorbing and swallowing?
It was the mayor, Omar Bradley, at the time, was being investigated by the FBI. He found out that he was being investigated by the FBI, and he blamed our chief, right? So what he did is he put our chief and a captain off on administrative leave, and he made some allegations of missing narcotics.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Now,
that's not good.
These guys were 2 30-year veterans with prestigious careers. Our department elected to do a vote of no confidence against the mayor. And this really pissed the mayor off. And he went to the city council and they voted to bring in the sheriffs. And they never asked the citizens if that's what they wanted. He just did that upon himself. Now, there was a long investigation regarding the stolen narcotics, and our 2 captain and chief were exonerated. There's a 60-page report on it, and it was resulted in 1 Hispanic narcotic officer was taken the narcotics, and he was dealt with. So the bottom line is, we lost our police department, 112-year-old police department. Omar Bradley ends up getting arrested and convicted, so everybody lost here.
Yeah. And as a result of that, I think you told us earlier, you didn't stay in the city of Compton anymore. You got reassigned to another city.
No, I stayed in the city of Compton for a year, and then I elected to go to another agency.
I see. All right. And then, while you were there, the other thing that you did, and you shared with us a bit about the fact that you were very well versed in the gang culture in Compton, right?
Correct.
And in terms of the well versed, meaning that you can identify and see patterns of behavior that would indicate to you maybe gang activity, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And that would also include how a person dresses. We talked a little bit about that. I apologize. Like, for instance, even like the way a person dresses in blue, right? That would help you determine maybe potentially that that person's associated with a type of gang.
Yes.
Like in this case,
No.
no, all right. But with regards to the way it's set up, though, is that, did you at any point ever determine that Tupac Shakur was a member of a gang?
No,
Why not?
because he wasn't.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously, he's associated with the
Yeah, he's got a lot of good
with the
information.
death row
I agree.
label.
Correct.
And he was also, at that particular point, hanging around with Suge Knight.
Correct.
And Suge Knight was an identified Mob Piru or an associate of the Mob Piru,
Correct.
as well as other people who were Mob Piru, like Mob James, for instance, that was in that association.
Yes, his entourage were all Mob Piru gang members.
Okay, but you're telling us right now that Tupac was not a gang member?
No.
Just because he was hanging around these people did not make him a gang member?
Correct.
Now, fair to say, of course, that even in the Death Row record label, there were actually Crips that were assigned, that were part of that label as well, right?
Yes.
That would have been Snoop Dogg?
Correct.
That would have been Dr. Dre?
I'm not sure about Dr. Dre.
How about, who's the other one that I'm thinking of? Is it Eazy?
He wasn't associated with that record label, I think. I don't think he was.
You tell me, because I'm just, I'm trying to figure it out. But fair to say, though, that within business, it wasn't about a color as much as it was about money, right? You're making money, and so you're not isolating one segment of the population from the other in terms of your product.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regards to Mob James at that particular point, you had told us that you believed he was an OG at the time. Did Mob James have any indication for violence?
I never investigated him for any violence because he was in jail when I was, most of the time that I was in patrol and in the gang unit. And I don't know exactly when he got out, but when he got out, he was already older. And he didn't really hang out with the younger gangsters.
I see. And with regard to this retaliation thing we talked about, you said there was some concern that once the shots were fired and Tupac was hit, that there was concern that there was going to be some type of gang war back in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, you shared with us a little bit how this worked. You were asleep in bed, and you get a call early morning from Reggie Wright Sr.
I don't recall if I was asleep in bed, but I was at home.
Okay. And can you tell us what time that you received the call from Reggie Wright Sr.?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But would it have been still that evening or that night?
Yes.
Not the next morning or anything like that? And the reason why he would have called you is because he was your direct boss?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you had also mentioned that there was this retaliation. The shootings that occur after, you have, is it Mr. Brim's was the first shot fired between the Mob Piru and the Southside Crips? Was he the first one shot?
Darnell?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then after Darnell, who was the next person shot?
I believe it was the next day at 713 North Bradfield. I believe 2 people were shot, and that's in Piru territory.
You know if they were Piru?
They were.
They were. And do you know who shot them?
No.
Right. Now, With regards to the Darnell Brim, do you know who shot him?
No.
Now, in terms of the two Pyru that were shot the morning after Mr. Brim, do you know how the order was given out for these people to be shot?
No.
So no phone records, for instance, from Mr. Davis indicating that he wanted these people shot or anything like that?
Correct.
Now, after the two Pyru were shot, what happened next?
I believe later on, another person was shot at Pine and Bradfield in Mob Pyru territory.
And was that person a Crip or a Blood?
The person that was shot was Pyru affiliated, yes.
Okay, so two Pyrus are shot that day, and then later on that day, another Pyru affiliate was shot?
Yes.
All right, and do you know if that was an order that was given out by anybody to shoot that Pyru?
No.
Okay, and then the next Pyru after, or the next person shot after that was who?
I don't recall the name, but I believe it was the 80 something South Ward Street. And
Was
that's
that-
in Crip territory.
And so that person was a Crip?
Yes.
All right, and that shot occurred when, or when did that shooting occur?
I don't recall.
All right. And as far as you know, this is happening over the course of maybe, there was 10 days. I think that was how it was framed. It was like it's a 10-day war in Compton.
Yes.
But fair to say it may have been a little bit longer, like maybe 13 days, right?
No.
Okay, so let's say this. So if we go with 10 days in this, any proof at all that we can show this jury that Mr. Davis ordered any of the shootings to occur in this case?
No.
Now, in addition to that, the idea here behind the shootings, we go back to the Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Sure.
Is the Lakewood Mall incident, in your mind, the sort of the definitive act in which the war is now declared between the, Mob Pyru and the Southside Crips?
That was the first incident that sparked this whole back and forth thing. Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. Did it really happen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your book, you identify it as happening at the Lakewood Mall,
Yes.
and it happened in a Foot Locker.
Yes.
Now, do you have any indication at all of a police report or a call for 911 to the area on a fight that occurs at the Lakewood Mall that day? No.
No.
Do you have indication at all from the security people at the mall where they would have written up a report that said, hey, we had an altercation here at the Lakewood Mall?
I don't think a report was generated by the security officers, no.
Okay. Now, fair to say, of course, there's been some description of that brawl being the kind of brawl that actually required Foot Locker to redo their entire inside because it just destroyed the inside. You recall anything like that?
I never heard anything like that. I
What
just
were y'all
know there
doing
was a
out there?
fight at the Foot Locker.
Right, you heard there was a fight, but you never made any effort, for instance, and it's not your job because it's Lakewood, right?
Correct.
But in essence, no verification that even Foot Locker was contacted to say, hey, did a fight break out over here on this particular day? Nothing like that.
Don't recall.
So in essence, what we have right now is what you had heard from people on the street as to what happened at this Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Yes.
Now, some people, I would assume, thought that the shooting of Tupac was in retaliation, or maybe the fight of Tupac and Orlando was in retaliation to what happened at Lakewood Mall. But as you're sitting here right now, you don't have any actual proof of the Lakewood Mall incident actually occurred.
No.
Okay.
Just
Yeah. Now, in addition to that, we had heard from you a little bit about, I'm sorry, I just have to make sure I got all my notes here. We talked a little bit about your identifying of a shot caller, right? Now, a shot caller is somebody who basically tells people what to do.
Yes.
And you had said that the shot caller is somebody that if an order is given to one of the other lower people on the totem pole, they have to follow that order.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular regard, you
Wanna
don't
be
know,
a
for
baller.
instance, what happened in Las Vegas, who did anything in terms of a shot call or anything like that, right?
Shot call. I'm gonna do it every time, y'all. Sorry. Not sorry.
I don't understand the question.
Meaning you don't have any proof for us today that says that, first of all, even if Keffe D was in Las Vegas, right? You don't have any proof of that.
His own admission. I mean,
Besides the admission, you don't have any actual like physical evidence that supports that, right?
correct.
And then
Oh.
in terms of his admission,
Dang.
did you ever verify what he was telling people to see what he was saying was true?
Please
As
say
far
yes.
as what?
Being in Las Vegas.
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Dang.
So in terms of the information that was given, you're just saying that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer and maybe had provided money for the Southside Crips or something like that, that because of that, he is a leader in the Southside Crips.
Well, there's more to it than that.
Sure. But I just want to make sure I'm clear about something here. In terms of your investigation of this case, did Keffe D ever order a hit on anybody before or after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
Not that I know of.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Shout out to Michael. He walked him down.
Yes,
Impressive.
I'm gonna start where Mr. Sampt left off. So, Mr. Sampt asked you if you had any proof that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the Tupac Shakur murder. And your response was, his admission. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Now, you have investigated hundreds of homicides, is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever relied on a defendant's or suspect's admission to form a case?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in gang cases in particular, where witnesses are scared to come out, is a defendant's admission of committing a murder powerful evidence used to prosecute?
Yeah, that's how basically that's how most of our gang crimes get solved, is by self-admission or incrimination.
Okay, and then Mr. Sampt asked you about, you don't know that whether or not Mr. Davis ordered the hit. And to be fair, you weren't in the Cadillac, were you?
No.
Okay. But let's go through Mr. Sampt's logic. You had said that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the Southside Crips. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then, let me pose this to you. If using Mr. Davis's admissions, if Mr. Brown, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, and Mr. Davis are in a car, who is the leader in that car?
Mr. Davis.
Who is the shot caller in that car?
Mr. Davis.
And so if a shot is coming, if those four people are in a car, and shots are coming out of that, who has to give the authorization?
Mr. Davis.
Okay. So if Mr. Davis is in the Cadillac, he's the one calling that shot.
Absolutely. If he
How do they
tells
know
them
that?
not to do it, say, let's handle this back in Compton, they wouldn't have had a shooting. If he sanctioned it, then there'd be a shooting.
And Mr. Orlando Anderson, he was what you had called a gangster, right?
Absolutely.
So he would be the person that would have to listen to Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And so was it in your experience, knowing the roles of everybody in that vehicle, could Mr. Anderson shoot that gun with Mr. Davis in the car without Mr. Davis's permission?
No.
Now let's talk about...
I think they would have some other examples. At least.
Your book. When was your book published?
2017.
Okay, so that would be well after Mr. Davis's proffer statement, correct?
Correct.
Be well after his 2009 statement to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Correct.
And it might be contemporaneous, we don't know, to the time of his statement to the death row chronicles.
Correct.
Regarding the, I want to talk a little bit about the LA Sheriff's Office absorbing the Compton Police Department. Is it fair to say that a function of that transfer was that some of the evidence that was retained from those search warrants just were, for lack of a better term, lost?
Yes, I mean, I didn't know it at the time. I mean, we just switched police departments and they absorbed us and they kind of were responsible for all the evidence too. So I don't know what happened to it after we got absorbed by the sheriff's department.
Mr. Samft mentioned Reggie Wright Sr. to you. Did Reggie Wright Sr. ever ask you to work on behalf of the mob pirates?
No.
Did you ever work on behalf of the mob pirates?
Never.
Okay. Talking about the Burris Street faction, Mr. Samft mentioned that Mr. Samft asked you some question about Southsiders. Darnell Brim was actually in conflict with this Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
But Michael Giroux was a member of the Southside Compton Crips, the Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
I think he went by a Little Owl. Is that right?
That is correct.
Lil Owl? Crazy. Shout to Lil Owl.
Were you
Don't say
aware
who.
that the court actually has taken judicial notice of the fact that Little Owl was actually in custody during the September 7th, 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur?
That is correct.
Kind of hard for him to be the person responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Okay. Now, Orlando Anderson, he was also a member of the Burris Street crew. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we had talked about before, Corey Edwards was a member of the Southside Compton Crips Burris Street crew. Is that
yes.
fair? Okay. Seal pass the case.
Reed Cross, Mr. Sampt.
Thank you, Honor.
If anybody ever asked me where Lil Owl was, I'd say, who? Have you seen Lil Owl? Who? He comes up during cross-examination. Did you ever have any connection to Lil Owl? Who? All right, guys, I'm done. I'm sorry.
We'll get a clean copy for you.
I'm gonna watch this later and shake my head. It's embarrassing.
Just a couple things, sir. In terms of the publication of your book, can you tell us, you said that was accurate, right?
Yes. Tried to be.
I'm sorry?
I tried to be.
No, and it's fine. I'm not. We're not really going to knock it. I just want to know that at some point in here you do identify Mr. Davis as Keffe D, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the spelling of his name in the book?
No.
Do you recall how you spelt his name?
No.
Would review of your book help you in terms of how you spelt his name in the book?
Sure.
Okay. Let me make sure I got it here.
Pop said
Yeah,
he's
may
a
approach.
hoot.
You may.
Come on, man. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Okay. And just for the record, how did you spell his name in the book?
Keefe.
Right. And do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your spelling of his name?
I could be misspelled. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but in terms of, for instance, I would imagine during the time period that that's not a usual name, Keffe.
No.
And you would have learned that that name Keffe was more of a nickname.
Correct.
It wasn't his birth name, for instance.
Correct.
And in terms of that name itself, you would have had, like, say, for instance, field interview cards. If you ever ran across individuals, you would put their names down and maybe their monikers or their street names or their nicknames, for instance.
Correct.
Did you ever fill out a field interview card for Mr. Davis?
I don't think I ever did, no.
Yeah. And once again, these field interview cards that you would have used are cards that would help law enforcement identify people that potentially are gang affiliated.
Yes, it does help, yes.
Yeah. And what usually would happen, I would assume, is that when you happen upon someone that you're speaking to and you identify him to be maybe a member of a gang, you would write out information about him, including his nickname and so forth, on a card that would help other law enforcement know whether or not they're affiliated with a gang or not.
Correct.
So in this particular regard, though, you being the detective for the gang unit in Compton, which according to your book was actually very small. At some point it starts out with you and Tim as being the main gang detectives on in Compton.
Yes.
And so you had a lot of people to go through, but even then you don't recall ever filling out a field interview card identifying him as a gang member.
No, but he self-admitted it to me. I mean, we go out there, that's all, I see the same people every day because Compton's such a small city. So every time I saw someone, if I stopped and filled out a field card, that's all I'd be doing. So I talked to these guys and they self-admitted to me. They tell me their nicknames.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
of
what
course,
happened
And maybe they
with Mr.
lied.
Davis and I.
And fair to say again, once again, this is a form of keeping records, right? Is that if you ever have a police officer who's not with your same knowledge and experience on those streets, they could look at those field interview cards to help them determine who Mr. Davis is, right?
That's correct.
No further questions, John.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Redirect, actually.
With regards to
Well, let this
Mr.
man
Davis,
go.
did he ever
Let him
hide
live.
the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
No.
Was he actually quite open and proud of the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Objection to that speculation and description.
Okay, I'll actually rephrase.
Okay,
Did
so I'll
Mr.
sustain.
Did Mr. Davis evince behavior that made you believe that Mr. Davis was proud of being a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he ever hide being a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
No, whenever I would see Mr. Davis, he'd always be in the company of other Southside Crips too.
And did he ever self-identify as a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Keefe, don't shake your head no now. Come
Is that it
on,
for you,
bro.
Mr. Poole?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Sam?
No, no.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay, we have a few.
Come on now, Keffe D. You can't shake your head on that one. Especially when you got Crips and Blood saying you were a Crip. I don't know how you deny that. Interesting. How are y'all feeling so far? Thank you to everyone that's in the building. We got over 5,000 of y'all up in this thing. Shout out to the gang. Because the jacket says Keithy. Keithy, aka Keefe, aka Lotso. That's his name, Lotso. Thank you, Pop. Shout out to Lotso. Hey, Lotso came around, all right? He wasn't bad at the end, so shout out to Lotso. Y'all want Lotso over here? There we go. Shout out to Pops. I could not remember his name, and I don't know. I could have just looked it up, but Pops has got my back. Thank you, my friend. Lotso the bear. Good stuff. Let me see. Are we? Oh yeah, we're all caught up right now. What are y'all thinking? Let me see what you guys said about this. Let me see. Kitty Cat said he's in lots of trouble. Dang. I think that's worse than my who. Who? Or Pop said, yeah, Lil Owl. He's a hoot. Jeez. It's getting bad. You know it's getting late. We started laughing at these jokes. Let me see. When it comes to the question, has the prosecution proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt? Now, this is interesting. For some reason, I actually cannot see the entire poll. So that's weird. Oh, here we go. 17% of you say yes. 33% of you say it's too early to tell. 50% of you say no. Wow. So at first, so this is interesting. Combine those two. So you guys said, the majority of you said that you believe the prosecution's winning right now. But at the same time, they haven't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Keffe D is guilty. Interesting. I like it. Kitty Cat says, I need to hear this whole testimony again. Screaming tiny humans definitely drowned out some of it. Hey, shout out to the kids. Man. That's hilarious. And thank y'all for liking the video as well. This will be the last witness of today. So it looks like we're actually going to get out of here a little bit early. Once we get these jury questions in, that should be it for today. So I think y'all did a great job. Thank you to everyone who's been hanging out with us.
We've got a lot of questions. Okay. Why is Tupac not seen as a mob pyro while in company of other members, but Mr. Davis is?
Well,
Tupac wasn't a gang member.
Documented Tupac as a Pyru. Now, he associated with them, but he didn't live their lifestyle. He was a rapper. So
he wasn't involved in the day-to-day.
He did show some allegiance to the mob Pyru. However, he wasn't active. He wasn't out in the streets gang banging or whatever. He was this rap mogul, and I think he liked that lifestyle.
Yeah.
Okay. From what you have observed regarding Reggie Wright Jr., would he have been considered affiliated or in connection with Mob Pyru or any other gangs?
No. Reggie was the head of security for Death Row Records. He was actively employed, and the difference is the entourage, they were paid by Suge Knight, but they played a different role. Reggie could carry a firearm like the rest of the people that he employed, but the entourage, not saying they didn't carry firearms, but they couldn't do it legally. So there's a big difference there.
Is it fair to assume there wouldn't need to be orders from Mr. Davis for members of the Crips to carry out retaliatory shootings, considering there was an active war between Mob Pyru and the South Side following the shooting of Tupac? In other words, is the order implied even if the shot caller does not explicitly say shoot?
No.
Yes, if the shot caller's not there, then gang members are going to do what they do. If they're going to go out hunting, they're going to go out and shoot.
I disagree.
Even though it might not be sanctioned by a shot caller, but if he's present, they're most likely they're going to do what Mr. Davis tells them to do. But if he's not present, then they're going to do what they do.
Don't ask me why I disagree. Don't ask me how I know. Just don't do it. I completely disagree with him. I don't think that's reasonable. But hey, he's got way more experience than I do. Let me know what y'all think.
Did Orlando get permission to have that shootout at the car wash, seeing that he was a gangster and not an OG?
No, it's like I said. Mr. Davis wasn't there. These guys are gangsters, and when they confront somebody, I mean, it's on. It's going to be on. He doesn't need to be sanctioned by Mr. Davis. Now, if he does something wrong, when he gets back, if he brings heat on the neighborhood or whatever for doing something stupid, then he'll be disciplined for it. But when they're out in the street gangbanging, it's a whole different story because Mr. Davis is not present.
Did
Not
the
the
Las
Crips
Vegas
and the
Metropolitan
Bloods.
Police Department asked Compton
I'll let
PD
it
to
go.
help them with the murder investigations at the time that Compton searched homes on both sides, or was that something you took your own initiative?
We took the initiative to ask them to come down, and once they were down here, they never asked us for help.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Palal?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to the distinction of whether Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright were gang members, is it fair to say that you don't become a gang member by hanging around other gang members?
That's correct.
And you had mentioned earlier that you had to put in some work in order to become a gang member.
Yeah, you have to live that life in order to be considered mob pirate.
And with regards to putting in work, what are some activities that one does? Not specific to mob or Southside, but just in the gang culture. What type of work do you have to put in order to be considered actually a gang member as opposed to a guy who hangs around gang members?
You're gonna be out there being active, doing drive-by shootings, getting in fight with other gang members, carjacking, anything that's gonna get you some respect within the gang. They're gonna be out there doing it.
So you had mentioned acts of violence, primarily shooting. Is that
Yes.
correct? In fact, that's how you had mentioned how Orlando Anderson got put on is by being part of a group that shot at you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you would also, with being part of the narcotics trade, and I guess that's too of a lawyerly word to say, selling drugs, is that one of the ways that you get considered putting in work to become a member of a gang?
Yes.
And as long as that money is going towards the gang.
Yes, because money made from the sale of narcotics is the lifeline of every gang in Compton. So the money that they get from selling narcotics, of course they buy more drugs, they buy more weapons, but most of these guys don't work. So the money made from the sales of narcotics, they buy cars, they pay their rent, everything that they do is generated from the sales of narcotics, the money made from that.
And so while Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright Jr. may have been around the mob Pyru, is there anything to suggest that they were putting in work to become members of the mob Pyru?
Definitely not.
And let's contrast that with Mr. Davis. Was it, in your observation, training, and experience with Mr. Davis, engaged in the narcotic sale for the purpose of benefiting the Southside Compton groups?
Absolutely.
So pass the witness.
Okay. Any questions based on the juror questions, Mr. Saft?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. You are excused.
Thank you.
Last witness for the day?
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last witness for today. We are going to recess for the evening. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m. For further presentation of evidence. Please rise to the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from this time.
Well, one thing. Mr. Santa asked if we could admit the entire 180-page return from the search warrant. We had no objection to that, and so we will bring a clean copy from Mr.
Thank y'all for the love.
To put in tomorrow. Also, we still need to correct the 2017, the 717 transcript and audio. I'll have that brought forward tomorrow.
What exhibit will the return be?
I have no idea what the next
Will it be a defense or state?
It's the defense.
Defense next in line, so that would be
WW.
WW. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, we did it. We're in recess until tomorrow. We will be back here at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1 o'clock West Coast time. I appreciate everybody who supported. Thank you to everyone that showed love. And big shout out to the major sponsor of today's show, Mary over there. Shout out to Mighty Mouse. Amy was in there showing love, as well as Greg Dose. We are going to be back. If y'all haven't yet, please, please, please make sure you subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live. And the next time we go live tomorrow, I'm looking forward to seeing y'all there. Hope you guys have a great afternoon. And as always, y'all know what to do. We'll talk to you later. We gone. Peace.